Welcome, everyone, this is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku had a unique healing quirk called Sacrifice. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic, Chapter 16, Blue Flames. Summary. TW. Canon typical violence, hostage situation, kidnapping. Notes. This is the second chapter I have posted today. See the end of the chapter for more notes, chapter text. Blue fire spread through the forest consuming trees like candy. Midoriya and Shinso stood in front of a small trembling child. Barely managing to conceal tremors of their own, they faced a wall of giant muscle accurately named muscular. Shinso had never been more grateful for Aizawa's speed training. If the teens hadn't made it to Koda when they did, the boy would no longer be among the living. Midoriya had made it first, literally saving the boy from a large fist aimed directly at the child's head. Ooh, Muscular laughed as he looked at Izuku holding Koda. How lucky. One of the targets came to me. What, no love for me? Shinso asked, panting from his run up the cliff. WH. Muscular responded before going blank-faced under the influence of Shinso's quirk. Midoriya checked the shaking boy over as Shinso made Muscular knock himself out. Are you alright, Koda? Why did you come to save me even though I was so mean to you? Koda asked, looking at the green-haired teen. You don't have to be nice to me for me to want to save you, Midoriya said with a kind smile. That's just what heroes do. Koda's eyes went wide as he cried with relief. Midoriya picked up the boy and nodded to Shinso. Let's go, the purple-haired teen said. Izuku nodded and shifted Koda to a piggyback position before the pair took off to find Aizawa. They spotted their teacher running through the forest as he avoided the flames. Sensei, Shinso called. Aizawa stopped when he spotted the boys with Koda. Midoriya, Shinso, Koda, why were you coming from the mountain? Koda's aunt didn't know where he was when the attack started, so Shinso and I went to find him. The villain Muscular was there about to attack him. Shinso took him out, and we came here, Midoriya said as he handed Koda over to the teacher. Muscular mentioned that they had more than one target. Midoriya is apparently one of them, Shinso said. Midoriya blinked like a deer in the headlights. In his desperation to share the news, he hadn't even thought about that. Oh, Midoriya said, you're right. Aizawa gave Koda back to Midoriya and started to bark orders. Midoriya, I want you and Shinso to escort Koda back to the cabin. I will inform the other heroes that the villains are targeting students, and have them relay the message that they are allowed to use their quirks to evade capture and return to the cabin. Go now. The boys nodded and ran in the direction of the cabin with Koda as Aizawa ran to the clearing where the wild pussycats were fighting. As the boys neared the cabin, a burst of flame cut off their route. Koda let out a cry and squirted water from his hands, extinguishing the flames closest to them. Well, what do we have here? A shadowed figure asked as he stepped into their path. His hands ignited with blue fire and his bright blue eyes shone like daggers. I only want Midoriya, the child and the brainwasher can go. The young heroes took up defensive positions as Koda held tighter to Midoriya. Why don't you just forget you ever saw us? Shinso said with a smirk to mask his fear. The blue-eyed stranger immediately darted forward, throwing a flaming fist into Shinso's solar plexus. Shinso fell to his knees, gasping, trying to regain some air in his lungs. Shinso, Izuku yelled as he stepped forward to throw a punch, only to feel Koda being lifted off of his back. Izuku! Koda yelled as he dangled in a second villain's grasp. Izuku stepped back, trying to keep both villains in his peripherals as he took stock of the situation. The new villain was a girl about the same height as Izuku, with two buns on her head and a creepy gaze on her face. Ah, the girl said. Midoriya, you are even cuter than your pictures. Shut it, Toga, the man said as he moved to join her. But Dabi, Toga whined. Dabi ignored her and faced Izuku. So kid, what's your choice? Put Koda down and I'll come with you, Izuku said, lifting his hands in surrender. No, Izuku, Shinso said from the ground as he tried to get to his feet, but the blonde threw a knife that left a small cut on the bridge of his nose. Toga sang, no moving. Come on kid, I don't have all day. Dabi said, motioning for Izuku to come closer. Izuku walked forward and Toga dropped Koda roughly on the dirt, causing the boy to cry out. "It'll be alright," Izuku said, training his eyes on Koda. "You and Shinso go to the cabin and let them know what happened, alright?" Dabi roughly grabbed Izuku by the shoulders and led him into the foliage as Toga tied his hands behind his back. "Izuku!" Koda yelled, reaching for the healer only to be held back by Shinso. "We aren't strong enough to take them on, and they know my quirk, so I won't be able to get them to respond to me," Shinso said, gritting his teeth as he stood up. "Our best bet is to get a teacher. The cabin is straight ahead." "But Izuku saved me," Koda said. "Now it's my tea." Koda fell silent as Shinso's quirk took effect. "Sorry kid," Shinso said as he picked Koda up and ran to the cabin. Aizawa cursed when he was given the news over his comms that Izuku had been taken by a fire user and a girl with an unidentified quirk. He knew he should have escorted the boys back, but he thought he had already taken care of the intruder with the flame quirk. Now he was here trying to save Ragdoll from the same fate as Izuku. He prayed the boy would be okay as he dodged another swipe from Spinner's blades. "Where are you taking me?" Izuku asked as Dabi pushed him forward. "Our boss wants to meet you," Toga said in her sing-song voice as she danced around the pair of males. "Tomu's been wanting a healer." "Quiet," Dabi hissed as he pulled them to a stop. Toga immediately quieted and looked around. Izuku did the same, hoping he would hear someone familiar. A faint rustling of leaves to their left caught the group's attention, and immediately after Shoji appeared from the brush missing an arm. "Run!" he yelled. Toga and Dabi leapt into action and dashed alongside the large student as Dark Shadow and Tokiyami broke through the treetops. Moments later Bakugo and Todoroki broke through the tree line on the road ahead of them, followed closely by Moonfish. Their eyes went wide as they spotted Tokiyami and the other group of kids and villains fleeing him. "Moonfish, stop!" yelled Dabi, but the other villain was blinded by his lust for blood and ran straight through their group into Dark Shadow and Tokiyami. Dark Shadow quickly overwhelmed the blade-toothed villain and turned to the group, still blinded by fear and rage. Dabi and Bakugo both lit up the night in response. Dark Shadow retreated into an exhausted Tokiyami. There was a moment of quiet before Bakugo noticed Midoriya had his hands tied behind his back. "Oi!" The blonde boy snarled, his hands still sparking. "Where do you think you are taking Izuku?" Todoroki, Bakugo, Shoji and Tokiyami surrounded Dabi, Toga and Izuku in defensive stances. "Give the nerd back!" he growled and leapt forward. He was intercepted by Toga with a feral smirk as she used her blades to knock his explosion off course. Dabi let loose another torrent of fire to ward off Shoji, who had tried to grab for Izuku. Izuku took advantage of the distraction to slip out of his ropes and grab the back of Dabi's neck, trading the man's stamina for his own exhaustion. Dabi's flames abated and he swayed on his feet, trying to stay awake. Shoji took advantage of the distraction to knock him out. Toga nimbly dodged Bakugo's blasts and used Todoroki's glacier to leap into the treetops, leaving Dabi behind. "How the heck did you get caught?" Bo Izuku. Luckily the boy had just traded his fear for Shoji's healing, so he didn't flinch from the boy's aggressive question, instead answering him with a deadpan expression. "They were using Koda and Shinso as hostages. I was the one they wanted, so I traded myself for them." "Why didn't Shinso use his quirk?" Tokiyami asked. Izuku had switched to checking him over. Aside from exhaustion, the boy was fine. "They were prepared for it and wouldn't talk to him, so he couldn't use it," came the reply. Izuku stood and looked at the group. "We should head back to the cabin. I know they are after me, but it sounded like they were after some others too." "Stupid nerd," Bakugo growled softly, "don't tell me what to do." "Agreed," Shoji and Todoroki. "What should we do with the villain?" Tokiyami said. "He should be out for at least an hour," Izuku said. "We should leave him for the teachers to deal with." "Alright," Todoroki said. "Let's head out." The group formed up and started heading in the direction of the cabin. Todoroki and Shoji were in front, Izuku was in the middle, and Bakugo and Tokiyami in the rear. "We don't know how many of them are out there, so we need to keep our eyes peeled," Todoroki said, turning when he didn't hear a response from Midoriya or Bakugo. The pair had vanished, leaving a lanky man in a top hat and mask nimbly dodging Dark Shadow's attacks as he leapt into the nearby treetops. "Get back here," Dark Shadow growled. Todoroki immediately slammed his foot to the ground in an attempt to catch the tree and its occupant in the ice. The man in the mask simply giggled and waved as he ran away with the green and red marbles clutched in his hands. The students remaining began to chase the man. When they finally caught up with the villain, they found him disappearing into an inky black portal behind Toga, who gave them a cheeky wave. Aizawa heard them before he saw them. There were a chorus of desperate pleas to stop that he recognized as Todoroki, Tokiyami and Shoji. He burst into the clearing they were in with his quirk activated only to witness the three boys desperately grasping at thin air. The trio looked utterly exhausted and heartbroken. Aizawa felt his heart plummet as he approached the group. "Are you all right?" he asked gruffly, gaining their attention. "Sensei, we are all fine," Shoji said, looking at him resignedly. "But they took Midoriya and Bakugo." For the second time that evening, Aizawa cursed. Notes: our kids never get a break. Sad face. Just to clarify, Dabi has not yet recognized Izuku and vice versa. Also, this is the second chapter I posted today. Happy holidays. Chapter 17. Oath Summary. TW. Kidnapping, punishment, and abuser and victim submission to abuser, canon typical violence. Notes: I hope you all had a great Christmas, or whatever you celebrate. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Katsuki groaned as he came to. Cracking his neck, he pulled his head up and surveyed the room he was in. Across the room, a tied-up Izuku eyed him cautiously with bleary eyes, before he realized he was also tied to a chair and cuffed with quirk suppressors. Katsuki cursed as he began to strain against his bonds. "Oh, it looks like our guests of honor are awake," a lanky man in a full face mask said with a bow towards Shigaraki. "Rise and shine," Shigaraki said with a creepy smile. "Sorry for the rough welcome, but we couldn't find any other way to invite you to our humble abode." Katsuki took stock of his surroundings to find they were in some kind of dingy bar surrounded by Kurogiri, Toga, Dabi, Spinner, Magna, the masked man, called Compress, and most noticeably Azar. Shigaraki patted Azar's shoulder. This one wanted to be reunited with his long-lost son, Shigaraki said as Azar leered, his red eyes bored into Izuku as Katsuki swore and rattled his chair in an attempt to throw himself at the man. Azar turned his gaze on Katsuki as a familiarly fond smile graced his face. "Katsuki, it's been a while. I heard that you have been keeping my son in his place in my absence until recently. I knew you would." Katsuki grimaced and stared at the man as if he had never seen him before. "Shut up," he growled in response. "You wouldn't attack a training camp just for a reunion. You hated Izuku's guts? What are we really doing here?" "You always were a smart one," Hisashi said, dropping the kind charm with a smirk. "It just so happens, the League of Villains is recruiting. Congratulations, you made the cut." "Like H at $, we did." Katsuki swore. "We wouldn't join you if our lives depended on it." Now, there's no need for language," Shigaraki said with a fearsome grin. He dropped his hand from Azar's shoulder and made his way over to stand in front of Izuku. "What about you? We could really use a healer." Izuku said nothing, his eyes still trained on his father, who watched with a wry smirk before nodding his head. Izuku dropped his eyes to Tamura's dangerous red ones. "I won't join you." Tamura's frown quickly turned downward, but, the boy continued in a trembling voice. "I will gladly heal any who needs it while I am here." "Don't heal the enemy, stupid Deku," Kachan yelled in exasperation. "I took an oath as a medical rescue hero, to heal any who are within my power to do so," Izuku said, not taking his eyes off of Tamura's dangerous gaze. "I will honor that no matter what circumstances I find myself in." Tamura's grin grew impossibly wider as the smile traveled to his eyes, giving the man a disturbingly innocent expression that seemed at odds with his villainous demeanor. "Kurogiri," Tamura said. "Take our newest friend to see Sensei." The misty man nodded and strode forward, lifting his hands as he went. A portal appeared beneath Izuku's chair. The last thing the boy saw was Kachan's angry, worried eyes as he shouted his name. Uraraka clenched her fists in anger as she listened to the news. How dare they? They have no right to assume that just because a child was born to a villain that they would follow in his footsteps. They had no right to assume that Midoriya was anything other than a victim in this attack. With disgust, she shut off her news app and shoved the phone into her pocket as the train doors opened. She got off and wove through the crowds to the hospital where the classmates who had been hurt in the attack were recuperating. She had never felt so powerless before. Shinso had not expected his first-class trip with Ua to be quite so traumatizing. Now he was here, visiting class members he had barely knew but felt more connected to than ever before. He sighed wearily as he thought back to that fateful moment when he had ran like a coward. He had thought that the teachers would be able to handle it. He had trusted they would be able to get him back, but they hadn't. He sighed again as he trudged up the hospital stairs to the room where he knew Yaoyorozu was. Next time he would do better, he thought as he opened the door to the room where his new classmates had assembled around Yaoyorozu. He tried to ignore the fact that Midoriya and Bakugo might not have a next time. Kirishima was a wreck, but a determined one. He had been the first to arrive and had heard what his classmate said to the officers interviewing her. This was his chance to save his friends. He knew he had to do it, so he proposed his crazy plan to the class and prayed someone would back him up. Izuku, a deep voice reverberated through the dark room he now found himself in. How nice to meet you. My protégé said he had found a healer, but I never thought it would be you. Have you come to heal me? Izuku shivered at the overwhelming power the man exuded as he spoke. I have come to do what I can, Izuku responded, knowing he couldn't promise any miracles. He knew the moment he laid eyes on the man that he would never be able to heal without his quirk. Izuku could see the extensive scarring on the man's face. The man hummed his consent and waved a hand at Kurogiri, who uncuffed Izuku from the chair. Izuku's quirk flared to life and he gasped at the information that flooded in. The man's pain signature was greater than All Might's had been when they met. Oh, what an interesting quirk, the mysterious man said as Izuku stood and moved forward. You can sense it, sir? Izuku asked hesitantly as he moved forward to get a better look at the man's breathing apparatus. Please, young one, the man said, call me sensei, and yes, I can sense your quirk. Does your quirk have anything you know of that would interfere with my own in healing you, sir? Izuku asked, doing everything he could to keep his voice from cracking. No, young one, sensei replied with a smirk. You may begin anytime you wish. All right. Izuku stuttered as he peeled his gloves off and began to reach for the man's skin. I won't be able to heal everything in one session, but I can relieve the pain at the very least. Another hum was his only reply as he touched the man's skin and they both began to glow. You care for him more than I thought you would, Azar said when Izuku disappeared through the portal. Bakugo glared at the man who put his hands up in mock surrender. No need to kill me with your eyes, kid. I just thought that with you being on probation for suicide baiting and all, you wouldn't care what happened to the kid. Shut up, Bakugo barked at the man. He had so many confusing emotions. He was honestly worried for Izuku. Especially with the revelations from yesterday. He redirected his anger towards the man in front of him. You lied to me for years. Don't think you can just waltz in and pretend to be best friends. You really were a villain all this time. Ah, look at that. The kid really does have a heart, Toga said as she swung her legs back and forth on the bar stool. Do you think I like being a villain? Azar said, his voice dangerously low as he stalked towards the boy in the chair with smoke billowing out of his nose. Society has left me no choice. Just look at what they are saying about you and Zuku. Soon, you won't have a choice but to side with us. Tamura smirked as he pressed the on button on the remote. The news station popped up to a news anchor with horns. Some citizens are asking, why save them? These kids are both bound to become villains anyway. We have found over the past few hours that Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku both have shady pasts that may have led to the interest and subsequent kidnapping by the League of Villains. That's right, Bob, another anchor chimed in. Bakugo Katsuki is on probation for suicide baiting a classmate in middle school, and Midoriya Izuku is the biological son of one of the most infamous villains of the decade, Azar. Additionally, Bob chimed in again, we have found a police report that confirms Midoriya Izuku had contact with his father a week before the kidnappings. If that doesn't scream guilty, I don't know what does. Either way, the female anchor with bright pink hair chimed in again. UA has prepared a press conference to address these issues which will be aired live tonight at 6. Tamura muted the TV and looked at Bakugo, who was fuming. WHO gives a hash at $% ain at $% what the news says, Bakugo shouted. The truth will come. Oh you, whoa. Bakugo's rant was interrupted by Azar spitting a tongue of flames straight at the kid's head. Bakugo dodged. but some of his blonde spikes smoked from the sudden increase of heat. "Watch your tongue, boy," Azar said with a cruel gaze. It was then that Bakugo knew without a doubt Vlad King's story was true. "We'll let you think on it," Tamura said as Azar turned around and stalked out of the bar. "But think quietly, okay?" he said as Toga and Twice gleefully approached him with a muzzle. Kirishima, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu and Iida all stood with their backs to the wall next to the warehouse. Yaoyorozu's tracker had led them to. "The entire warehouse is full of those Nomu things," Kirishima hurriedly whispered to the others. "But I don't see Bakugo or Midoriya anywhere." Just then a loud crash reverberated as Mount Lady gigantified and crushed the building. "It looks like the heroes have this under control," Iida said. "We should." Iida's words were cut off as a terrifying presence made itself known. "Ah," a powerful, deep voice said. "Heroes, it's not very nice to knock down people's homes now, is it?" When Kurogiri returned with Izuku, the unconscious boy was cradled in his arms as if he was a precious bride. He carried him past the group into a back room. Bakugo strained against his bindings as the boy was carried past him, trying to see if he was all right. The teen looked pale and sickly, but otherwise all right. Kurogiri gave Tamura a nod when he reappeared. "Where's Azar?" Toga asked. "Who cares?" Dabi said as he picked his drink up. "If he wants to miss the show, that's up to him." "Be quiet," Tamura hissed as he turned the volume up. Principal Nedzu, Eraserhead and Vlad King appeared on the screen. "We have failed to keep our students safe. It is our ultimate failing as an educational institution, as well as pro-heroes, and for that we apologize." The group of men stood and bowed to the crowd. After Principal Nedzu's statement, the reporters stood and started clamoring to have their questions asked. Bakugo has proven violent enough to be restrained on national television before, and Midoriya is indeed related to a villain. "Do you think the villains will be able to turn your students to their side?" a man with a foghorn for a mouth asked. "Never in a million years," Aizawa said. "It is true that Bakugo has a record of aggressive behavior, however, no one has a bigger motivation to be a hero than he does. As for Midoriya, putting aside the fact that he is indeed the same child that was abused by his villain father, he is already the embodiment of all a hero could hope to be. UA only accepts the best and brightest into the hero course, and I can confidently say that those boys meet that standard." The conference droned on, but they were interrupted by a knock on the door and a voice calling, "Pizza delivery." Moments before the door was blown off its hinges by All Might himself. Within moments, Kamui Wood's branches restrained every villain in the room, and All Might had knocked Kurogiri unconscious. Bakugo tried desperately to speak through his muzzle as All Might came towards him. "I am here, young Bakugo. Let me get that muzzle off of you," All Might said. The moment it came off, Bakugo tried to tell him about Midoriya, but any words he would have said became gurgled as black goop expelled itself from his mouth, blocking his words, and transporting him and rest of the league to the warehouse location. Moments later, Nomu began flooding in their place. "All Might," a police officer yelled. "They've been teleported to the other location where a huge villain appeared and took down our team with the use of multiple quirks." "Endeavor," All Might exclaimed as he turned to the flame hero. "I have this under control," Endeavor said as he threw a flame ball at one of the beasts. "Go." Without another word, the blonde hero leapt into the sky towards Kamino. Notes. Fun fact. There is actually an oath that medical professionals sign to heal and do no harm to the best of their abilities. Chapter 18. Aftermath Summary. TW. Canon Typical Violence, Medical Drama, Hospital Rooms, Kidnapping Discussion. Notes. This is the second chapter I have posted today. See the end of the chapter for more notes, chapter text. Bakugo found that the ropes they had used to tie him to the chair had come with him, but not the chair. Taking advantage of his captor's disorientation, he shimmied out of T-hands out of the cuffs they had him in before looking around for Izuku. If they had transported him, they most likely wouldn't have left Izuku behind at the bar. He spotted the unconscious teen next to Kurogiri, right behind the entire line of villains. "Sensei," Tamura called, looking past Bakugo. Bakugo turned to see a massive masked man hovering in the air above a downed best jeanist. "Young Tamura," the man said as some creepy black tendrils extended from his fingers towards Kurogiri. "Take your team and evacuate. It's your time to shine now, little successor." When the tendrils made it to Kurogiri, the mist-like man jolted as if he had been shocked with electricity and a large portal appeared over his head. "Not without you," Tamura said, his arm outstretched towards the man. Whatever Sensei had responded was lost when, a moment later, All Might fell from the sky with his trademark grin. "Go," Sensei said before turning to face the titan before him. Bakugo had used Tamura's distraction to get to Izuku. He picked up his old friend and turned to face the group who was now hedging him in. "You're not going anywhere," Tamura sneered as he signaled to the others. A wall of flame shot towards Bakugo, who swiftly dodged it while he swung Izuku over his shoulder. He grunted under the weight, but did not stop moving. Trying to get out of All Might's strike zone, he took a step back as Toga darted forward. She managed to scratch him with the knife, but he was able to dodge at the last possible second, sending her through the portal and him away from it. Dabi was the next to attempt grabbing the pair of teens, but Bakugo dodged and spun with his leg up, kicking the flame villain through the portal as well. Tamura shouted in rage and ran forward, hand outstretched as he attempted to hit Bakugo. But the blonde teen stood his ground and brought up his hand. He let out an explosion that knocked the blue-haired man back several feet, giving him some leeway as he maneuvered further away from the portal. The portal began to contract, causing the leftover villains to shout and run for it. "Come on, Tamura," Spinner shouted, grabbing the blue-haired teen by the arm. "We can always get them later. We need to go now," Tamura growled but followed the lizard man through the waiting portal. Bakugo shifted Izuku back into a more comfortable hold and ran towards the wall that had somehow managed to remain standing in the chaos of the fight. "Bakugo," Kirishima yelled as the blonde turned the corner. The blonde raised his eyebrows at the group, but handed Izuku over to Iida. "Get him to a hospital as fast as possible," Bakugo said. "I don't know what they did to him, but he's been like this for at least a day." Iida nodded and sped off. Bakugo turned to the rest of the group. "We need to get further out of range so All Might can fight with no restrictions." "Right," the group said as they followed Iida's trail of smoke. All Might breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Bakugo and Izuku escaping. "It seems, it's just you and me now, all for one," he said as he blocked an attack from an air cannon Quirk that would have leveled more buildings. "As it should be," All for One replied with a smirk. The titans clashed and shockwaves shook the surrounding buildings even as the rescue heroes on site evacuated the citizens and downed heroes. "You seem to be getting slower, All Might," All for One taunted as they exchanged blows. "Too slow to save your students? Now where have I seen that before?" "You villain," All Might said, and he lost his smile and began hitting the villain harder. All for One laughed and returned blows with equal vigor. "Your little healer does good work." All Might's thoughts flashed to the image of Bakugo carrying the green-haired teen off of the battlefield. "What did you do to him?" All Might growled. "You're losing your smile," All for One taunted as he went for another punch. All Might dodged and threw a punch in retaliation. "The boy just offered to heal me," the villain said casually as he blocked the punch and backed up. "He has a very interesting quirk, that one. Too many drawbacks for it to be truly useful to me, but interesting nonetheless. The boy wouldn't have been able to stop himself from healing me if he tried. It's a shame he's so predisposed to heroes. I think my successor was starting to take a shine to him." "Where did you send your little successor?" All Might asked. "It's a shame he won't be here to join you in jail." "Now is that any way to talk about your own teacher's grandson?" All for One replied, taking sick pleasure in making All Might drop his smile. "What did you say?" All Might said, dropping his fist and allowing All for One to shoot an air cannon straight at him. "Keep your head on straight, Toshi," Grand Torino said as he jumped into the fray and pulled the blonde hero out of the way. "He's trying to get in your head, win the fight, and you can play games when he's in jail." "Gran," All Might said before straightening up with renewed determination. "You're right. I'm going to take you down." "Are you sure you can?" All for One taunted with a self-confident grin. "I haven't felt this good in years." Instead of answering, All Might leapt and punched his signature Carolina smash. A dust cloud surrounds the fight as the pair of men trade blows. Neither men are calling out their moves, they are just simply fighting, as if they were two children whose play got too rough. Eventually, the tousle ends and the dust settles, revealing All for One bleeding and unconscious on the ground, and All Might restraining him with a fist of triumph in the air. Dabi and Toga looked around their surroundings as they waited for the rest of the group to come through the portal. Toga sauntered up to Dabi and gave him a hug. "That was him, wasn't it?" she asked in an uncharacteristically soft voice. "The kid who healed you?" Dabi clenched his fists, then released them with a sigh. "Yeah, it was," Dabi whispered looking at his hands. "If I had known, I never would have brought him to the group. As it was, this was the least I could do for him." "He was a real cutie," Toga said, stepping back and holding her hands up to her cheeks as the rest of the group started coming through the portal. Dabi caught her hint and fell back into his bored expression as he turned to deal with Tamura's destructive mood, internally praying that the kid would be alright. Bakugo stood at the edge of Izuku's hospital bed looking down at the peaceful but scarily gaunt face of his old friend. It had been 3 days. 3 days since All Might had put his old rival in Tartarus. 3 days since Bakugo had escaped those crazy villains with Izuku in his arms. He had had to beg Aizawa to allow him in the room to see his old childhood friend, but surprisingly the stoic man had allowed it as long as he was in the room. He ignored the man's gaze boring into his back and grabbed Izuku's hand, feeling the old scars and calluses that had built up from his training and healing. The anger he had felt towards the teen seemed like a distant dream. Instead, it had been replaced with a deep self-hatred for being so blind for so long. "What did the doctors say?" Bakugo asked Aizawa, who had come to stand next to him. "They say it's extreme exhaustion and quirk overuse," Aizawa replied. "He should wake up in a few days." "Where's his mom?" Bakugo asked, his eyes never leaving Izuku's face. "In America," Aizawa said. "She's been informed of his condition, but hasn't been able to make it over." Bakugo's eyebrows furrowed, but he remained silent, simply watching his old friend with a complicated expression on his face. Aizawa left him to his internal debate. He knew this was a turning point for the boy. Vlad King had told him what happened the night before the attack. He had read the reports during their time with the League. His phone vibrated and he checked it and put his hand on Bakugo's shoulder. "It's time to go," Aizawa said. Bakugo said nothing, but squeezed Izuku's hand in a silent apology before following Aizawa out the door. Bakugo was left to his thoughts until they made it to the lobby. "Bakubro," Kirishima yelled in greeting from the lobby. Bakugo's head snapped up as his attention zeroed in on the redhead and the bubbly pink Mina, who was now waving at him. "We heard you were finally allowed to see Izuku and thought you might want some backup." "You were late," Aizawa said. "He's already seen him. Visiting hours are over." "Ah," Mina whined, poking Kirishima. "I told you he had the times flip-flopped." "Wah," Kirishima said before rubbing his neck and looking down. "My bad." "Never mind that," Mina said, grabbing Bakugo's arm and pulling him towards the doors. "Let's get something to eat and talk for a bit. You can tell us how he's doing," Bakugo grumbled, but let her pull him out of the double doors. Kirishima sent Aizawa a silent nod, which was returned, and followed the others out the doors. Aizawa turned and made his way back up to the hospital room where Izuku laid as he called the principal. "Bakugo just left with his friends. It seems you were right. He really has changed." "That's a relief," Nedzu responded in his cheery tone. "Midoriya will need all the help he can get when he wakes up. We don't know what his mental state will be like, but I have never had any reports of him being this drained before. The doctors in Tartarus say that All For One is in terrible shape. Aside from the new injuries he received from his fight with All Might, he is on a ventilator due to some old injuries and has the beginnings of osteoarthritis. The doctors were amazed he could even move well enough to fight All Might. I believe that Izuku might have healed his pain rather than any actual injuries. That would explain why he could move that well," Aizawa said as he opened the door and sat in the chair next to Izuku's bed. Recovery Girl once said that the boy could identify people by their pain signatures. Living 200 years would amount to a significant amount of pain all by itself, Nedzu went on. The boy is naturally inclined to heal others. He probably couldn't stop himself once the healing started. The doctors here compared Izuku's current physical state to his last physical with Recovery Girl, Aizawa said. The boy lost quite a bit of weight as well as stamina. Apparently, it's a miracle the boy had enough energy to breathe on his own before they got to him. "How long until they expect him to wake up?" Nedzu asked. "A week if we're lucky," Aizawa replied. "I'm more worried about the mental drain this will have on him." "Indeed," Nedzu said. "The boy's psychologist is aware of the situation and will be on call." "How are the dorms coming along?" Aizawa asked. Normally, he would be the one to personally ask the parents for permission, but with Izuku at risk, Nedzu had stationed him here and allowed All Might and Present Might to go in their stead. All Might has convinced most of the parents. Izuku's mother is still deciding whether or not to pull him out completely, Nedzu said. She has every right to, Aizawa-sensei said. Her son has had more run-ins with villains than a sidekick in their first year. Not to mention the fact that her husband is still at large and obviously gunning for Izuku. I am hoping Recovery Girl can convince her otherwise, Nedzu sighed. I believe taking him to the States would end up making him an easier target for Azar. Not to mention that now that he has All for One's attention, knowledge of his healing abilities is being circulated in the underground as well as the hero community. The Hero Commission is starting to circle. Will the HC be a problem? Aizawa asked. Fortunately not, Nedzu replied. The forms and agreements we had Miss Midoriya sign will protect him from their influence for as long as he is enrolled in UA. I guess we'll just have to leave our hope with Shuzenji then, Aizawa declared. Notes. They got out. Poor Izuku. I kind of feel bad for knocking him out for so long, he will probably wake up next chapter. Maybe. Tuya finally remembered the green bean. There will be more focus on him coping with the new information later, but for now let him stew in angst. Yes, Aizawa does care about Bakugo despite the fact that he is a troublemaker. Yes, he did call his friends to help him cope with the situation. He is truly a dadzawa. Azar is still at large, but no longer with the League of Villains. What is his real goal? Stay tuned to find out. Smiley face. Thanks for reading. Chapter 19. Awake Summary. TW. Memory loss, medical discussions, doctors. Notes. Happy New Year. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Azar sat leisurely in the office chair at Hero Commission headquarters as a man in a finely tailored suit paced back and forth in front of him. Why did you leave like that? You were in the perfect position to get all of the information we needed from the League. I needed some time to cool my anger, Hisashi Midoriya replied calmly, leaning back further in the chair. You wouldn't have wanted me to toast UA's little darlings now, would you? He sneered, thinking of the two boys. They had grown up so much since he'd last seen them. We agreed to give you a job because of your skills and unique position once you were released, but you are proving to be a failure yet again, the man said, pausing to glare back at the infamous hero. You were the ones that told me to get out of the way of the raid, Azar said, straightening up in the chair and glaring back at the man. How was I supposed to know they wouldn't contact me again after that? The only one that liked me was Shigaraki. The others looked at me like I was garbage even compared to them. It was embarrassing. That's what happens when you gain a reputation from beating your family, Hawks said as he nonchalantly entered the room. What's up, boss? He nodded to the man, ignoring the smoke billowing out of Hisashi's mouth. Ah, Hawks, the man said, turning and bowing to the hero who had just walked in. Good, I have an assignment for you. Since Azar has let us down, we will be needing a new body on the League of Villains case. Do you think you can track them down for us? Hawks gave him a crooked smile and replied, of course. Shuzenji sighed as she made her way back to check on her protégé. It had been a long day, but a feeling of anticipation filled her old bones as she shuffled towards Izuku's room. He was showing signs of waking soon, and she wanted to be there when he did. The talk with his mother had been worrying, but she had just barely managed to convince her to give the school another chance. The woman was not established enough in America to just take off at a moment's notice, or to take Izuku in quite yet, so she had had to settle for hourly updates on his condition and the promise that she would be called as soon as he woke up. Shuzenji opened the door and looked fondly at Aizawa, who was asleep in the chair next to his student's bed. The man had only left the teen's side for work or nature's necessities. She knew it wasn't his fault, but that didn't stop him from blaming himself and sleeping in a hard plastic chair next to his student every chance he got. A low groan brought her attention to the bed and she hustled forward, gently shaking Aizawa awake as she leaned over the bed to see if the boy was stirring. Aizawa yawned and brought his attention to Izuku. The teen groaned again and opened his eyes. Shuzenji gasped in delight and gently grabbed his hand with her own gloved ones as Aizawa called the nurse. Izuku blinked slowly at the blurry ceiling. He didn't know where he was. Someone was holding his hand. An old woman's voice called his name quietly and Izuku groaned as he turned his head so he could find its owner. Why did everything hurt so much? Had a healing gone wrong? That was probably it. He always overdid it, but this was the first time he had actually ended up at a hospital for his trouble. Who had he healed? He couldn't remember. It didn't matter though, someone was calling his name. A different voice this time. It was male. He turned his head towards where the voices were and tried to focus his eyes. He could make out a tall black blob and a short gray blob, but nothing else. He opened his mouth to ask something, but all that came out was another groan. He felt like he hadn't had anything to eat or drink in a week. Another, taller blob showed up and started asking questions. Izuku squinted trying to see who it was, but nothing became clearer. A second later a bright light assaulted his eyes, causing him to hiss in pain and shut his eyes tightly. Izuku could feel a hand on his back and the bed sliding into an upright position. He begrudgingly opened his eyes up again as gentle hands placed a bottle of some kind in his hands. People were still blurry, but they were beginning to come into focus. Izuku looked down at the water bottle that was in his hands and brought it to his lips. He must have been thirstier than he thought. This water tasted so good. Someone called his name again and he turned to see a tall homeless-looking man, a short doctor lady and a normal-looking doctor with goat horns protruding from his forehead. Izuku tilted his head curiously at the odd-looking group before rasping out a greeting. "Hello," Izuku said. He was rewarded with some large grins. "Who are you?" At his question, their faces froze. The tall doctor cleared his throat before asking, "I'm Dr. Shiger," the tall man said, pointing to himself. "Do you know your name?" "Midoriya Izuku." "Nice to meet you," Izuku said as he nodded to the doctor. "Good," the doctor said, writing something on the clipboard he had picked up from the end of the bed. "How old are you?" Izuku thought hard but then shrugged. "I can't remember. What is the date?" "It's July 15th, Dr. Shiger replied with a gentle smile. "Then it's my birthday," Izuku said with a smile. "Happy birthday." The doctor cheered. "What is the last thing you remember, Izuku?" Izuku brought his hand up to his chin and started to ramble quietly. "I think I was healing someone who was in a lot of pain," Izuku said. "I probably shouldn't have touched him with such a high pain signature, but he was already being treated by someone else. I could only relieve the pain for a bit. The healing took a lot out of me. I ended up collapsing after using all of my emotions and stamina. I don't remember much else. Except, there was a boy. He would explode things. I was worried about him. Who was he? I can't remember, but I feel like he was important somehow." "Don't worry, Izuku," the doctor said, patting his shoulder comfortingly. "Your memories will come back slowly, just be patient. I need to talk to your guardians here for a bit and we'll be right back." "Guardians?" Izuku asked, looking at Recovery Girl and Eraserhead. "What happened to Mom and Dad?" "They are both fine, just out of the country at the moment. These are your teachers from school, Aizawa and Shuzenji-san. They are in charge of you while your parents are away." "Oh," Izuku said before zeroing in on the pair with a slow blink and bowing. "Forgive my rudeness." "Not at all, Midoriya," Shuzenji said kindly while Aizawa simply nodded, his face melting into an emotionless mask to hide his worry. "The memory loss should be temporary. His brain scans came back fine and this is the largest injury he has ever attempted to heal," Dr. Shiger said as he pulled the teachers out into the hallway. "This is probably his body's way of helping him deal with the stress of his kidnapping. His quirk is literally returning his functions in the order that they were sacrificed to complete the healing. If the villain held on to Izuku after he passed out, it is completely possible Izuku did not have control over his quirk to stop or limit the flow of power that comes from his quirk. He has shown signs of temporary memory loss before," Aizawa said. "After the USJ he could only remember the vague details. He overused his quirk then too, and he used it when he was only half conscious to heal 13. I had to fill in the blanks for him." "Fascinating," Dr. Shiger said as he made another note on his board. "We will have to update his psychologist about the situation, but medically, he is fine. I will keep him one more day for observation and refer him to some physical therapists." "Thank you, doctor," Shuzenji said with a bow before turning to her colleague. "I'll fill him in and call his mother. You call Nedzu and figure out how to tell your class. All right?" Aizawa nodded, recognizing the woman was allowing him some time to collect himself before coming back. He watched as the rescue hero returned to the room and listened as the pair spoke before taking a deep breath and calling his boss. He really didn't want to think about what he would tell the class. Notes. Haha, so yeah. Azar is working for the Hero Commission and Izuku has amnesia. Laughing face. Let's find out who Izuku is in the core of his being with no memories or anxieties to distract him. This won't last forever. He will eventually get his full memory back, but it will take a while. Let's see how Class 1A reacts. Happy New Year. Chapter 20. Reflection Summary. TW. Bullying, canon typical violence, amnesia. Notes. How the class reacts to Midoriya's amnesiac self. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Ochako was relieved when Izuku returned to class. It had been concerning to learn that the boy had little to no recollection of any of them. It was even more surprising when Izuku had squinted at Bakugo as if he was trying to place where he had seen the boy before. Recovery Girl had explained that Izuku seemed to be able to remember basic information and skills he had, but his memories of people and events were very sketchy. The boy had seemed a lot more bashful when he came in to sit down in class. Aizawa had made the class promise not to swarm the kid, but it was almost impossible to hold back the tidal wave of students that tried to come forward to introduce themselves when study hall came around. Iida had scolded them all, while Yaoyorozu quickly and quietly led Izuku away and down to the nurse's office where he had his next class with Recovery Girl. Midoriya had thanked the girl with a blinding smile that she returned before returning to class with the others. Iida had somehow managed to corral the rest of the students into waiting until they returned to the dorms to reintroduce themselves and ask questions. Aizawa had approved it as long as he was present to make sure the boy didn't become overwhelmed, and the students let out a loud cheer. Uraraka though about how she had finally been able to get Izuku to call her by her first name before training camp and sulked at having to reintroduce herself to her crush. Shinso watched the maelstrom of students yelling and hollering and thought back to what he knew of the green-haired healer. It had come as a surprise to him that he was the son of a villain. He knew what kind of bullying having a villainous quirk could give you, so it must have been hard actually being the son of a villain. He thinks that if Midoriya could get back his memories, he might be able to tolerate the teen as his friend. Midoriya was overwhelmed. It seemed like everyone in class wanted to be his friend. He felt like it was a huge blessing, but also felt like he should be careful in case they turned on him somehow. He had caught a lot of other students staring at him and Yaoyorozu as they passed. They were scared of them for some reason. Izuku fell, but didn't. When he asked Recovery Girl about it, she just said to leave it be, and he had reluctantly returned to looking through his classmates' health files. They seemed really familiar, and he found that he actually did recall most of them except for the tall purple-haired boy. Apparently, Shinso was new to the class. Izuku was excited to see him use his quirk in action. Brainwashing quirks were really rare, and widely feared. He must have been bullied for it. Izuku decided he would be his friend no matter what. Recovery Girl interrupted his thoughts as she asked him to restock the bandages. Izuku got up and made his way to the supply closet. He grabbed a roll of bandages when suddenly a feeling of overwhelming embarrassment came over him. An image of the girl with the gravity quirk flashed through his mind quickly. He dropped the roll and started blushing before shaking himself out of the half-memory. What was that? Did he have a crush on her, or had she said something really embarrassing? She was definitely pretty, and from the way she had been watching him in class they seemed to be close in some way. Maybe he could just ask her. Would it be awkward to do so? The class already knew he had amnesia. How blunt could he be before they got annoyed? The bell rang, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts and sending him scurrying to clean up the bandages before he had to go to his next class with Principal Nedzu. Todoroki watched as Midoriya rejoined their class for hero training. The teen was looking around as if he was trying to figure out what they were doing. He locked eyes with Todoroki and came over hesitantly. Todoroki-san, right? Izuku asked. Todoroki nodded and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Good. I remember most people's names, but you can never be sure. Sensei asked me to team up with you for our stealth exercise today. Todoroki looked over at All Might, who caught his gaze and threw him a thumbs up before looking back at the teen. Cool, Midoriya beamed at him and Todoroki had to remind himself that this was a boy and he was straight. He distracted himself by going over the details of the plan with Midoriya. The goal was to sneak by the other team while holding a fragile package. When the pair had a solid plan, they waited their turn in comfortable silence. Tokiyami and Aoyama had been paired up for the exercise, which was both fortunate and unfortunate. It was unfortunate for Todoroki and Midoriya because they had 3 pairs of eyes looking for them. It was fortunate though because Aoyama's quirk was Tokiyami's quirk weakness. Dark shadow literally disappeared anytime Aoyama's quirk was activated because the beam was too bright for him. Todoroki and Midoriya decided to split up and try to sneak by on both sides of the duo. Unfortunately, Todoroki was noticed by the avian teen, who immediately sent Dark Shadow forward to get the package. Midoriya took advantage of the distraction and sprinted forward unnoticed, reaching the target area and putting his hands up so Todoroki would throw him the package. Todoroki, who had warded off Dark Shadow with a bright showing of his flames, tossed the package to the healer. Aoyama, unable to simply destroy the package with his beam, dashed forward to try and grab the package. Midoriya deftly caught the package as Aoyama slid to the floor in his attempt to snatch it just a moment too late. The bell rang, indicating the exercise was over. Todoroki nodded with a small smile to the victorious teen. "Hey Midoriya. Do you mind if I ask you a question?" Todoroki asked. "Of course not," Midoriya said. "What is it? What do you think of Bakugo now that you can't remember him?" Todoroki asked with burning curiosity. Izuku tilted his head and glanced around the room before his eyes settled on the explosive blonde who was currently trying really hard not to blow Mina up as she laughed at him. "I'd say he's a super extreme tsundere," he said with a confident nod. Jiro and Shoji across the room tried and failed to keep their giggles to themselves. Todoroki didn't bother to hide the smirk as he looked at the blonde across the room. "For some reason the looking at him makes me feel relieved and sad all at once," Midoriya mused. "I wonder if we grew up together or something." Before Todoroki could answer, All Might called an end to the training session and the boy practically bolted to the changing rooms, trying to book it to his next class across campus. At the end of the day, Izuku dragged his feet as he followed Aizawa's sensei to the dorms. For some reason, they felt unreasonably crowded despite their exaggerated size. His entire class was sitting in the lobby spread out around the room, but when he came in, they all seemed to zero in on him. Aizawa had explained that the class wanted to ask him some questions and that he could tell them to stop whenever he felt uncomfortable or stressed. Izuku had protested at first, but then thought that perhaps some of their questions would be able to kickstart some memories of their interactions with each other. His time with Recovery Girl, Todoroki and others were bringing back the feelings he had when interacting with them, but no actual memories yet. So he braced himself and went to sit by Todoroki as Aizawa leaned against the wall watching the class with his ever-tired eyes. He wasn't actually tired. Izuku would have picked up on it if he were. The first question came from Mineta. "Do you remember how awesome I was at the USJ?" Izuku stared at him in surprise before blushing and looking to the side. "No," Izuku said, "but I remember punting you off a building for some reason. I remember being annoyed at the time, but I don't know why. Sorry, it was probably embarrassing for you." Mineta blushed and stuttered while Kaminari laughed and patted him on the back consolingly. Kirishima was the next to speak. "Do you remember who your dad is?" Izuku frowned and tried to remember. "I don't think he's been around for a long time, but I do remember being afraid of him for some reason. I don't think he's a good man." "What about your mom?" Mina asked as she elbowed Kirishima. "Oh, I remember her, she's really nice," Izuku responded enthusiastically. "Aizawa said she moved to America when I started high school here, but I don't really remember that. I wonder if she's doing alright. I should call her later." Shinso lazily raised his hand and waited for Izuku to notice him before asking his question. "What do you think of Bakugo?" Izuku looked at the brainwasher before his eyes flitted over to the explosive blonde who was uncharacteristically silent throughout the entire process. "You can ask Todoroki after I leave," Izuku said with a smile, as Todoroki paled beside him and Jiro and Shoji sent him some pitied glances. "I feel relieved that he's alright though." With this Izuku stood up and started heading to the elevators. With a wave of his hand he said, "I'm getting tired, so if you don't mind I am going to head up to my room. Good night." The moment he left the room the entire class turned on Todoroki expectantly. Aizawa hid a smile in his capture scarf as the boy took a breath and stared directly at Bakugo as he explained. "I asked him what he thought of Bakugo during our training exercise since he couldn't remember anything quite yet. The entire class, except for Jiro and Shoji who were trying to keep their laughs stifled, leaned forward. He said that Bakugo is, and I quote, a super extreme tsundere. There was a moment of utter silence before everyone whipped their heads around to look at Bakugo, who was sitting there stunned but with an embarrassed blush coloring his cheeks slowly. Kaminari was the first to laugh and the floodgates were opened. "Shut up, you stupid extras," Bakugo said, just barely restraining himself from exploding his hands. Izuku sat down on his bed after closing the door. He looked at his hands, noting the tremor, and slowly shifted so he jied in a meditating position. He closed his eyes and tried to identify all the complicated emotions that were coming to the surface. He was surprised to feel a deep and simmering rage. Izuku imagined a door right in the middle of the feeling and opened it. He watched almost distantly memories of his younger self getting beaten black and blue by his father and his peers. He watched as they then turned to those who he had helped get away from his childhood bullies, turn around and spit on his efforts. He watched teachers purposely misgrade him, nurses turn him away without care, and Kachan tell him to jump off a roof. He felt a righteous anger at his pain and despair, as well as a tainted anger he had stolen from his father all those years ago, an entitled anger and frustration at the world for turning away from him. Izuku latched onto the feeling of despair and opened another door. The feeling of sorrow nearly took his breath away. He watched the memories while struggling to breathe through the tears that were silently gushing down his face. His mother crying silently as his father insulted her and pushed her down. His father turning that scalding tongue towards him, berating him for being useless, wimpy, unintelligent. He watched as Kachan slapped his hand away at the river, as he found the first spider lily on his desk, as Kachan threw his notebook out a window. He watched as Kachan was enveloped by slime and looking desperately at the crowd, and as he failed to heal All Might's injuries. He watched as his teachers were injured at the USJ, as he inflicted pain and stole quirk power from an enemy to heal his teachers and protect his friends. He watched as Kota mourned, Kachan revealed his pain and the forest turned to a sea of flames. He watched as an injured homeless boy looked at him with awe and fear, as that same boy, now a man, stood with the League of Villains. He watched as he relented to his father's control, and left Kachan behind in a room of enemies unwillingly. He watched as he encountered an ancient villain's pain, knowing he would never be able to completely heal it. Fear caught his attention next. There were so many memories that overlapped with anger and despair, so much violence on both his and his enemies' parts, so many promises of pain, both emotional and physical. Native, Iida's stain, Hero Commission, his mother gone, Dabi holding Kota and Shinso hostage, his father too close, too powerful, too much anger, too much danger. His breath caught in his throat as he closed his eyes. Sweat poured down his face, but slowly his fear began to abate and be replaced by a more subtle calm feeling. It was warm and began to envelop the teen, who opened his eyes as he relaxed into this feeling. He watched a memory of his mother singing him to sleep, himself playing with Kachan, the first time he healed someone. He watched a memory of eating dinner with Nedzu and Aizawa, of Recovery Girl and Nedzu listening to his rambles, of Uraraka inviting him to call her by her first name. He watched as Todoroki made sure he was alright, as his classmates complimented him and his heroes supported his dreams. A smile graced his face as a new feeling overtook his senses. Hope bright and shining brought memories of his father leaving, his mother finding a new job, a fellow bullying victim slipping him a thank you note after he got beat up for him. He saw All Might and Aizawa fully healed, Kachan, alive, and making true friends, Ochako making sure he was okay. Soon hope turned into determination. He felt like he was on fire and filled with energy. He saw himself running to stop countless bullies, running to save Kachan from the villains, healing Aizawa and keeping the Nomu down. He saw himself taking classes, learning, healing various people. He saw himself saving Iida. He saw himself attempting to heal a supervillain, knowing that the pain he had felt was nearly unbearable for any mortal to bear. He had the power and the ability. He would heal any who needed help. He would be a rescue hero. Izuku opened his glowing green eyes as his meditation concluded. A fierce smile took over his face as he stood up and stretched. It had been a while since he had felt this alive. Some memories were still fuzzy, but the majority of them were there. He checked the clock and was shocked to see that it was 6 a.m. His meditation had taken him the entire night. Izuku looked down at his clothes, seeing he was still in his uniform, He quickly changed to gym clothes and went for a early morning run before classes started. Notes. Not gonna lie, that was so therapeutic to write. I had to cut a lot of memories to get it all in there. I could have probably written an entire chapter of him just meditating, but I wanted to start focusing more on progressing the story. Bakugo is definitely a tsundere. He's just not a cute one until he figures out his anger issues. Izuku does know him best even when he has no memories. Smiley face. Chapter 21. Absolution Summary. TW. References to bullying, canon typical violence, government conspiracies. Notes. Absolution. A formal release from guilt, obligation or punishment. Definition brought to you by Google.com. Winking face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Bakugo growled at Kaminari when the boy sent him a side glance and snickered as he slid into his desk. The entire class had been snickering at Izuku's statement. To be honest, Katsuki didn't really mind being thought of as a tsundere. If anything, with his background, he could admit he was. It was just bizarre to hear such a bold statement from the green-haired teen's mouth. As Aizawa started the lesson, Bakugo let his thoughts drift to the green-haired teen. He had seen him come back in after a run with a huge smile on his face as he greeted Koda by his name. The shy teen had responded in his quiet voice with a soft smile. It was then that Izuku had looked at Bakugo. He had hesitated before sending him a determined nod and a small smile before heading to the showers to get ready for the day. Bakugo scowled. What had that meant? The boy had come to some kind of decision regarding him, but Katsuki couldn't for the life of him figure out what it was. Class ended and Aizawa called him to stay behind. After the class had shuffled out, Aizawa faced Bakugo with a tired sigh. Midoriya has requested that the courts allow him to meet with you for an absolution meeting. If you pass a check with your current psychologist you will be allowed to do so, and regarding the results of the meeting your probation period could be dismissed. Do you wish to proceed with the meeting? Bakugo's mind was reeling. He had no idea what to say or how to respond. Aizawa noticed his confusion and spoke up again. I know you met with Vlad-sensei about his father. I am sorry that you felt I couldn't be trusted for that. However, I want to make it clear that you can come to me for any problems. I am a teacher here to support you. Do you understand? Bakugo looked at his teacher and nodded, still feeling like a deer caught in the headlights. Good, Aizawa said. I will give you time to think over your decision about the absolution meeting. Let me know your decision by the end of this week. You can go to your next class. Here's a note. Aizawa handed the boy a napkin and watched as he shuffled out the door. Uraraka turned with surprise when Izuku called her by her first name, Ochako. She blushed at the blinding smile on his face and turned while sputtering, Izuku? Beside her, Iida spun around trying to spot the green-haired teen he considered one of his best friends. Izuku, he greeted with a broad smile. Hey Tenya. Izuku replied with a genuine smile. I thought I should let you know that my memories have returned in full. Sorry for scaring you. That's great, Tenya replied. I was so worried. The class will be glad to know you are feeling better. I don't think losing your memories necessarily makes you feel sick though, Ochako said, tilting her head in curiosity at the line of Ted. Would you be able to heal that sort of thing, Izuku? Izuku stopped and pondered. I guess technically I could unless it was Quirk-induced. If the memory loss is induced by physical trauma I could heal that and the memories should come back on their own. If it was Quirk-induced and the memories are just gone, I would have to switch my memories for theirs, which would give us both identity issues. Izuku continued mumbling to himself as he tried to think of different workarounds he could use to heal that kind of issue as Ochako and Tenya looked on fondly, dragging him along so he could get his lunch. The trio sat down together, and were surprised when Shinso came up to their table and plopped himself down on the other side of the table. Izuku looked up and his eyes brightened as he looked at the teen. Shinso, he said cheerily. How are you doing? The purple-haired teen let his deadpan expression fall for a moment into shock at the enthusiastic greeting. He really should get used to those by now with this class though. I'm doing fine, Shinso said after he recovered. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Izuku's eyes shone in gratitude that made the brainwasher shift uncomfortably as he looked down at his food with a blush. Thank you, Izuku replied. I'm doing fine. My memories returned in full last night. How are you doing? I'm picking up some exhaustion. Did you not sleep well? I have insomnia, so it's normal, Shinso said before answering his initial question. I'm doing alright. The classes are all the same, except for hero training. It's weird to use my quirk so often without getting in trouble. I know, Izuku said, nodding in agreement. Before I came to UA I was only able to use my quirk sparingly. It's really nice being able to use it out in the open without getting punished for it. Shinso's eyebrows lifted in surprise as Tenya chimed in with a question. Don't you have a special quirk use license though? I thought you could use your quirk whenever you wanted because it's always on. Well actually, Izuku said as he pulled the slip out of his wallet to show his friends. It's more of a warning that I have a quirk that's always on and they can report any accidental damages to the Hero Commission for compensation and correction. But it does allow me to use my quirk when I have verbal or written consent of the other party. Wow! Uraraka said as she grabbed the license from Iida. That's neat and kind of scary all at the same time. Why would you think that's scary, Uraraka? Iida asked. Shinso answered, it basically means that the Hero Commission can keep tabs on Midoriya at all times, and if they feel he's a threat they can take action at their discretion. If someone in that organization has it out for him, all they need is one incident to take custody of him. Is that true, Izuku? Uraraka gasped as she turned to look at her crush. Izuku simply shrugged and tucked his license back inside his wallet. Yes. But UA has taken some precautions against that happening if there is an incident in training or school-sanctioned activities. Speaking of which, are you guys excited for the hero licensing test? I wonder what it will be like. Azar hated feeling like this. He hated being the Hero Commission's lapdog, but he sucked it up. He would get his just reward after all. In front of him Overhaul and Chronostasis were inviting the remnants of the League to join his Yakuza group. Azar ignored the looks of betrayal the group were shooting at him in favor of boring holes into the Yakuza leader's back. Magna attacked and was reduced to a puddle of blood on the floor while Azar looked on with his mask of indifference. The group left and Azar looked back to feel the heat of the resident fire user's stare. He felt like he was being roasted alive. He let out a puff of smoke in response before shutting the doors. Izuku looked at his mom on the other side of the screen. I know this is the right thing to do, Izuku said, reassuring his mother and himself that the Absolution talk was a good idea. Even before the misunderstanding was corrected he had been doing a lot better in regulating his emotions and his quirk. When we were kidnapped together he called me by my name for the first time in years. I think he's really willing to change, and I want to give him the chance to do so. Honey, Inko said, you have such a good heart. But this boy really hurt you. I saw the tapes from Nedzu. That school was shut down for a good reason, and Bakugo is only in your class because of Aizawa's ability to stop him. I know, Mom, Izuku says tiredly. They had been going in circles like this for hours. But I would feel a lot better if we can both put this behind us. It's not like we will be in the room alone. Aizawa sensei and Vlad sensei will both be there to run damage control and we will be in designated spots on either side of the room, as far from one another as possible. If things go south Bakugo will get a fitting punishment. If they go well we can both move forward as better people. You really want this, don't you? Inko said, her eyes filling with tears. I'm so proud of you for being able to face this. I know I couldn't. No Mom, you could, Izuku said, but my situation and yours are different. Dad was a loose cannon on his sober days, and he has already violated the restraining order since being released. He's not trying to change, if anything he's just becoming worse. You're right, Inko said. Still I am so proud of you. Are your studies going well? The conversation turned to brighter things as Izuku explained the upcoming licensing test. The small family said their goodbyes, and Izuku decided to check his emails once more before going to bed. A bright smile lit up his face as he took in the official response to his request for an Absolution meeting with Kachan. A date was set. Notes. Alright, so I have no idea if an Absolution meeting is actually a thing. I made it up for the sake of my storyline. To be clear, Izuku is only able to absolve Bakugo of any actions he took towards himself. Luckily for Bakugo, Izuku made himself his highest priority target for bullying, which means the majority of his crimes were against Izuku, thus giving Izuku the ability to absolve him of the majority of his crimes. I wanted to give the boys a chance to talk to each other and actually figure things out, now that they are both kinda on the same page. I included Vlad King in the proceedings. Haha, look at my legal words. I've been watching too much Judge Judy, because he needs a resolution for his awkward position with Izuku. Look forward to the next chapter. It will reveal what went on in Todoroki and Bakugo's final exam as well as the Absolution meeting. Thanks for reading. Smiley face. Chapter 22, Apology Summary. TW. References to bullying, abuse, victim blaming. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Bakugo clenched and unclenched his fists as he nervously waited for Izuku to show up. Why had he agreed to this? He deserved what he got. Maybe even more. He thought back to his finals with Todoroki. The candy cane-haired teen had tried to get him to back down, but had followed him to his initial battle with all might. He had been punched hard. Todoroki had saved him by putting up a glacier wall and grabbing him before he hit the ground. But instead of checking him for injuries, he had pretty much dragged Bakugo by the collar of his costume as he ducked into the cityscape. Let me go you at $% at ***. Bakugo had cursed loudly. His only answer was the boy dropping his collar. Bakugo had gotten up quickly and turned to yell at the boy some more. But Todoroki had kept on walking, dodging down the alleyways to avoid being spotted by All Might. What are you running for, you coward? Bakugo had yelled. The objective was to get past him or cuff high, not to defeat him. Getting bet, as I said before, Todoroki had said with a frustrated look on his face. I was trying to save your hide so we could pass together. I don't need you to save me. All Might had heard their yelling and dropped down from the sky with an earth-shattering crunch. Bakugo had just barely managed to stay on his feet as he whirled to face the giant hero. With a roar, he launched himself to punch the man's face but was quickly sidestepped and karate chopped into the cement. Bakugo tried to stand up, but a giant foot held him down. He snarled and cursed, but could not move as All Might put on a leisurely smile and surveyed the rest of the training grounds to see if he could find young Todoroki. A loud bell chimed, signaling the end of the exam, and All Might stepped off of Bakugo's back. It seems you chose to sacrifice yourself for the sake of passing. How noble, All Might said as he offered a hand to Bakugo. Bakugo growled and ignored the hand, pushing himself up out of the crater and stumbling towards Recovery Girl's tent. On his way there, he had seen Todoroki waiting for him. What do you want, coward? Bakugo spat at the boy as he clutched his side. He was pretty sure he had broken some ribs. I just wanted to make sure you were okay, Todoroki said with an apathetic look on his face. Yeah right, Bakugo growled as he shouldered past the taller teen. Todoroki's hand came down on his shoulder with surprising force, stopping his fellow teen in place. Bakugo, Todoroki's tone was deadly serious and Bakugo looked back with a wary glance. If you keep going on like this, you're going to end up alone when you need help the most. Bakugo had yanked his shoulder out of Todoroki's grasp and stomped off, completely discounting the advice. Sitting there now with Aizawa-sensei napping on the side and a thick pane of glass between him and the empty seat where Izuku should have been sitting 20 minutes ago, he couldn't help but think of what Todoroki had said. He'd been lucky that Kirishima had cared enough to come and get him from the villains, but a small part of him thought that might have been there more for Izuku's benefit. Katsuki was broken from his thoughts when the door on the opposite end of the room was opened by a man in a suit, followed closely by a panting Izuku. Katsuki sat up straight as Izuku caught his breath and sat down in his chair with an apologetic smile. The trains were running late. Vlad-sensei is on his way, Izuku said nervously, looking between Katsuki and Aizawa. Calm down, problem child, Aizawa said as he shed his sleeping bag. Vlad opened the door a moment later and the man in a suit bowed and left the room. Alright kids, Aizawa said in his monotonous tone. We'll start with Midoriya's reasons for calling this meeting. After which we will listen to Bakugo's statements. If at any time either of you feel threatened or overwhelmed, signal by raising your hand. If any signs of aggression is shown, this meeting will be closed and no further Absolution meetings will take place. Is that understood? Both boys nodded. Very well. Midoriya, you may begin. Izuku looked forward with a determined gaze. Bakugo, Izuku said. Katsuki's eyes flashed in pain at the formal use of his name. I have been guessing for far too long why you treated me the way you did. I want to hear it from you. Why did you ask me to kill myself? Katsuki took a deep breath and answered, when your dad went to jail I became confused. After hearing a conversation my parents had, I thought your mom had framed him and that you had used your new quirk to make him evil. The fact that you refused to use or show your quirk just cemented it in my mind. I thought every time you cried or took the blame, you were just trying to do to me what I had thought you did to your dad. So I established myself as the top dog so they would listen to me, not you. The teachers backed me up and told me I was being heroic, so I thought I was right. When I told you to jump off the roof, I meant it. I was tired of justifying myself. I was tired of hearing the praise I really wanted from the person I least wanted to hear it from. Katsuki looked up to see Izuku with that same determined look on his face. So how do you feel about it now? Izuku asked. I am glad you didn't do it, Katsuki said, keeping his eyes on Izuku. Vlad-sensei told me what had really happened with your dad. After being kidnapped and seeing how you reacted to him firsthand, I knew it was true. When you were in the hospital afterwards, I found myself actually worried about you for the first time since we were kids. Do you feel like this will make up for the hurt you've caused in the past? Izuku asked, his unwavering gaze pinning Katsuki to his chair. I don't think I could ever make up for how much of an $1 I have been, and I am sorry for that, Katsuki said, returning the gaze with equal intensity. But I know I can do better. Izuku smiled. Not the wavering fake smiles Bakugo was so used to seeing, but a genuine one that reminded him of when they were younger. It made Bakugo's heart stop. He hadn't thought he would ever be able to pull that smile out of Izuku again, no matter how much he had missed it. I know you can catch on. Izuku nodded once and stood. I think we're done here. Bakugo stood and smiled at his old friend before getting escorted out by Aizawa. Izuku turned to Vlad-sensei and nodded as he made his way out the door. Izuku. Vlad's voice came, halting Izuku as he opened the door. Yes, sensei? Izuku asked as he turned around. Vlad-sensei bowed from the waist down. I am sorry. What? Izuku said, taking a step back. Please stand. Vlad-sensei stood up but kept his head down. I worked closely with your father. We were friends at one time. I should have seen the signs and helped you and your mother sooner. I'm sorry for not helping you. Izuku took his hand that had clenched itself into fists, and Vlad looked up, meeting the teen's eyes for the first time. Izuku had a smile and some tears rolling down his face. Thank you for apologizing. It means a lot. For the first time since Izuku Midoriya had enrolled, Vlad felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Ochako and Tenya stood close to Izuku as they exited the bus for the licensing exam. Bakugo nodded at Izuku, who smiled in return. The official absolution of Bakugo's parole had gone through that morning, allowing the boys to interact with each other. Kirishima and Mina had caught the action and jumped on Bakugo's shoulders, asking for the details. Bakugo had told them to shove off as Izuku laughed at their boisterous dynamic. Ochako smiled from Izuku's side. Izuku had pulled Tenya and her aside and explained that Bakugo and him had been able to have a good conversation. That they were able to work on things now. Ochako had been surprised but excited. She knew how much Izuku respected Bakugo, and although she was wary, she knew the blonde teen had mellowed out a lot since the beginning of the year. The students gathered around Aizawa as Miss Joke came up to flirt with them, but Izuku was distracted by the Shiketsu students. One had literally concussed themselves when they introduced themselves. Izuku had stepped forward to offer his quirk when he saw the girl. She was giving off the strain of using a quirk, but it was familiar somehow. Before Izuku could say anything, Aizawa had herded them to the exam grounds. Notes. I wanted this chapter to just be the Absolution meeting, but I felt like it was too short, so you got a preview of the licensing test. Smiley face. And if you haven't noticed already, I really don't like swearing, but with Katsuki it's almost impossible not to. Therefore you get symbols so you can make up your own swear words. You're welcome, laughing face. Chapter 23. Learner's Permit Summary. TW. Canon Typical Violence. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Midoriya crouched behind an outcrop had found to shield him from the other team's fire after having saved the girl that looked like Ochako. He knew it wasn't her because she was giving off the same quirk use signature as the girl he had spotted from Shiketsu. When she tried to tap a ball to one of his targets, he quickly dodged while swiping her hand away. As he did so, her body almost seemed to melt, revealing the face of the girl from Shiketsu. But Izuku could still see the strain of quirk use. Who are you really? Izuku asked. The girl only laughed and leapt away as Shiro and Mineta jumped to the rescue. Todoroki watched as Inasa walked away. He should have said something else, but he was so annoyed with those stupid dog people that he hadn't really had the mental fortitude to be nice. Maybe he shouldn't have run off on his own, but he really felt like he needed the challenge. The test was only half over but he was already exhausted. Hopefully, the next test would be easier. Gang Orca showing up really threw Izuku for a loop as he treated the HUC patients that he and the other examinees had been bringing to him. He thought Todoroki and Inasa would have been able to take care of it until they started fighting each other instead of Gang Orca. Izuku cursed as he ran to heal Shindo, the Ketsubutsu student that had the seismic quirk. He quickly gave him some instructions as he pulled the team towards the fight with Gang Orca. Shindo let out a huge seismic tremor, knocking Gang Orca off balance. Izuku used the ground tremors as cover to grab Todoroki and pull him away from the fight as Shindo came to take his place. Inasa and Shindo worked together to dry out Gang Orca until the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. Todoroki snapped at Izuku, who simply rolled his eyes and grabbed his hand after he had healed him, then went to grab Inasa, who was happily chatting with Shindo. Midoriya grabbed the cape of the teen's costume and tugged to get the huge teen's attention. Inasa turned with a polite smile until he saw Todoroki. His polite smile turned to a scowl and his expression turned stony. "I don't know what your guys' problem is with each other, but you need to talk about it. I'll give your teachers a heads up so they don't think you are dead, but don't come back until you at least know why you felt like you would rather hurt each other than help the people that needed it." With that, the green-haired teen turned on his heel, nodding at the corner of the room before leaving to find the teachers. Todoroki and Inasa watched the teen leave before blinking at the abruptness of his departure. Inasa turned to Todoroki with a blank expression which was returned by his own before speaking. "I met your father once." Todoroki simply raised an eyebrow in response. "He ignored me with this murderous look on his face when I came to ask him for help once. I recognized you as Endeavor's kid when we took the recommendation exams together. I thought you would be different from your father, but you refused to acknowledge me and you had that same murderous look in your eye when I beat you in the race. I chose not to attend UA because I knew you would make it in and I didn't want to be in the same class as a hero who looked like he would rather hurt someone than help them." Todoroki squinted his eyes before they widened in recognition. "Oh." Todoroki bowed his head in apology. "I do remember you. I was having a bad day and was not a good sport. I apologize." Todoroki straightened up and looked Inasa in the eye, enjoying the look of shock that was growing there, before continuing, "Endeavor might be my father but I am not responsible for his actions. I can't apologize on his behalf." "No, I must apologize as well," Inasa said, bowing in apology. "I jumped to conclusions too quickly and messed up both of our scores because of my bias." Todoroki smiled and held out his hand for a fist bump. "Truce?" Inasa smiled widely and bumped Todoroki's fist. "Truce." Inasa left first and Todoroki turned to the corner of the room where Izuku had nodded before he left. "Hagakure?" "I knew Izuku gave me away." Hagakure pouted as she tackled Todoroki with an invisible hug. "I just wanted to make sure you two wouldn't level the building with a fight if your talks broke down," she teased as she poked his cheek. Todoroki slung his arm over her shoulders and grabbed her hand to stop her from poking his face, causing Hagakure to blush slightly. Thank goodness he couldn't see it. "Thanks," he said with a soft smile. "It's been a while since I've had someone who cares enough to stay behind and make sure I didn't get into trouble." "Aw shucks," Hagakure teased, feeling the blood rush into her invisible cheeks as she took in his slight smile. "Come on. Let's go see the results." Hagakure felt both relieved and oddly sad when he took his arm off of her shoulder and stood tall. Her blush, however, returned full throttle when he held out his hand for her to take. "Come on," Todoroki said, his eyes looking at the floor and a slight blush on his cheeks. "I'll hold your hand so people know where you are." Hagakure smiled a smile no one would ever be able to see and grabbed the hand, responding with an enthusiastic, "Okay." Izuku let Aizawa and Miss Joke know where Hagakure, Todoroki and Inasa were and then made his way over to stand by Tenya and Ochako. On his way there, Kami bumped into him, but quickly apologized. Izuku apologized as well before making his way over to his friends. The results were revealed and Izuku and his friends cheered when they realized they had passed. Shoto, Inasa, and Bakugo were the only ones from the second phase that did not pass. Mineta teased them, but shut up quickly when he realized that Hagakure and Todoroki had been standing together and holding hands throughout his entire rant. "How did you get a girlfriend before me?" echoed throughout the surrounding buildings as Hagakure giggled and Todoroki rolled his eyes at the shrimp. The rest of the class congratulated the pair before Hagakure denied it. "We're just friends," Hagakure said quietly as she tried to take her hand out of his. Todoroki squeezed her hand before letting go and affirming his words. "Yes. Just friends, for now." The girls squealed and the boys, "Oh," ed before Aizawa appeared to shepherd the kids back on the bus. Izuku put his hand in his pocket to pull his card out for the millionth time before noticing the bulge in his other pocket. Curious, he reached in and pulled out an envelope with his name on it. He opened it and his eyes widened as he read what it said. Tenya, who had sat down next to him, glanced over and noticed his expression. "What's wrong?" he asked loudly, grabbing the entire bus's attention. Izuku wiped the surprise off of his face before quickly closing the letter and sliding it back in his pocket. "Oh, it's nothing," Izuku reassured with a small smile. "I was just reading a letter my mom sent last week. I had forgotten I had it in my pocket." "I see," Tenya said before adjusting his glasses and asking after his mother's health. Izuku responded while sending Aizawa-sensei a subtle glance. Aizawa caught the look and raised his eyebrows. Izuku sent a slight nod as he continued to talk with Iida. Notes. "You just got a letter. 3x wonder who it's from? Yes, I did quote Blue's Clues." Chapter 24. Mirio Summary. TW. Canon typical violence, child confinement, abuse. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. "Well, this is an interesting turn of events," Nedzu said as he went over the copy of the letter Izuku had mysteriously received. "Have you contacted Shiketsu yet to check on Utsushima-san?" "They said she was just sick at home," Aizawa said. "Their phones had been blocked to avoid outgoing calls. No one was hurt, but the school is going to up their security for the future." "Good," Nedzu said. "It seems the League of Villains has some very skill. One that owes Izuku a favor and an apology apparently," Aizawa said. "The warning should be taken seriously, even if we can't really corroborate it." "But we can," Nedzu said with a smile, "and we have. It seems that Azar really is working for the Commission as an undercover agent. According to this letter, he has been cut off from the League for abandoning them at Kamino. We need to plan for the Hero Commission trying to get Midoriya back using this as leverage. Whoever gave us this information is someone we should be grateful for." In the letter they refer to themselves as the same. "Are there any other hero kids that have gone missing? I haven't heard of any runaways," Aizawa asked. "There have been none, although I have my guesses," Nedzu said. "For now though, I would keep an eye on Todoroki. We know he's not in his father's custody. It could be him or another family member. I will have someone dig into it for me." Aizawa nodded and stood to leave. "Let me know if there is anything else I can do." Izuku entered the gym and immediately covered his face in embarrassment as Nejire, Tamaki and Mirio turned around with widening grins. "Izuku," Mirio boomed and immediately ran to sweep him up in a hug. "How's my training buddy doing?" Izuku laughed and resigned himself to the hug. "It's been a while since I last saw you. Have you managed to get that extra energy under control yet?" "Never," Tamaki said as he held up a hand in greeting to the green-haired teen. "It's been a while." "OMG," Nejire squealed, grabbing Izuku and squeezing him into a hug. "It's been forever, you green bean. How have you been?" Aizawa saved him from answering by coughing and explaining why he was there. "Midoriya is here as medical support for your battle with Mirio. Mirio is the #1 third year here at UA. This fight will give you an idea of what you need to aspire to here at UA." The class became fired up. "Bring it on," Kaminari and Mina yelled. Mirio smiled even wider and stepped out onto the mat. Not even 5 minutes later, Izuku was treating minor bruises and concussions from the entire class as they laid on the floor groaning. "What was that?" Kirishima groaned as he sat up after Izuku's healing. "That was Mirio fighting the whole class without even using his quirk," Izuku said with a smile. "How manly," Kirishima said as he helped Mina up from the place she had collapsed on the floor. "How did he even find me?" Hagakure asked as Todoroki helped her up. "I think we should watch Izuku and Mirio spar," Bakugo grunted. "Seeing as how they are all buddy-buddy." Izuku looked up surprised at the challenge, but relaxed when he saw the serious look on his face was not a mocking one. "I don't mind if Aizawa-sensei approves," Mirio said, standing up straighter. "It's been a while since I have sparred with my kohai." Aizawa gave a grunt of approval. "Yeah." Nijire and Tamaki cheered against the wall. When the rest of the class had removed themselves from the mat, Izuku and Mirio squared up and started exchanging high-speed jabs and kicks. Midoriya managed to flip Mirio onto the mat, where he immediately sunk into the floor, surprising all of the other teens who had not yet seen his quirk in action. Midoriya immediately let go and jumped back. Mirio exploded out of the ground beneath him and grabbed for his ankles. Midoriya flipped himself forward, just barely avoiding the grab before Mirio disappeared into the floor again. This time Mirio appeared in front of Midoriya, who promptly kicked his partially incorporeal face. Mirio disappeared into the floor before jumping out to Midoriya's left and taking a deep breath. Midoriya rushed him, but was intercepted. Mirio caught the younger teen and promptly flipped him onto the mat before pinning him with a choke hold as he tried to squirm out of Mirio's grasp. Midoriya's quirk activated, giving Izuku's inability to breathe, and the blonde teen promptly let go. Midoriya stood, but Mirio was on him once again, pinning him to the ground by the sleeves on his wrists and staying behind him so none of his bare skin was available to touch Izuku's, perfectly countering Izuku's quirk. Aizawa called the matched and Mirio went to grab his clothes. "Good spar," he called to Midoriya, who stood up and checked his neck. "I'll get you one of these days," Midoriya said with a smile as he held out his hand for the now clothed Mirio to take. "We should do this again sometime soon, yeah?" "Of course," Mirio said before turning to Aizawa. "As you can see," Aizawa began, "even though most of you have your licenses, you still have a lot to learn. Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire are here to help you pick out your next internships and give you pointers on your training. Listen to them." Katsuki stretched and grunted as Kirishima pushed his shoulders down. "So Mina and I were planning on interning at the same place," Kirishima said. "Why?" Bakugo asked as he came back up. "You dating or something?" Kirishima turned bright red and started stuttering. "What? It's obvious you like her," Bakugo said as he stood and pushed Kirishima into position for the next stretch. "Why are you letting her hang all over Braindead?" "Braindead?" Kirishima asked. "The tall purple kid." "Oh, she's just trying to make him feel welcome," Kirishima said in an uncharacteristically soft voice. "Sure," Bakugo said. "Even I can tell he hates it, just man up and ask her out." Kirishima's reply was cut short when Tamaki walked up and started talking to Kirishima about interning with Fat Gum. Bakugo left him to it until Mirio came up to talk with him. "Hey there, Bakugo-san," Mirio said with his annoying All Might-esque smile. "What?" Bakugo asked, turning to his senpai. He was still a little embarrassed that he had been beaten so soundly. "Sir Night Eye requested me to invite you to intern as his office," Mirio said. "I can't," Bakugo said. "I'm retaking the licensing exam instead." "Alright," Mirio said. "I hadn't heard about that. I guess we will just have to ask you next time." Bakugo grunted and turned back to his exercises. Mirio rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly before coughing and saying, "I'm glad things worked out between you and Midoriya." Bakugo turned around to retort, but Mirio was already halfway across the room talking to Shinso. Azar rolled his eyes as he bought the glittery doll the tall lean man had suggested. He didn't know the first thing about children. He didn't know why Chisaki thought it would be a good idea for him to take care of the traumatized girl they were keeping in the basement. He could only hope that the Hero Commission would pull him out soon. Kids were not his forte. Night Eye watched as the former hero bought the glittery doll he had suggested. It wasn't hard for him to spot the former pro, but he was honestly surprised the man hadn't recognized him. They had worked on 1 or 2 cases together before he had been convicted. When the Hero Commission had told him that they had a spy inside the Shie Hassaikai, he had been surprised to learn that it was his former colleague. He decided to use his quirk to track him instead of tailing him. He would probably break his cover if he got too close. He watched the future as Azar made his way through the Yakuza base and practically threw the doll at a terrified little girl with bandages covering her arms and legs. He snapped back to himself and quickly made his way to the office to record his findings. They would have to move quicker than he anticipated. There was a child involved and he needed to know why. Midoriya and Shinso walked into Sir Night Eye's agency with Mirio and All Might leading the way. All Might bragged about his former sidekick as the boys listened in awe. Shinso hid it well, but it was definitely there. They couldn't wait to start. Midoriya stopped at the agency's nurse station to meet up with their field medic while the others proceeded to the hero's office. Little did they know that the next 72 hours would push them farther than they had ever gone before. Notes: I originally intended for Katsuki to take Canon Izuku's place in the Shie Hassaikai raid, but realized that wouldn't work because he didn't actually have his license yet, so we get Shinso instead. All Might and Night Eye have made up thanks to Mirio's meddling. I haven't decided yet if I want All Might to be a part of the raid. I think I might have him get called on a different case and leave the raid to the students. Let me know if you have an opinion on it. Thanks for reading. P.S. The full content of the letter Midoriya received will be included in later chapters. Chapter 25. Panic Summary. TW. Referenced, implied child abuse, panic attack, discussion of kidnapping, PTSD response. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. Toga and Twice annoyed Azar to no end when they were sent to help Chisaki. Azar shook his head in disgust as Toga licked the edge of her favorite knives while leering at him. You made your son look so pretty with all those scars, but you don't have any yourself, Toga said. We should fix that, don't you think? Yeah, Twice said. I want you to hurt me too. Toga giggled as Azar stood abruptly and sent them a glare. What, you don't like being called out? Toga asked, tilting her head in a mockery of an innocent question. Azar only rolled his eyes and stepped out into the hallway. They knew nothing. He hadn't touched alcohol since he had been thrown in prison. 10 years sober allowed him to think back on just what he had done. He didn't regret hurting his son. No, that kid deserved it. The pest hadn't been smart enough to get a quirk when he was supposed to, plus he never listened. Even when he was sober, the kid had barely been tolerable. He did miss Inko though. She was the only reason he allowed the Hero Commission to keep throwing him into these stupid villain dens. Luckily, Nemoto hadn't questioned his loyalty. Only his motives for being there. He had stupidly said he was trying to impress his wife by interacting with quirkless lovers. It was true, but he hadn't really thought that was what would be compelled to say. He sighed again as he looked at his clock and made his way back to Aries' cell. It was about time for him to pick her up from the lab. Toga watched as the scumbag traitor left the room and pouted at the fact that she wasn't allowed to carve him up yet. Dabi had made her promise, and she always kept her promises with Dabi. If it wasn't for him, she would have been dead long ago. She shuddered involuntarily when she thought about the hole he had begrudgingly pulled her out of. As if sensing her bad mood, Twice began placating her, jumping around and suggesting they explore the base. Toga smiled at her newest friend and agreed. They should at least know what the traitor was up to. Kirishima was on cloud 9. Not only did he get to patrol with Fat Gum, but he had managed to save a whole crowd of people from an unknown drug. He was quickly given a reality check when Tamaki Senpai was told that he had been shot by a bullet that had temporarily disabled his quirk. Fat Gum had sent them home after telling them that they were expected to be at the agency at 7 a.m. the next day. Midoriya was surprised when All Might asked him to sit in on the morning meeting. He sat next to Mirio and Shinso, who both gave him a friendly wave before turning their attention to Sir Night Eye. The meeting began and Izuku's fists curled up as he listened to the details. Across the room, Ochako kept sending him worried glances from beside Tsuyu. Night Eye and the other heroes went over the details of the raid. Izuku looked around and saw that Eraserhead, Fat Gum, Rocklock, Ryukyu and All Might had all been requested to help take down the Yakuza base. All Might and Eraserhead had been requested because of the extraordinary threat overhauls Quirk posed. Izuku had been requested personally by All Might to care for the captive girl's injuries. He agreed, of course, how could he not? This child reminded him of his younger self. When the meeting disbanded, Izuku quickly left the room to try and find somewhere to calm down. It had been a long time since he had had a panic attack without it being the result of a quirk kickback. He found a janitor's closet and quickly ducked into it. He lost himself to the panic and his old memories. Ochako watched as Izuku practically ran from the room with a scarily blank expression on his face. She had only seen that after his intense healing sessions. Something was wrong. She stood and sought the greenette out. She had almost caught up to him when he ducked inside a closet. Surprised, she stopped a few feet away. Why would he be hiding in a closet? Ochako shuffled closer and knocked softly. She could hear Izuku whimper softly through the door, and in a panic she opened the door. Izuku flinched violently and burrowed his way towards the back of the closet. "I'm sorry," he whimpered over and over again. Tears fell unrestrained down his cheeks and his eyes were unfocused. Ochako fell to her knees in front of her crush. "It's okay, Izuku," Ochako said, hands hovering in front of her. "Can I hug you?" She held her breath, trying so hard to keep her own panic down. When she received no reply other than Izuku's regretful mumbling, she moved a little closer. "Izuku," Ochako said softly, looking for any response from the teen, "I'm going to touch your shoulders." She leaned forward and put two hands gently on his shoulders. Izuku tensed but didn't pull away. Taking it as a good sign, Ochako pressed on. "Izuku, it's me, Ochako. You're having a panic attack. You're safe. You're in Night Eye's agency." Izuku's tears started slowing and his eyes began to focus. "I need you to breathe with me, alright? In 2-3. Out 2-3. Ochako continued to count as Izuku began to follow her movements. Finally, Izuku looked up into her eyes. "Ochako?" "Yes," Ochako said with relief. "How do you feel?" Izuku looked at her through his swollen eyes before grabbing her hands that were still resting on his shoulders and holding them between his own hands and bringing them to his forehead. "Thanks," Izuku said hoarsely. Ochako brought her own head forward to gently rest on their hands. She was so relieved she didn't even think of how close their faces were. "Do you want to talk about it?" Ochako asked. She had looked up who Izuku's father was. She knew that he had been abused and bullied for most of his life. She thought she knew what the trigger was, but she also wanted Izuku to trust her, like he had after his father had ambushed him at the mall. Izuku gave a wry chuckle. "I just had a flashback is all." Izuku whispered loud enough for her to hear, but softly enough for her to hear. "The little girl. We have to save her. No one deserves that." Ochako extricated her hands and pulled Izuku into a hug that was wearily returned. "We will," Ochako whispered fiercely. They stayed like that until an awkward cough behind them brought them back to their senses. Ochako quickly let go of Izuku as if he was on fire, and Izuku turned a bright red as he spotted Mirio and Shinso smirking in the hallway outside the closet. "What do we have here?" Shinso teased, causing both Ochako and Izuku to sputter. Ochako stood and held a hand out to Midoriya, who took it and stood as he stood. Shinso and Mirio's eyes both widened as they noticed the tear streaks on Midoriya's face. "Are you alright?" Midoriya sent them a small forced smile. "I am now," Izuku said. "The meeting just brought up some bad memories is all. Sorry for worrying you all." "It's no problem, but Ryukyu is leaving and needs Uraraka to head back to their agency for prep," Shinso said, still eyeing Izuku. "Oh, I'll see you later then, alright?" "Sure," Izuku said, sending a genuine smile her way. "I'll see you later." Mirio grabbed Izuku and tucked him under his arm. "We'll make sure this one is alright." Ochako smiled and left with a wave and another glance back. Mirio and Shinso were both leading Izuku to the bathroom to wash his face. Izuku splashed some water on his face as Mirio cracked a joke that Shinso fake laughed at. Izuku let out a laugh of his own at Shinso's sarcasm. Shinso smirked again as Izuku wiped his towel with a face. "You know, Izuku," Mirio said, "you can say no if the raid is going to bring up some bad memories for you. Mental health is just as important as physical health." Midoriya sent a placating smile to Mirio. "Now that I know what I am going to be dealing with, I will be fine. I was just kind of blindsided by the little girl's situation. It reminded me of my past." "I know what you mean," Shinso said as he showed his hands to Izuku. The palms of his hands had 4 small crescent wounds that could only have been made by clenched fists. "When I was younger and my quirk had first come in, I was kidnapped and almost sold to some villains who wanted to use me for my quirk. Eraserhead was actually the one who saved me way back when. I think it was one of his first cases." "It just makes you want to work even harder, right?" Izuku asked, leaning forward with a determined expression. "Yeah, it does," Shinso said before putting his fist out for a fist bump that Mirio and Midoriya enthusiastically returned. "Let's do this," Mirio said, throwing his hands up and cheering. Midoriya laughed while Shinso rolled his eyes and the three returned to Sir's office to prepare for the raid. Notes. Haha yeah, so I figured that although Izuku has been doing fine overall, the recent run-ins with his father would trigger this kind of response, so sorry that I am throwing Izuku into panic attacks. On the bright side, there's some green tea for you smiley face. Also, I'm sure you have noticed by now, but I am largely skipping over or summarizing some scenes from canon for 3 specific reasons. 1. It doesn't fit with the pacing of the story. 2. I don't want to give out more spoilers than necessary. And 3. Those who read the manga or watch the anime will find it mostly redundant. Thanks for reading. Chapter 26. Airy Summary. TW. Canon typical violence, implied, reference child abuse, scars. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. Eri flinched violently when the door was thrust open. Chronostasis and Chisaki rushed in to collect her. She tensed but didn't resist as she was bundled into the white-haired man's arms. As they ran they met Nemoto, who had simply fallen into step with them on his way back from the lab. Eri kept her eyes open even as she tried to shrink and make herself smaller for when the men started to hurt her, as they always did. It was probably because of this that she spotted a blur of blonde hair and a white suit pass behind them in the hallway. None of the other men reacted to it, so Eri thought it might have just been her imagination. She turned her head forward to see where they were going. Mirio scouted ahead and found the girl along with the 3 of the Yakuza leaders. He immediately returned to find All Might. The police and other hero groups had begun infiltrating the base, taking care of the small fry as they began flooding the base. All Might laughed and had his protégé lead the way as he began punching his way through the walls to get to the leader. Izuku watched as Uraraka, Tsuyu and Nijire assisted Ryukyu in wrestling a Yakuza with a gigantification quirk. Izuku quickly shouted warnings as his quirk picked up the drugs coursing through the giant's system. Izuku quickly dug through his bag to find the antidote to the trigger and threw the syringe to Tsuyu, who quickly plunged it into the giant's exposed neck. The trigger in his system stabilized and the giant collapsed, finally subdued. Ryukyu made sure the restraints were firmly in place and handed the villain over to the police before having Nijire escort Izuku through Mirio and All Might's path. Chisaki cursed as Eri was snatched from his hands faster than the eye could see. He ordered Nemoto to load the gun as he began using his quirk to slow down All Might's enthusiastic smashes. All Might was holding back due to being underground and the inevitable regression of his quirk. However, Mirio had been able to get Eri out of the way, allowing him more leeway than he would have had if there were someone else with him. He counted his luck as he attempted to knock Chisaki out with wind pressure. Chisaki gritted his teeth and began rambling about diseased quirks as he made shield after shield of rubble just in time to offset the gusts of wind being sent his way. Nemoto and his gun had been long since knocked out. Chronos had still not returned from his errand to subdue Eraserhead. Chisaki tried to run, but found himself pinned down and knocked out by the symbol of peace. Shinso had somehow managed to get the annoying mimic Yakuza to answer one of his questions. Thankfully the Yakuza had had no friends close by to snap him out of it. It had been rather disconcerting to know that the person that had given him so much trouble was only slightly taller than Mineta. Rock Lock and Aizawa Sensei had been separated from Shinso and Sir Night-Eye earlier on, but now that Mimic was under Shinso's control, they were able to quickly reunite. When the hallway connected to Aizawa Sensei being pinned under a man with white hair, Sir Night-Eye quickly threw his patented 10-pound seals at him and Rock Lock subdued him. It was at this point that Mirio found them while cradling a small girl with long white hair and a horn. Izuku had stopped to treat Tamaki and Kirishima as he and Nijire made their way through the underground base. The majority of the fighting had wrapped up, with only slight skirmishes from those Yakuza who had been tricky or lucky enough to hide. Mirio had found him and Nijire as they had been leaving Kirishima to the EMTs. Izuku's eyes immediately zeroed in on the small huddled figure Mirio had wrapped in his cape. Her suspicious, unsure eyes were rimmed in red as if she had been crying. He managed to catch her gaze as he slowly approached her. Eri's eyes caught sight of a boy that looked like the loud and scary smoke-smelling man that had thrown a doll at her just a few days ago. Her eyes narrowed and she curled further into the tall blonde smiley man that had whisked her away from Chisaki. The boy paused as if he noticed her suspicion and looked at her with kind eyes. Eri felt herself relaxing as she saw the kindness in those eyes. The smoky man had only ever had anger and disgust in his eyes. She also saw a profound understanding, as if he knew the same kind of pain she did. The boy spoke to her in a soft voice, asking her permission to get closer. He said he was someone who was there to help her feel better. Curious, the girl nodded her head and was rewarded with a blinding smile as the boy slowly moved forward and gently held out his hand. Eri put her hand in his and gasped as she felt a gentle warmth envelope her body. Her arms and legs didn't hurt anymore, and her headache was gone. When the boy let go, his smile was wobbly as if he had been hurt. Eri's eyes widened as she realized what the boy had done. She began to cry and reached out to hug him. "Give it back," she whispered, even as she clung to him in gratitude. She didn't want anyone to be hurt because of her. She didn't want to spread her curse any farther than she had to. Izuku smiled and hugged the girl closer as he whispered, "Don't worry. I'm strong. I can handle it. It's not your fault. This isn't a curse. It's a gift. A chance to help is always a gift." The girl cried and burrowed closer to Izuku, who hugged her closely. Izuku didn't let go of Eri until long after she had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Uraraka had Wallace did their second sweep. She hadn't seen Izuku re-emerge yet. As if reading her thoughts, Suyu had come over and put a hand on her shoulder. "Izuku will be all right," she said with conviction. "All Might and Eraserhead are both with them." Uraraka sent her friend a smile and a silent thank you before Ryukyu called them over to help her with their official reports. When Izuku finally did reappear, she saw the softest, kindest smile she had ever seen on his face as he cradled a young girl with long white hair against his chest. It made her heart skip a beat. Izuku looked up and caught her glance. He sent her a smile before entering the ambulance with the sleeping girl. Toga whistled as she watched Izuku pull up his sleeves and inspect the wounds he had taken from Eri. She had disguised herself as a police officer to get herself and twice out of the base. She had taken her time once she realized that Izuku was there. She stayed as long as she could, hoping to see if she could return that favor Dabi had promised him. Once Izuku had climbed into the ambulance with Eri, she had taken off to report to Shigaraki. Shigaraki cackled as he disintegrated Chisaki's forearms. Dabi watched with a sadistic smile even as he grabbed a case of temporary Quirk nullifying bullets. Chisaki cried out in pain and terror when he realized the Quirk he had abhorred was now truly out of reach. "This is for Big Sis Magna," Spinner shouted as the League of Villains sped away from the crime scene. Azar dropped the case with the permanent Quirk nullifying bullets on the desk in front of the Hero Commission's president. "I've kept up my end of the deal," he said. "It was he # trying to get out with these before the raid. Now it's your turn. When can I see Inko?" Notes. I am amazed that I have been able to get this many chapters out this week, but I really needed this airy fluff. All Might did join the raid, no one died. Only Chisaki lost body parts, so win-win for everyone. We will eventually see All Might lose his power. He did transfer his quirk to Mirio, so he is essentially becoming a quirkless hero. We will see his decline of power in line with the rest of canon. He is trying to hold off his official retirement until Mirio graduates though. Let me know what you think. Chapter 27. Custody Summary. TW. Mentions of panic attacks, legal manipulation, inferences of child abuse. Notes. It's a little short, but here you go. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Hawks dropped into the dark alley as Dabi turned around with a smirk. "Well, if it isn't my favorite birdie, what do you have for me?" "Ah," Hawks said with a dangerous glint in his eye. "You did miss me. Did you finally decide to ditch your vampire friend for me?" He held out a paper with an address. "You wish," Dabi said, rolling his eyes at the feathered hero's antics. He grabbed the paper and smiled. "So number 2, huh?" Hawks smirked and pushed closer to the standoffish villain, catching sight of his bright blue eyes. Dabi glared at him and lit his hand on fire, preventing the feathered hero from coming closer. "Whoa," Hawks said, lifting his hands in a mock surrender. "I'm a lover." "Keep your hands and feathers to yourself," Dabi said, burning the feather Hawks had tried to slip in his pocket. "Come on," Hawks pouted shamelessly. "I've been feeding you information for months. When do I get to meet the rest of the clan?" "When you finally do something to prove your worth," Dabi grunted as he began to walk off. "Topple the house of cards. Make it worth watching." Hawks watched as the villain faded from view. He was torn between his mission to infiltrate the League and actually helping the tortured soul in front of him. It didn't help that the man was totally his type. Sassy and conflicted. It didn't hurt that he looked like a black-haired version of a man he had admired for the majority of his life. It was like they were peas in a pod, just standing on opposite sides of legality. Hawks sighed and shook his thoughts away as he took to the sky. Dabi waited until he saw Hawk's silhouette against the sky before he took the real route back to the bar. He sighed when he thought about their conversation. He had managed to get the hero to keep his distance, but it had been close. The %Carrot and Dollar Bird had been flirting with him for months, but it hadn't helped that Dabi had found himself sympathetic to the hero's plight. Being raised to be a hero. No choice, no way out of the system. Dabi at least had been able to escape by faking his death. Hawks didn't have that option. Despite that knowledge, Dabi wasn't a fool. Hawks worked for the Hero Commission. They were known for their underhanded tactics and abilities to place spies anywhere. He knew Hawks was trained in those tactics. He would be a fool to let him in so easily. Even as a double agent, Hawks was a valuable source of information. Dabi would just have to deal with these uncomfortable feelings until his job was done. But what else was new? Izuku sat next to Eri as the girl held his hand in a death grip. She was very nervous, but after her past was revealed, how could anyone blame her? She had taken to Mirio and Kirishima like a duck to water. They visited frequently. She had taken a while to warm up to Aizawa, but after he had allowed Nedzu to play peek-a-boo with the girl while he was nested in the underground hero's capture scarf, she had deemed him safe despite his stoic demeanor. They were now sitting in Recovery Girl's office for her checkup. Recovery Girl had opted to use a wooden cane that was carved to look like a stethoscope. Eri had refused to come into the room when she saw the huge syringe-like cane. It had taken her 30 minutes and a popsicle to get her to even step inside the nurse's office after that. Eri had gotten so attached to Izuku that she tried to follow the teen practically everywhere. Izuku was proud to call himself Zuku ni. He had cried a river of tears when Eri had called him that for the first time. Time went on and eventually Eri was able to trust Aizawa and the other heroes and students in UA. An ocean away, Inko Midoriya received a phone call that stopped her in her tracks. She had managed to find a decent job in America as an interpreter for the police station in Seattle, Washington. She had been fairly lucky to find an apartment that was big enough for her and had enough space for Izuku to come and stay with her if the need should ever arise. She had been scared that he managed to get in so many incidents at UA, but she had seen the light in his eyes properly ignite as he continued to school there. She was so proud of her son and all he had accomplished. Izuku was thriving, and here in America she felt like she was too. She had a fresh start. No abusive husband, no constant fear of being harassed by the media over something she had been trying to put behind her for over a decade. No chance of her husband tracking her down aside from knowing she was in America. Hasashi was influential in Japan, but he had never worked with any heroes of law enforcement outside of the country, so she felt fairly secure that he would not be able to wiggle his way into her life once he was out of jail. She was wrong. Somehow the Hero Commission had managed to find her in the States, and Hasashi was now working for them. The commission had told her that Hasashi was now working under their authority and that they would be suing her and UA for custody of Izuku unless she agreed to meet with him. Inko hung up immediately after the threat, not wanting to give them any ammunition to use against her, and immediately called Nedzu. If anyone knew what was going on, he would. Nedzu was not expecting a call from Inko at 3 a.m., but he happily answered it. It had been a long time since he had heard from her. He listened quietly, his demeanor becoming more and more vicious as she retold the story of the phone call she had received. "Don't worry, Inko," Nedzu said. "I won't happen to Midoriya. I will look into this and keep you updated as I continue. For now, stay put. Don't answer any calls from strangers. I will have legal look into this." After a round of thanks and reassurances, Inko hung up and Nedzu roused himself from his nest. He had work to do. Notes. Sorry for the short chapter. Writer's block is a scary thing. Anyways, Izuku and Eri get some cuddly fluff time and Nedzu gets woken up at 3 a.m. to learn the Hero Commission is at it again. Yes, this is war. Thanks for reading. Chapter 28. Inko's Return Summary. TW. Custody Battle, Deadbeat Dads, Victim Blaming. Notes. Seriously, writer's block sucks. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Eri clambered on Izuku's back and started giggling as he continued working. Izuku dropped his notebook and shifted Eri so she was in a more secure position. "What are you working on?" Eri asked. Izuku smiled and showed her the notebook. Eri gasped as she saw the lifelike sketches of Izuku's classmates. The page was open to Mina's section. Izuku had taken the time to color in her sketch because the pallor of her skin changed slightly according to how acidic she made her quirk. "It's so pretty, can you make one of me?" Izuku's smile grew brighter and flipped to the end of the notebook where a sketch of Eri in her favorite pink jumpsuit and glowing red eyes looked back at her. Eri reached out her hand to touch it. "Do I look like that when I smile?" Izuku looked at the wide smile he had sketched and fondly remembered the first time he had managed to make Eri smile. The class had put on a musical performance in the auditorium. Izuku had been one of the dancers, but he had been put in front, so he was able to see Eri sitting on top of Mirio's shoulders as she watched the class in awe. He watched as she came out of her shell and was so overcome with the positive feeling of excitement that she smiled and threw her hands up in the air. Mirio had cried with a big smile on his face, and Izuku had almost stumbled off the stage in his joy. "I could never draw how truly beautiful it is when you smile," Izuku said. Eri had giggled and looked through the rest of the pictures, occasionally asking questions. They continued this until Aizawa-sensei and Nedzu entered. "It's time for your lessons, Eri," Aizawa said as he held out his hand for her to take. Eri gave Izuku a hug and reached for the offered hand, happily following the tall man to the gym they trained in. Nedzu sat down beside Izuku when the door closed and Izuku gave him a questioning look. "I got a phone call from your mother last night," Nedzu began. He had Izuku's full attention now. "She's alright physically, but she got some news from the Hero Commission. They told your mother that if she refused to meet with Hisashi, they would file for custody. They have officially filed to remove you from her and our custody on request of their newest agent Hisashi Midoriya." "What does this mean?" Izuku asked, clenching his fists in an attempt to rein in his emotions. "It means Inko will be returning for the hearing. We have arranged for everything, so there's no need to worry about her accommodations. Our legal team and I have come up with numerous documents and reasons that you should stay in our care. If the Hero Commission is given custody, we will make sure there are legal stipulations in place to prevent you from interacting with Hisashi in any way," Nedzu said, placing a comforting paw on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku took a deep breath and looked up at Nedzu with a fiery determination in his eyes. "What about Mom's job?" "They are understanding of the situation and are granting her a temporary leave of absence due to her impeccable work for their office," Nedzu said. "Is there anything I need to do to prepare?" Izuku asked. "We will need an updated statement from you about your most current interactions with Hisashi," Nedzu replied. "We will also need you to see a therapist to get an updated psychological evaluation to present in court." "When can you schedule it?" Todoroki and Hagakure sat next to each other on the couch holding each other's hands as they talked with their friends. The TV playing softly in the background. The conversations paused as a reporter flashed on the screen and explained that a new type of Nomu had been spotted fighting Endeavor in a highly populated area. The cameras flashed between footage of the civilians fleeing with the aid of Hawk's quirk and Endeavor's increasingly violent fight with the monster. Todoroki leaned forward, his grip tightening around Hagakure's hand as he watched the fight. Eraserhead ran into the room and made a beeline for Todoroki, making sure he was there to help keep the boy's quirk under control and offer comfort if necessary. On screen, Endeavor burnt the Nomu to a crisp for the third time. All Might arrived just after that and helped Endeavor contain the regenerating Nomu. The pair then helped with the rescue efforts as Hawks waited for his wings to regenerate. Todoroki collapsed in relief against the back of the couch as Hagakure and Aizawa placed reassuring hands on his shoulders. Later that night, the news anchors debated whether or not the future was still bright for heroes if it took their top 3 heroes to put down one Nomu. A few cities away, Redestro plotted with his subordinates and made plans to acquire the information they needed, and Shigaraki and the remnants of the League began their fight with a giant true to all for one. Inko stepped off a plane to meet her son and Aizawa. Izuku gave her a blinding smile and gave her a huge hug. Inko held him close, tears spilling from both of their eyes as Aizawa watched, burying his face in his capture scarf to hide the fond smile that was creeping onto his face. "It's good to see you in person again," Izuku said as he grabbed his mother's bags and they made their way to the baggage claim area. "You've lost so much weight. How was the flight? I bet you're tired," Midoriya rambled on and on as Inko fondly listened to his chatter. Oh, how she'd missed this. While she enjoyed living her new life in America, she had desperately missed her son. She had discovered how much she had really relied on him for emotional support. America had been the reality check she needed to find healthy coping mechanisms she could do on her own, without having to rely on her son. She had become more confident, picked up healthier habits, and had even gone on a few dates. As silly as it seemed, Inko Midoriya felt like she had become a version of herself that she could love. Someone who deserved to be loved. She was still terrified of Hisashi, but she also knew that that bastard didn't deserve her time. She was not letting him within an inch of her child. Ever. "Mom?" Izuku asked, tilting his head as he examined her curiously. "Yes, sweetie?" Inko said. "We got this," Izuku said with a determined gaze that matched the burning feeling inside her heart. Inko smiled at her son and nodded. Her grin grew impossibly brighter as she pumped her fist in the air and cheered with her son. Behind them, Aizawa doesn't even bother the grin stretching across his face. He had expected to find the nervous woman who had fled Japan to get away from her husband. What he found was a mother bear ready to rally the troops and crush the man who was trying to cause her and her family further pain. A flash of color from the corner of his eye had him urge the green-haired duo out the doors and into a cab. There was no way he was allowing that bastard anywhere near them before it was absolutely necessary. Hisashi watched as Inko and Izuku entered the cab with Eraserhead. She was still as beautiful as the day they had met. He clenched his fists and hailed a cab to take him back to headquarters. He sighed as he gazed out the window and thought about the brat. He always seemed to get in his way. He really should have killed him when he was working with the League. He would have had the perfect Klee. The Hero Commission had pulled him before he got the chance. Hisashi sighed again as he paid the driver and exited the car. He thought about that fateful night when Izuku had used his quirk and shivered. The Hero Commission could have the kid. That was the only reason they were backing him in this custody battle anyways. He just wanted the chance to win Inko back, without the kid getting in the way. Notes. Dadzawa. What else needs to be said? Thanks for reading. Chapter 29. The Hearing Summary. TW. Courtroom Drama, Impending War. Notes. Alright, so it was brought to my attention that I am now writing based on the manga, which is spoiler material for anyone who has just watched the anime. I honestly forget that this hasn't all been animated yet because the anime sticks very closely to the manga storyline. I will try to continue to be vague in my descriptions of events that occur in canon, but there will be a fair amount of spoiled storyline for you. If that bothers you, I suggest you stop reading here until the next season of the anime is released. If you don't care, feel free to read on. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Hawks stretched his arms above his head as he eyed Shigaraki standing at the head of the Paranormal Liberation Army. He was lucky to have been able to get Endeavor that book with a coded clue. He just hoped the man would take the hint. He knows the man gets keyed up whenever his kids are involved, and the fact that his son had been interning with him when they had met up might have gotten in the way. There was nothing else he could do though. The Hero Commission was too wrapped up in trying to get Azar's kid under their thumb that they had sent him into this situation solo. No contacts in sight. Well, at least he got to spend time with Dabi. The League might have committed some heinous deeds, but they were as close to family as anything he had ever had. Toga wasn't half bad either if you could look past her vampire habits. Twice was just confused, the poor soul. Hawks could tell he was a good man who had just been taken advantage of by the wrong crowd. He sighed again and made his way to the boardroom that had been renamed the War Room by Redestro. Dabi's gaze immediately flicked to Hawks when he walked in. The winged hero smirked at him and made his way over to the chair next to him. "Hey babe," Hawks said shamelessly. "Did you miss me?" Dabi rolled his eyes and looked forward as Redestro and Shigaraki made their way to the head of the table. Hawks also turned his attention to the head as they began laying out plans. Inko Midoriya clenched her hands as she sat next to Principal Nedzu in the courtroom. Hisashi sat on the other side next to a tall man in a suit that was probably expensive enough to buy her a round-trip ticket to New York and back 3 times over. The judge faced them and looked over the paperwork while Izuku Midoriya and Shota Aizawa waited in a separate room to be called in when needed. She was grateful that Nezu had managed to find a way to keep this meeting as private as possible. She didn't think she would be able to handle another media circus like the one that had resulted after Hisashi's imprisonment. "I have reviewed this case and will now call this session to order," the judge said as they looked up at the lawyers. "I would like Hisashi Midoriya's representation to present his case." Hisashi's Hero Commission lawyer stood up and began to speak. "Thank you, Your Honor," the man said. "To start off, I would like to read this letter Hisashi prepared in advance for this occasion." The lawyer cleared his throat and continued, "I am aware that I have done wrong. My time in prison gave me time to think back on my past mistakes, and I have become remorseful over my past treatment of Inko and Izuku. I am here in court today because I want to change. I want to prove that I can be a better husband and father. That I can be the man Inko fell in love with all those years ago. I have done my time, and hope to be rewarded the chance to raise my son and love my wife once more." The lawyer placed the letter on the table and looked at the judge. "As you can see, my client is remorseful for his prior infractions against his family and is willing to put in the effort to become better. I have submitted numerous reputable references that vow he has changed for the better, as well as 3 separately unaffiliated psychologist reviews that confirm Hisashi Midoriya is fit to have custody of his child and has no ill will towards Inko Midoriya. I also have a written statement from the HPSC stating that they have reinstated his hero license and have full trust in him and his ability to uphold his integrity." Hisashi heard that Inko had left the country to work in America and decided to try for custody of his son so that he would be able to have a relationship with him. "Is that all?" the judge asked when the lawyer rambled to a close. "Yes, Your Honor," the lawyer said with a bow. "Very well," the judge said as they marked something down on the notepad in front of them. "Will the representation of Izuku's current guardians present their case?" Nezu hopped out of his chair and strode forward. "Izuku Midoriya has been hospitalized exactly 17 times over the course of his life because of direct actions taken by Hisashi. 16 of those times were before he reached the age of 6 years old. His mother had been hospitalized 27 times before he was incarcerated. Izuku Midoriya is a brilliant child with a bright future that will be jeopardized if he is ever allowed to be returned to his father's care. I have here both current and past psychology evaluations of both mother and son throughout the years, the most current having been just 2 weeks prior to this meeting. They show that both Inko and Midoriya had lasting trauma and effects from their time with Hisashi. I also have reports, paid bills, employee records and credit scores that show that Inko Midoriya has been not only willing but also able to support and raise her child even without the help of the child support that was paid to them after Hisashi's incarceration. Additionally, Inko Midoriya moved to America just in case Hisashi decided to come after her or Izuku for revenge. Izuku Midoriya stayed in Japan because he caught the attention of UA's own recovery girl with his accomplishments. Inko awarded UA shared custody of Izuku Midoriya with the promise that we would keep him safe and allow him to learn until he was able to either succeed on his own terms when he turned 18, or join her in America. She keeps frequent contact with him, as you can see in the phone records and text messages I have shown you. She is in no way an absentee parent. Izuku Midoriya is flourishing in UA. As one of UA's most promising students, he has already obtained his high school diploma, his medical, EMT, and hero support certification licenses. Additionally, he has made many friends and interacts in a healthy way with his peers and his teachers. I have submitted grades, references, and video footage of this to view at your discretion. We ask that he stay in our care. I have heard both arguments, the judge said. Let's proceed with the questioning. Izuku nervously clasped his hands as he sat outside the courtroom with Aizawa. It had been several hours since the hearing had begun and Izuku was nervous. He had never expected it to take this long. Beside him, Aizawa roused himself from his nap and looked at Izuku in concern. "It'll be alright, kid," he said, startling Izuku slightly. "Nezu knows what he is doing." Izuku nodded and stilled his body. Moments later, the bailiff came to escort Izuku into a private room with the judge. "Izuku Midoriya, I have listened to both sides of the argument for your custody and have deemed that either parent would be able to adequately provide for you." Izuku stiffened in his chair. The judge continued. "You are only 2 years away from becoming an adult, and I have deemed it important to take your Izuku. Whose custody would you prefer?" Your father who would share joint custody with the HPSC, or your mother's who has joint custody with UA? I would like to stay in mom's care with UA, Izuku said with no hesitation. Why? The judge asked. I have no fond memories of my time with Hisashi, Izuku said with an uncharacteristically emotionless face. I only remember fear and pain and anger. My mother gave me the support and kindness I needed to grow into the person I am today. Yes, the judge said, but she has also left you behind in her need to run from your father. Mom has always been open and straightforward with me when it came to things she did that were motivated by her fear. She left to America to avoid both Hisashi's wrath and to avoid becoming a hostage to him if he decided to take revenge on me for the manner in which my quirk manifested. Even then she did not leave me alone. She shared custody with UA so I would be provided for and looked after, and she has stayed in touch. I have never felt abandoned by her, Izuku spoke with conviction and sincerity. The judge leaned back in his chair. Very well, let us proceed to the courtroom and I will announce the conclusion of the hearing. Izuku stood and bowed following the bailiff to the courtroom. Notes. Happy Valentine's Day, Chapter 30, Results. Summary. TW. Creepy abuser dynamics and interactions. Notes. There are no spoilers in this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text to Aoyama, Hagakure, and Mina had all gathered in Aoyama's room to implement their latest make everyone feel loved plan. They snacked on cheese as they waited for the rest of the group to show up. As they waited, Aoyama looked at Mina and asked the obvious question, so are you and Kirishima going to date or what? Mina choked on the piece of cheese she was eating as Hagakure jumped on board. Yeah. You guys already act like you are dating, and he gets so jealous when you tease Shinso. I'm just waiting for him to man up and actually ask me out, Mina said. I think I've dropped enough hints that he should get that I'm into him, but I don't know, it's complicated. Do you want me to smack some sense into him? Aoyama asked as he posed and looked off into the distance. I'm told that I am great at being subtle. No thanks, Mina said as she heard Hagakure stifle a giggle. I am pretty sure Blasty is already on it. The door opened revealing Todoroki, Juru, Koda and Shoji. Yaomomo is talking to the rest later. She has some official class duties to attend to, Todoroki said as he slid into the spot next to Hagakure. Great, Hagakure said, then let's get started. First on the agenda, has anyone other than Kirishima actually been able to have a decent conversation with Bakugo? Juru fiddled with her earjacks as she answered. He's actually been a lot less tense since whatever problem he had with Midoriya was resolved. He's not reaching out to anyone and I doubt he actually knows any of our names, but he doesn't immediately cuss you out when you approach him now either. He comes and pets my rabbits every once in a while, Koda says. And Sato says he has been trying to perfect some kind of cake recipe with him. That's great, Mina enthused. Now then let's talk about Mineta. I know he's a creep sometimes but I feel like he's slowed down a lot since the beginning of the school year. The rest of the girls all solemnly nodded as the boys shook their heads thinking about how the boy had acted at the beginning of the year. Shoji replied, I have only had to run interference twice so far. He is getting a lot better, although it is better if the boys invite him to do things instead of the girls. He tends to get the wrong idea unless it's Suyu. Why isn't she a part of these meetings? Todoroki asked. We invited her, Aoyama said, but she's usually busy with her own siblings when we have our meetings. The dorms are nice, but I think she gets a little homesick. Maybe we should establish a game night once a week, that way everyone can get to know everyone better, Hagakure said. It's hard to be homesick when you're having fun. Todoroki's phone buzzed and he pulled out his phone. He was surprised when he saw it was a text from his father. He opened it quickly, worried that there was some sort of news about his mother. His eyes widened as he read the text. What's up, babe? Hagakure whispered as the rest of the group talked about game night logistics. He showed her the text and she let out a gasp, catching the attention of the others. What's wrong, Mon Amy? Aoyama asked. Midoriya got some bad news today, Todoroki said. We'll need to help him keep his mind off of it for a while. What kind of news? Shoji asked. It's not really my place to say, Todoroki responded. Midoriya will have to share it in his own time. We should just be extra attentive for the next few weeks. Wouldn't that just make him feel more anxious? Juru asked. He is pretty jittery in the first place. If we suddenly start treating him better he might feel like he's getting set up for a prank or something. I feel like he's been with our class long enough to know we wouldn't prank him like that, Hagakure said. Maybe, Shoji said, but I have overheard some conversations that led me to believe his previous school life wasn't the greatest. Even if he trusts us, if he's got some bad news, he might fall back into old methods of thinking to protect himself. It's not uncommon. How do you know all this? Koda asked hesitantly. My dad's a psychologist, Shoji said. He shares tips like that occasionally. Todoroki just nodded his head. I think Shoji is right on this one. I think if anyone approaches Midoriya it should be someone he is closer with like Uraraka or Shinso. I would suggest Iida, but he tends to be overzealous and loud when it comes to things like this. I can talk to Uraraka, Jiro said. I'll talk to Shinso, Shoji volunteered. In the meantime, Aoyama said, we can work on getting Tokiyami to actually eat lunch with someone other than Dark Shadow and Tsuyu. The conversation turned to other classmates and Todoroki fell silent thinking about the implications of the text he received. Todoroki didn't know what the HPSC was playing at, or how they had managed it, but somehow they had managed to finagle limited visitation rights. He struggled to keep his quirk under control as he thought about the news reports he had read with details of the original Azar trial. He should have gotten life for what he did, but instead he got a measly 10 years and 5 years of probation. Todoroki scoffed. Yeah, more like 5 years of being the HPSC's lapdog. They did what? Midnight screeched, deafening even present Mike's ears. Nedzu had called an emergency meeting after the results of the hearing were made clear. Please lower your voice, Nedzu said. The judge had clear stipulations saying that both a UA and HPSC representative had to be present during any of these visitations and that they had to meet in public. Hisashi's representation made it seem like he was willing to change, although I find it highly unlikely he did so. It's more likely he is going to try to use the boy to get to the mother. How did Inko take it? Vlad King asked. She did not take it well, Nedzu said. She made it clear that the restraining order she had renewed was still in effect for both her and her son, and the judge decided to amend it. It's only valid for Inko. I did however have the judge mandate an order that we would be notified if Hisashi was ever in the vicinity of UA and managed to finagle the stipulation that he would only be allowed to visit Izuku twice a year unless Izuku himself initiated the contact. Where ARW? Vlad King asked. Aizawa is escorting them to the airport, Present Mike answered this time. Izuku just barely managed to convince her that she was safer in America because Hisashi is banned from international travel until his probation is up. She is showing immense trust in us by leaving Izuku behind. I can't even imagine how difficult that would be, Midnight said with a pitying look on her face. If there's one thing I learned about the Midoriyas it's this, Nedzu said. They are born protectors. They have the strength to overcome anything if it means the other is safe. Aizawa watched as the Midoriyas hugged each other a little bit tighter than they had when Inko had arrived. The tears in their eyes turned fierce as they whispered to each other in front of the gate. It seems you are still as emotional as always, Hisashi's unwelcome voice interrupted them. Aizawa and the Midoriyas turned to see Hisashi and his HPSC lawyer standing exactly 50 feet away as indicated by the restraining order. You are not welcome here, Inko said standing tall and unconsciously pushing Izuku behind her. But I am, Hisashi said loudly drawing the attention of other travelers. I am making this my first official visit with Izuku. He has a UA representative, I have a HPSC representative, and I am exactly 50 feet away from you as the restraining order says. I just wanted to see you off with Izuku. It's been an awfully long time since I've seen you, sweetheart. Inko took a breath and steeled herself. Let's get two things straight. First, I am not now nor will I ever be your sweetheart ever again. You lost that privilege the first night you beat me. Second, if I have found you have hurt Izuku in any way during your visits, I will take you to court so fast you will never see the light of day again. Capiche? You're so cute when you're mad, Hisashi said with a fond smile on his face. Inko stood her ground. Do you understand perfectly, Hisashi said, his smile dropping off of his face. Inko gave him a nod and turned to her son, giving him a tighter hug and kissing his forehead. Be brave, and tell me everything and anything that made you uncomfortable, no matter how insignificant, all right? Izuku nodded. I'll tell you in the school. I'm stronger than before. Go. I can handle it. Inko pulled Izuku into an even tighter hug and stepped through the gate. never once looking back at her ex-husband. Aizawa allowed Izuku to watch Inko until she disappeared from view. Then placed a hand on his shoulder. "Let's go home," he said. Hisashi and the lawyer fell into step beside Aizawa and Izuku as they left the airport. Neither spoke until Aizawa hailed a cab. "Just to be clear," Hisashi said as the cab pulled up. "I don't have any intention of taking you from Inko. I won't hurt you as long as you keep your hands to yourself, understand?" Izuku stared his father in the eyes with an unreadable expression on his face before replying, "If you don't want to see me, don't visit me. Either way you will have the same amount of contact with my mother as you did when you were in prison. None." Without waiting for a reply he slid into the cab. Aizawa looked at Azar and showed him his watch. "Your first visit will be noted and filed within the day. You spent exactly 45 minutes threatening and creeping out your ex-wife and child. Your conversation has been recorded and will be entered in the report for review. Have a nice day." He then slipped into the car and they drove out of sight. Hisashi watched them leave as he seethed. Inko didn't give him the time of day and that brat threw it in his face. He caught himself blowing smoke through his nostrils as the lawyer hailed a cab. He calmed himself and slid into the back seat, allowing the lawyer to give the address as he stewed in his thoughts. A wicked thought came to mind and he started smiling. Soon enough, he would be on top again. Notes: Izuku supports his mother and Dadzawa drops the mic. Figurative mic drop, not present mic. What do you think about Aoyama and Hagakuri's posse? Also, I headcanon Koda as a hardcore introvert who is more used to talking to his animal than talking to people, which means he judges people based on how they treat animals more than anything else. Therefore, anyone who is nice to his pets he likes. Chapter 31. A listening ear summary. TW. Murder is plotted vaguely. Notes: this chapter does not have any spoilers. Also, this is the second chapter I have posted today, so if you feel like you missed something, please go to the previous chapter for more details. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Tensai watches the viral clip of Inko and Izuku facing down Azar at the airport. With a frown he calls Tenya. He needed to do something to help the boy that had literally saved his career and probably his brother's mental health. Maybe they could have him over for dinner. Native growled as he watched Azar smile creepily at his ex, who was standing next to the teen that had saved him from Stain. That boy was a huge part of why he was still alive after encountering Stain. He looked at his phone. He had a few calls to make. Tuya and Toga glared at the screen. Tuya's absolutely must-kill list had just climbed to 2. What an odd coincidence that they both just happened to be fire users. Toga's kill without draining list had just gained 1. No one could hurt her Zu-chan and get away with it. Kaminari squeaked as he watched the video that had been trending. Since when did Azar manage to get visiting rights? Wasn't he a villain? He would have to talk to Midoriya about this? By 9:30 that night, when Izuku and Aizawa entered the dorms, the entire class was in the common room. As soon as Midoriya walked in, the entire class was on their feet asking questions. Silence. Aizawa shouted, activating his quirk. The entire class fell quiet in the blink of an eye. Midoriya has had a very stressful day. Hold your questions until tomorrow, when he is prepared to answer them. The class looked at Izuku, who looked as if he was about to keel over from exhaustion any minute now. Iida, Aizawa barked. Yes, sensei. Iida replied, standing straight up when he was called. Make sure Midoriya gets to his room without getting mobbed by the others. You have my permission to use your quirk for this instance only, the tired hero said, nodding at Midoriya, who gave him a weary nod of appreciation in return. Understood, Iida said. Activating his quirk without a second thought, Iida grabbed Izuku and ran him up to his room. Thanks, Tenya, Izuku said wearily when he was led down. It's no problem, my friend, Tenya replied. He waited until Izuku had unlocked his door to enter his room before hesitantly stating, I'm here if you want to talk about anything. Midoriya paused and looked at his friend for a moment, then opened the door wider. Do you want to come in? Tenya nodded and entered the room. I almost forgot how much hero merch you have in here, Tenya said as he looked around. Izuku just chuckled and threw his tie and overcoat he had worn to the courthouse in his laundry hamper. He unbuttoned the first few buttons of his shirt and collapsed on the bed. Today was awful, he groaned. I hated seeing him again. He made my skin crawl and he hit on my mother every chance he got. It was pretty obvious the real reason he wanted custody of me. Apparently, he's been working undercover for the HPSC since he got out. It's part of his parole agreement. That's the only reason he got anything. That does sound awful, Tenya said. It gets worse, Izuku said. He followed us to the airport, made a scene and then told me he didn't really want me and he wouldn't hurt me as long as I didn't touch him. The jerk makes a huge deal about how he's changed and he can control his anger now that he's sober. A perfect sob story for the judge. Bud and threatens to hurt me in our very first conversation. What an $, pardon my French. Tenya just laughed. I think if anyone has the right to swear right now it's you. You got that right, Izuku chuckled. Luckily, his stalking my mother to the airport counts as his first visit with me. So I only have to deal with one more in about 6 months. That's good at least, Tenya said. Yeah, Izuku said sitting up and looking at Tenya who had sat at his desk chair. Hey, thanks for listening. It's the least I can do, Tenya said. Tensai always listened to me vent when I was angry. It made me feel better. I was always grateful I didn't have siblings, Izuku admitted. It meant they didn't have to deal with Hisashi, but now I kind of wish I had had one. Well, I found having friends are a close second, Tenya said. My brother wanted to invite you over for dinner by the way. You don't have to, Izuku said. He's wanted to for a while, Tenya said. But he said he had to be well enough to return to work that way you could see your handiwork. You were kind of out of it last time he got to thank you. Izuku laughed. I would love that. Do you have any favorite foods? Tenya asked. Katsudon is my all-time favorite, Izuku said, but I'll eat pretty much anything. Noted, Iida said as his watch started beeping. Ah, it's 5 minutes until curfew. Do you need to go warn the others? Izuku asked. I can just have Yayorozu do it, Tenya said whipping out his phone and texting the girl as he spoke. Izuku smiled at his friend. He felt so blessed to have a friend he could rely on. It had been a while since he felt like he could trust anyone like this. Tears filled his eyes as his chest filled with warmth. Tenya looked up from his phone and began panicking. Izuku, are you alright? Izuku laughed and sent him a bright tear-filled smile. You don't know how much it means to me that you're here. Thanks for being my friend. Izuku stood and rushed to hug Izuku with tears of his own starting to run down his cheek. Always, he proclaimed loud enough the whole floor could hear it. His watch beeped again and he sent an anguished look at Izuku. Izuku laughed and shooed him out of his room. I don't want to get you in trouble, Izuku said. I'll see you in the morning for a run. Of course, Tenya said before dashing down the hallway to his own room just as the hall lights dimmed. Notes. Dadzawa knows what he's doing. Chapter 32, Abuser. Summary. TW. Discussion of abuse, bullying and manipulative tactics, simplified definition of abuse. Notes. There are a few spoilers for the manga in this chapter, if you squint. See the end of the chapter for more notes, chapter text. Hawks tried not to show his surprise when Dabi and Toga cornered him the morning after Azar's incident went viral. You still in contact with the HPSC? Dabi asked. He had backed the winged hero up to a wall with a suave smirk as he extended his hand to lean against the wall, effectively pinning him in on that side. Hawks hid his blush with a smirk of his own and a raised eyebrow. Of course I do, Hawks replied. Why? Toga slapped her hand on the other side of the Birdman and smiled viciously. We want to take out Azar for good. Hawks' smirk turned into a full-blown smile. Heck yeah. I've been trying to get rid of that prick forever. What do you need? Wait, Dabi said. What do you have against the guy aside from the obvious? His kid healed me after a particularly hard training session, Hawks said with a shrug. Since he was young and inexperienced he ended up trading his health for mine. To top it all off, he wasn't even supposed to use the healing aspect of his quirk inside the HPSC. His mom was trying to keep custody of him and the HPSC was trying to keep him and train him like they did me. The thought of anyone hurting the kid has always rubbed me the wrong way. I owe the kid at least that much. Ah, Toga squealed, dropping her intense stance and jumping. Your backstories are so similar. You should just date him already, Dabi. Shut it, Himiko, Dabi growled. Did the green kid help you too? Hawks asked as Dabi dropped his threatening stance. Dabi just scoffed. As if I'd tell you. Oh yeah he did, Toga said, rocking back and forth on her feet. If it weren't for him Dabi might not have Sir, MPH, Her words were interrupted as Dabi put his hand over her mouth. "Anyways," Dabi said, ignoring Toga licking his fingers, "here's what we need you to do." Izuku collapsed on one of Recovery Girl's cots and groaned. He was exhausted. Explaining his situation had been a lot. The fact that he had just had to heal the entirety of the first-year support class did not help. Why did that Hatsume girl have an obsession with fire? This time he had chosen to heal them with stamina instead of emotions. Recovery Girl just patted his curls and told him to sleep until the next patient came in. Izuku fell asleep as soon as his eyes closed. An hour later, Izuku was awakened by the sound of giggles and frantic whispers. He cracked an eyelid open to see Mirio and Eri whispering back and forth with markers in their hands. Izuku's eyes widened and he leapt from the bed and ran to the bathroom to see what the gremlins had drawn on his face. He nearly slipped on a small puddle on the floor, but caught the edge of the sink in time to stop his fall. Hurriedly, he looked and saw that no damage had been done. Confused, he made his way out to see Mirio and Eri guffawing on the floor as a sleepy Bakugo growled at them. Izuku had to do a double take. Bakugo was now sporting a pink tiara on his forehead and a curly mustache on his clear face. Izuku tried really hard to keep his face straight, but a few chuckles escaped, catching the group's attention. "Ah," Mirio said. "Aizawa said you would watch Eri while I headed into the office." "I would love to," Izuku said as Eri cheered and reached for him. Izuku quickly picked her up and handed the pink marker in her hand to Mirio. "Here, take this and apologize. I know it wasn't her idea." Mirio blushed and bowed low to Katsuki. "I apologize for taking advantage of you while you were sleeping," he said in a solemn tone before popping up and adding, "but you look prettier that way." He then ran out of the room as if the devil himself were chasing him. "What?" Bakugo half shouted. What did he mean, Izuku? Izuku tried to hide his smile as he suggested Bakugo go look in the mirror. A small explosion and many imaginative curses later. Bakugo had scrubbed his face raw, getting the marker off his skin. "What were you doing here anyways?" Izuku asked. "You aren't hurt, right?" "No," Bakugo said as he watched Izuku braid Eri's hair. "I just wanted to make sure you were alright after that fiasco in class." Izuku shuddered when he thought about how answering his classmates' questions about the video had devolved into a debate about abusers and second chances. Aizawa had had to activate his quirk to stop it from devolving into a fistfight. It's none of their business anyway. "I'm fine, but thanks for checking, you didn't have to," Izuku said, focusing his eyes on Eri's hair. "I did though," Bakugo said. "After all, I was one of your abusers once." Izuku's hands stilled and Eri looked up at him with big eyes. "What's an abuser?" she asked. Katsuki answered when Izuku struggled to find the right words. "An abuser is someone who hurts someone else over a long period of time." "You used to hurt Zu-ni?" Eri asked, her eyes widening and her fists clenching. "I did," Bakugo said, looking her in the eyes. "I was stupid to do it, but eventually I was caught and punished." "Eri," Izuku said, turning her around to face him. "I want you to listen very carefully." Eri to nod her head and flashed her a soft smile. "Good. Bakugo and I grew up together. I was able to forgive him for hurting me because he chose to change and be better. Do you understand?" "Not really," she said. "If he was mean to you and hurt you, why are you okay being around him?" "I'm not always," Izuku admitted, and Bakugo clenched his fist and looked away. "But I found some people who helped me become safe. Remember when Mirio saved you from Chisaki?" Eri nodded enthusiastically. "I was saved too. I was brought here and given the chance to learn just like you were. I know that if I'm here, no one can hurt me. I'm safe, and because Kachan's changed, he listens when I ask him to go away or if I need time to myself. He's learning to be nice." "Really?" Eri asked, looking to the blonde with huge eyes. "Really," Bakugo said gruffly, trying to hide the emotions he was feeling as he listened to Izuku's explanations. "Izuku probably shouldn't have forgiven me, but he did. So I do my best to respect his boundaries until I can be someone he trusts again." "Do you think you will ever trust him again?" Eri asked Izuku. Izuku smiled sadly. "Perhaps. Let's go see if we can find Granny Chio." "Okay." Eri cheered and grabbed Izuku's hand to run from the room. Izuku flashed an apologetic smile at Bakugo, who just grunted and nodded at the runt. "I'll catch up with you at the dorms." Izuku's smile turned brighter and he nodded as Eri finally succeeded in pulling him from the room. Bakugo and Kirishima lounged in the front room exchanging exercise tips when Izuku finally returned later that evening. "Bro, we were waiting for you." Kirishima cheered when they spotted Izuku's green curls. "Katsuki made some katsudon for you. It's in the fridge." Izuku's eyes watered as he looked at Kachan. "You didn't have to." "Just shut up and eat it," Katsuki replied. Izuku nodded and made a beeline for the fridge. "How's Eri doing?" Kirishima asked as the boys joined him at the kitchen counter. "She's doing great," Izuku said between bites of dinner. "She's getting better with her quirk and was finally able to meet with a friend her age. Kutra and his aunt came over for some stuff and she hit it off with him right away." "That's the brat from camp, right?" Katsuki said. "The one that punched you?" "That's him," Izuku said as Kirishima turned to his friend in shock. "You actually remembered someone's name," the redhead exclaimed. "Screw you," Kachan yelled. "I remember everyone's names, I just don't use them unless they've earned my respect." Izuku laughed as Kirishima pouted and the conversation went on smoothly. Izuku couldn't stop the warm feeling bubbling over in his chest as he sat and talked with Katsuki and Kirishima as if they had all been friends for a long time. In a way he was grateful to his dad for being such a jerk. If he hadn't made a scene, Bakugo likely would never have approached Izuku to make sure that he was alright. A thought occurred to him and brought a frown to his face. "Hey Izuku," Kirishima asked. "You alright there? You went quiet for a second." "Oh sorry," Izuku said. "I just had a thought. Kachan, it's likely Hisashi will try to approach you and your parents to try and get Mom's contact information. Please don't give him anything. Mom still has a restraining order on him for when she's in Japan, but if he finds a way to track her down in America things might get messy." Kachan growled as he nodded. "Makes sense. I honestly don't think my parents have your mom's contact anymore. After Hisashi was incarcerated they kept their distance, but I can double check for you." "Thanks," Izuku said as he finished his meal and washed his dishes. The conversation turned to the class holiday party. Notes. So I know the talk with Eri about what an abuser is simplified and not wholly factual. However, Midoriya is trying to stay as simplistic as possible without setting off Bakugo. Yes, he is still wary of that. And revealing his own painful past. Although Eri does already have a sense of this. Feel free to comment on if you think this is right or wrong or just want to vent. I would much rather be corrected now while I am able to go back and fix it. I just ask that you be respectful while doing so. I am looking to be educated, not overwhelmed. Bakugo has developed so much as a character. I feel like the dinner is something Kirishima would suggest and Bakugo would say heck no, and then proceed to do that when Kirishima wasn't looking. Kirishima would catch him anyway and help him out by keeping the others out of the kitchen until he was finished. Also, thank you so much for the comments, they make my day and always put a smile on my face. I sometimes totally steal the ideas and predictions you guys make to continue the storyline if they are more interesting than my own. Chapter 33. Holiday Spirit Summary. TW. Mistletoe, canon typical violence. Notes. There are some minor manga spoilers in this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes, chapter text. Azar scowled as he left the director's office. Why did they have to put him on the new raid mission? He got it though. He had blown it by making a scene in public. There was no chance of him being able to be used as a secret agent any time in the near future. With All for One locked up in Shigaraki and his crew off the map, he was stuck pulling double duty as Hawks was getting cozy with the enemy. His only consolation was that he might finally have the chance to get even with his brat. He had looked through the approved medical personnel that had been acquired for the raid and had found his son's name listed. The HPSC were using this as a way to measure his skills and officially invite him into their ranks, although from the look of his records the boy didn't really need anything other than an official hero license. He smirked thinking about all the ways he could accidentally rid himself of Izuku. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as he helped move some tables around for the hero course's end-of-the-year party. Quickly, he shook the feeling away as he placed the table to the side and turned to see where he was needed next. Aizawa and Hisashi were away on some business, which meant Vlad King and Class 1B would be joining them so they would have proper supervision. That meant there was plenty to do as they were setting up enough chairs and games for twice the amount of people as normal. Eventually all the decorations were up, and Class 1B was beginning to trickle in. Vlad Sensei had shown up with Midnight and Eri sometime before. Midnight was in charge of Eri, who happily made the rounds and clapped joyfully at all the festive decorations. Izuku was just sitting back and watching with a small smile on his face. Uraraka watched as Izuku looked happily at Eri interacting with his classmates. Her heart melted just a little and a blush rose to her cheeks. She was so happy to see him genuinely happy about something. He deserved it after all the drama with Azar. Midnight caught her eye and gave her a knowing wink as she headed towards the green-haired teen. Uraraka blushed even more when the R-rated hero whispered something in his ear, and the boy immediately turned to look at her with a curious expression on his face. Uraraka immediately looked away, hoping she hadn't been caught staring so openly at her crush. Yeah, she would admit it. It was a full-blown crush. She couldn't really deny it even if she wanted to. A few minutes later, Izuku was in front of her with a cup of punch. "Midnight-sensei said you wanted to talk to me?" Izuku said with a friendly smile as he sat down next to her. "What?" Ochako said, blushing as she took the drink. "Not really. I don't know where she got that idea." Those words had barely come out of her mouth when Mineta was thrown in their direction courtesy of an embarrass avoid his attempts to get her under the mistletoe. In the ensuing struggle, Yaoyorozu had tripped and, accidentally, sent Mineta, who was clutching a small sprig of mistletoe, across the room. Mineta was now stuck to the wall directly above where Izuku and Ochako were sitting, holding the green leaf like a prayer. The commotion drew the attention of the entire room, who were now watching Midoriya try to pull Mineta off the wall. Mineta mistakenly stuck the mistletoe to his quirk when he finally popped off the wall, leaving it stuck to the wall while he left the room to collect his pride. Mina had snuck close during the commotion and shoved Uraraka into Midoriya as he was standing up from falling when Mineta had finally come free. Ochako looked at Midoriya and blushed. She hadn't been this close to him since she helped him with his panic attack in the closet. Midnight started whistling and the entire hero course started chanting for them to kiss. Izuku blushed, as did Ochako, as they bashfully avoided each other's gazes. Ochako looked down at the floor and was surprised when she felt Izuku give her a peck on the cheek before squeaking and running to hide in the bathroom as the heroes in training cheered. Mina then excitedly pushed Uraraka out of the way as Bakugo pushed Kirishima under the mistletoe with her. The redhead blushed the color of his hair but bent down and gave Mina a chaste kiss on the lips. Mina squealed and grabbed him by the hand, pulling him towards the table with her while Kirishima gave Bakugo a thumbs up. The blonde just rolled his eyes and made his way over to stand next to Shinso, who had somehow managed to hide from the mistletoe madness that had several couples from other classes clamoring to be allowed under the mistletoe. "I owe you an apology," Bakugo said as he leaned against the wall beside the exhausted-looking teen. "Oh?" Shinso asked, surprised at the gesture. "How's that?" "I've been a real jerk to you since the sports festival and I never bothered to apologize, so here it is now," Bakugo said as he watched Midoriya finally re-emerge from the bathroom to join his friends at the table. "It seems like an appropriate time with the holidays and all." "Yeah," Shinso teased. "You seem real invested in the holiday spirit." "Take it or leave it," Bakugo growled as he pushed off the wall and went to heckle Kirishima and Mina about finally becoming a couple. Shinso watched the blonde leave and felt a warmth in his chest. No one had ever really apologized for discriminating against him before. They had just accepted him and moved forward, letting sleeping dogs lie, as it were. But something about getting an apology from the blonde least likely to give it made Shinso feel grateful that it had happened. Notes: I love writing romance fluff like this, as well as a softer side of Bakugo. Please enjoy the fluff while it lasts. Laughing face, and thank you for reading. Chapter 34. Massacre Summary. TW. Canon: typical violence, mass destruction, government corruption, mentions of abuse and child trafficking. Notes: this entire chapter is a huge spoiler for the manga. I left out a lot of the important details and tried to only put in what was necessary to progress the story, but there are a lot of huge spoilers if you haven't gotten caught up with the manga. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The holiday season ended and the heroes in training as well as the League of Villains continued on with their plans. The students completed their internships with fairly little drama until the heroes were made aware of Redistro's army. They immediately called on anyone with an active duty hero license to join in with their evacuation efforts as the pros and the police led a coordinated attack on the army and the Nomu factory they had discovered thanks to Hawk's digging. Izuku was called in as medical support under Recovery Girl's authority, while his classmates were assigned to the evacuation teams. Izuku blushed as he thought of the way Ochako had taken his hand that morning and told him that she had something to talk to him about when they returned to the school. Izuku had never seen her with that mix of shy determination on her face, but he couldn't help the butterflies that erupted in his stomach when she spoke to him. It had been like that since the Christmas party when he had given her that kiss on the cheek. Izuku had thought he was getting sick and had asked Recovery Girl about it. He had been even more embarrassed after his mentor had laughed at him and explained puberty and sexual attraction. Izuku had gotten so embarrassed he had avoided Ochako at all costs. He had known about all the medical stuff. Of course, there is a lot of research on sexual intercourse and how it affects your body, what kind of problems it could cause, and how some quirks were dangerous and had to be monitored in regards to their mating practices in order to not kill their partners. That had been eye-opening and highly uncomfortable to learn about. However, reading about it for class and actually having the talk, when you finally expressed interest in someone, were two very different things. A hit from Recovery Girl's cane brought him back to reality. "Stop thinking about that Uraraka girl and get moving," Chio-sensei said. "Stop that sputtering. I knew you were thinking about her because you turned as red as a tomato while staring off into space." Izuku only groaned in defeat and started moving medical supplies as they waited for the raid to begin. It was a massacre. 20 heroes dead on sight, 30 ranked heroes injured, 10 miles worth of city blocks in ruins, and an enormous amount of casualties, with only half of their original targets being subdued before the villains managed to get away. Midoriya and the rest of the heroes worked ceaselessly, pulling civilians out of ruined buildings, healing, taking shifts to rest and work alongside their mentors. The attack had shaken the Japan to its core. The citizens were angry at heroes for not being there to save them, for not being better, for losing loved ones. To make matters worse, less than 72 hours after the initial attack, Tartarus prison was overthrown, releasing all incarcerated supervillains back into the public. Hawks rolled his shoulders as he looked over the carnage. It was lucky for him that Midoriya had been there to heal him. If he hadn't been, he was sure that Dabi, no Tuya, would have burned him alive for failing to help twice. He sent his feathers out and led rescue workers to any injured people they hadn't yet been able to find. He continued the exhaustive practice until there were no more live people to find. He checked his watch. Technically his shift ended 20 minutes ago, but he couldn't help but linger beside the green-haired teen that had an apathetic face Eraserhead would be proud of. "How are you holding up?" Hawks asked as he sat next to the boy on a large piece of rubble. "About as well as can be expected," Midoriya replied in a monotone voice. "Chio-sensei told me that I wasn't allowed back in the medical tent until I got at least half of my feelings back. She kicked me out too," he admitted. Midoriya gave him a non-committal hum and they sat next to each other in companionable silence. "Did you know Tuya?" Midoriya asked, startling Hawks. He thought of how close they had almost gotten while plotting how to take out Azar for this kid before everything had gone to he and asterisk in a hand basket. He swallowed thickly. "Yeah. We got close during the assignment. He told me to tell you hello." "Was that before or after he gave you and himself those third-degree burns I had to heal?" Izuku said with no real bite to his words. "Before," Hawks admitted. "He said he owed you a favor for something, so we were plotting ways to take Azar out of the picture once we heard he had visitation rights. I guess we don't have to do that now though." He looked over at the teen who frowned as he thought of how his father had been taken out, tomably powerful Quirk. Izuku had been on the edge of the tidal wave of destruction, reaching out to pull him out of range, but the man had snatched his hand away at the last moment. He was more afraid of Izuku's quirk than he was of the decay that had claimed him in seconds. Mirio had come then, pulling Izuku and the rest of the medical team out of the danger zone before confronting the villain. Izuku looked at his hand before closing it, feeling shame start to trickle back into his system. To distract himself he told Hawks, "I told Tuya I was in love with him once." Hawks made a strangled noise as he whipped his head around to look at the boy. "It was Valentine's Day and Mom and I were on our way home from the grocery store when we found this teenager covered in burns and barely alive in an alley on our way home." Hawk's face became more somber as he listened to the story. "I sacrificed every feeling but love to heal him, so when he was healed he had to deal with a child giving him a huge hug and whispering how much he loved him. I'm pretty sure it freaked him out. He refused help when Mom offered it and just vanished. I had always wondered what happened to him until he popped back up at the training camp. I had always wondered if he was okay. Hawks gave a low whistle as he thought about the Tuya's bright blue eyes and smug smirk. The televised broadcast of his origin story really did remake him think his position on Endeavor, but he also knew how hard the man had worked to try and save his other children from Tuya's fate. He was conflicted. He thought about the pain he saw simmering just beneath the surface, even as he remembered the pain of burning alive when Dabi had turned his quirk on him in a fit of rage. He was alright for the most part, Hawks said, hoping to soothe the teen sitting next to him. Just very angry and hurt. Izuku pulled his knees up to his chin and sighed as he closed his eyes and said, he wasn't the only one. Hawks stayed silent, thinking of his own time with the HPSC. How they trained him and drilled him until he couldn't move. How they would only train him, never listen to his feelings. He thought about his own parents. His father arrested and his mother desperate for cash selling her own child to the HPSC. He let out a silent noise of agreement as he unfurled a wing to wrap it around Izuku, who had started silently crying as his emotions began to seep back in and overwhelm him. The two sat like that until they had fallen asleep, both lost in their own private nightmares and seeking any kind of comfort they could. Notes. BWA ha ha ha. Angst. Did I just have Azar kill himself off? Yes I did. Did I have to do that to Izuku? Probably not. But character development is a thing I have kind of been slacking on for him so far, and this was the most appealing storyline for me to write. Just to make sure everyone is clear, there will be no Hawks, Izuku action, but they will interact more as friends as they try to help Dabi and Toga. Alright, so by this point I have essentially caught up with everything that has been posted in canon manga and anime wise, so anything from here on out is my own ideas of what form the story could take. I have a few theories and directions I am looking at, as well as a fairly clear goal for how I want this story to end. But if you have a favorite idea or conspiracy theory you might want to see, throw it in the comments. I try to read and respond to all of them. Chapter 35. Struggles Summary. TW. Canon: typical violence, depression, depressing thoughts, riots, governmental corruption. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. The aftermath of the massacre led the HPSC to take drastic measures. Hisashi's death enacted his will, which meant his parental rights over Izuku were transferred to the HPSC. They bulldozed the courts, bribing officials and barring Nedzu and his team from stopping their acquisition of Midoriya from UA's care. Inko was unable to appear in court due to work issues as well as tampering on the HPSC's part that led to visa issues. Izuku himself filed to become an emancipated minor, but failed the psychology evaluations due to the depression that was brought on by the events of the massacre. Thus the Hero Commission brought Izuku into their ranks. Izuku's certification tests were streamlined, and he became a fully licensed hero within the first month that the HPSC took over his guardianship. His life became a never-ending loop of therapy, patrols, and medical licensing tutoring. Despite the new environment, or perhaps because of it, Izuku threw himself into his work. It helped take his mind off of his failure and his disgustingly tangled emotions when it came to his father's death. Ochako, Tenya, and the rest of the UA staff had tried to keep in touch with him, but with the rise of villains and loss of so many heroes, they were just as busy as he was. Shigaraki didn't understand. This power boost was supposed to make him the mastermind, not some important chess piece in his master's game. Shigaraki had always done what his master asked, but with the belief that he would be the one to overcome and be the new king. He did not expect to be the next puppet. One with even less control than those pawns he had discarded at the USJ. Luckily his league was of the same mind. He could see the way they looked at All For One behind his back. He knew it wouldn't be long before they attempted something. Then they could go back to destroying things the way they wanted to. Shigaraki owed everything to his master, but he also had an insatiable need to destroy anything that made him feel as though he was chained down. Bakugo flipped through the news channels, watching clips and reading articles on Hawks' new hero partner Jade Phoenix. The duo was amazingly effective. When Izuku had been taken from UA, the class had been devastated. They had watched as Izuku had withdrawn himself with little to no explanation. Of course the entire school had been mourning the teachers they lost, but the entire class could tell there was something different about Izuku's attitude. He had reverted to his habits from middle school. afraid to look anyone in the eye and running as soon as anyone approached him to ask any kind of question. Katsuki had given him space and told the others to do the same. Izuku always somehow managed to get back up on his feet, especially when he had the time to think without being rushed. Then the HC had taken his guardianship and pulled him out of UA, all because of some stupid loophole in his stupid dad's will. Katsuki had been worried. Heck, everyone had been. Izuku had old stories of how careful he had to be to not get taken away by them. Then his worries come true after one of the largest crises to hit Japan since the atomic bombs from the pre-Quirk era. Despite it all, Izuku had left with hardly a word of complaint to any of them. It pissed him off to see the nerd so compliant. Where was that stubborn streak that had driven him out of his mind with rage? Then the HPSC announced Hawks' new hero partner, Jade Phoenix. Anyone with eyes could see Jade Phoenix was Midoriya despite the stupid mask they made him wear. The duo practically led the charge in reviving hope in heroes. Hawks would have his sidekicks evacuate the area while he and Jade Phoenix would take on the villains and treat the injured on site. They quickly recaptured many of the lower villains that had escaped from Tartarus and even encouraged and taught civilians what they could do to protect themselves during villain attacks. They were a welcome distraction from the fact that the most dangerous criminals had been suspiciously silent. Katsuki growled and shoved his phone in his pocket as he entered the classroom. The stupid nerd hadn't even called him. He threw himself in his seat and groaned when he was surrounded by his friends chatting about Jade Phoenix's latest saves. Ochako pulled up the new Jade Phoenix screensaver on her phone before throwing it in her locker. She saw determination burning in her eyes. She had hoped to confess her feelings before everything went terribly wrong. After the massacre, she had seen how upset Izuku was. He hadn't let that stop him though. He had thrown himself into helping people. Ochako hadn't been able to get a word in edgewise between his duties and his acquisition by the HPSC. What she needed now was to learn as much as she could so she could be helpful. Helpful to Izuku and to those heroes who were brave enough to face the crises. Izuku was out there doing his best, she would too, she had to. Tensai sighed as he dropped the villain off at the nearest operating police station. Crawler, Popstep, and Knuckle Duster had become the newest members of his team. Unofficially of course, but Tensai would fix that as soon as this mess calmed down. They weren't the only vigilantes to come out of the woodwork either. They had been a huge help in keeping order in such an unsure time. The police were starting to step up too. The citizens were afraid and loud, and often just as much of a hassle in harassing law enforcement as the villain themselves were. Tensai looked at his phone as a notification popped up showing that Jade Phoenix and Hawks were responding to a level C threat the next district over. He sighed as he thought of the green-haired teen that had saved his career. He was too young to have gone through all the crap he had gone through and to be forced yet again into the spotlight as a new hero when he literally was too young to actually have a license in anything other than their current state of emergency. He pushed the button activating his helmet and ran back into the city. He had to do his part. He couldn't leave it all up to the newest wonder duo. Izuku fell onto the cot in the HPSC training barracks. He closed his eyes even though he knew sleep wouldn't come as easily as it used to. If it did, it would come as nightmares. Ignoring his pessimistic thoughts, he turned on his side. His phone pinged and Izuku groaned but grabbed it from his nightstand. The phone lit up displaying a text from Hawks wishing him a good night's sleep with a silly chicken nugget meme attached. Izuku huffed out a small laugh and returned the sentiment with a cat meme before turning it off without looking at his friends from UA's messages. It had become too tiring to respond to them. He didn't feel like he could be happy for them anymore. They had only known him as a happy person. Since his father had died right in front of him. Izuku couldn't even pretend to be happy anymore. He was a monster. It didn't matter how many he saved, he would never be able to erase the fact that he had scared a veteran hero enough to choose death instead of holding a hand that could have saved him. Hawks at least understood. He had gone through something similar with Dabi and Twice. They were able to talk to each other in a way no one else could. It was the reason the HPSC had paired Izuku and Keigo up in the first place. The psychologist made a note that his mental health had improved from their partnership, and that it was a good starting point for recovery. Especially with the need for them to have as many people in the field as possible. Izuku rolled over to his other side and closed his eyes once again. Maybe sleep would come tonight. One could always hope. Notes. Okay, so I know this is ridiculously depressing, but it is necessary for plot development and character development. There will be more fluff between Izuku and Hawks in the next chapter as well as some vigilante action. Chapter 36. New World Summary. TW. Canon typical violence, nondescriptive nudity. I definitely had to change the warnings to teen and up now. Notes. There are some manga spoilers in this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes, chapter text. Hawks looked over at his new partner as they dressed for their patrol and sighed. You still not sleeping well? Izuku just shrugged his shoulders and pulled on his olive green jacket that was embossed with a jade-colored phoenix. You know, if you need more sleep I could help you play hooky. Izuku straightened up and gave Hawks a smirk. If I play hooky, who's going to save your sorry hide? Hawks held up his hands. Whoa! No need for the sass, little man, he said with a smirk. I'm just trying to help a fellow out. Izuku smiled as Hawks ruffled his hair before pulling on his face mask. I know, but I think I might have figured out where the remaining league members might be hiding. I got a text from Gran last night. He held his phone out to show Hawks. Hawks whistled as he took the phone. How do you get old man Torino to message you about anything? That man is the ultimate grump. He's married to Recovery Girl and taught All Might to fight, Izuku said with a shrug. The two of them basically bullied him into looking out for me when I came to the HPSC. Lucky, Hawks said as he scanned through the information. Let's go. Izuku nodded and the pair hit the streets. Are you sure you want to do this? Toga asked as she poked Dabi's cheek. The only thing I hate more than Endeavor is watching someone close to me getting controlled. Dabi huffed as he smacked her hand away. Is that why you were so mad at Hawks? Toga asked as she skipped next to him trying to match up with his long strides. He killed twice, Dabi said in answer. Under orders from the commission. After he offered him a chance to turn. Toga said, repeating what they had learned from his clone. You know that's better than any other offer he would have gotten. Why are you not upset about it? Dabi asked, turning to Toga, who stopped and spun on her heel. Don't get me wrong, Toga said in an uncharacteristically meek voice. I hate that Twice died, but I hate the system that cornered him more than I hate the one who gave the death blow. We both know Hawks would never have killed any of us unless he was forced into a corner himself. Heck, his idea of getting back at Azar was pranking him to death. Dabi just rolled his eyes and moved forward. The pair said no more as they strode into the meeting room. Toga and Dabi sat silently side by side as Shigaraki stood next to All for One. Destro stood across the room with his first in command. Dabi nodded to Spinner across the room. Spinner stood and left the room. It's time to bait some heroes. Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire suited up and chased after their instructors. Jade Phoenix and Hawks had spotted Spinner and were able to do some reconnaissance to find All for One and Redestro's newest hideout. The task force was comprised of 13, All Might, Endeavor, Fat Gum and Ryukyu, with Hawks and Jade Phoenix being go-betweens for reconnaissance and any injuries sustained during the fight. Aizawa and Nedzu were leading a team of heroes that would maintain the perimeter and run the medic station. Izuku sat in the briefing with Hawks Feather going over the last-minute details. When Hawks radioed in with the news that their targets were getting ready to move, the meeting was adjourned and everyone ran to their positions. Hawks Feather literally torpedoing Izuku to his position. All for One sensed their presence and strode out with Shigaraki to meet the heroes. Well, if it isn't All Might and his protégé, to whom do I owe this wonderful coincidence? Chalk it up to your delightful personality, All Might quipped as he sunk lower in his stance before leaping into the air. The pressure from the Titan's presences flipped a switch in Izuku's memory, but he didn't falter in his duty. He and Hawks had managed to cut off Destro while Mirio and All Might clashed with their counterparts. The fight was going well until Destro summoned a wave of soldiers out of nowhere. Hawks and Izuku began to fight back-to-back as Hawks sent his feathers to thin out the mob of villains. Just when they were about to get overwhelmed, a war cry from the surrounding buildings brought an entire army of vigilantes to their aid. The aid of the vigilantes evened the playing field and the last vestiges of Destro and his army were restrained. A blast of pressurized air knocked heroes and villains alike off of their feet as Mirio and All Might combined their strength to punch All for One into the ground. Izuku made sure his patients were all right before he turned to survey the damage. All Might and Mirio stood panting above a deep crater. Shigaraki stood to the side, not moving a muscle, until he began to laugh. A deranged laughter that sent chills down the spine of every soul in the vicinity. Izuku turned the telescope function on in his glasses and swore. "Hawks, he's under All for One's control still. Don't let Gigantamakia within hearing range." But the warning came too late. Gigantamakia abandoned his fight with Ryukyu and Endeavor, and headed for the crater. All Might met the giant while Mirio began to fend off Shigaraki's deadly attacks. "Hawks, get me over there," Izuku said. "I have an idea to stop Gigantamakia." Hawks grabbed Izuku under the armpits and flew him towards the battle. "Are you sure about this?" the winged hero asked. Izuku's reply was cut off as a blue plume of fire filled the crater that All for One's body was in. For a moment everything stilled. Shigaraki fell to his knees, clutching at his head. Mirio took advantage of the moment to subdue and cuff the villain. Meanwhile, Dabi used his flames to propel himself out of the crater and smirked at the shocked heroes as his body began to melt, revealing Toga's bare body. "I thought you liked surprises," Toga said, unashamed of her nudity in front of the crowd of heroes. Gigantamakia got away from a stunned All Might and plowed through the scene, grabbing the nude girl and the restrained Shigaraki before fleeing the scene. "Now Hawks," Izuku yelled as Gigantamakia came their way. Hawks dropped his green-clothed counterpart, who activated the grappling hook in his suit to anchor himself to the speeding giant. The hook dug itself into the giant's shoulder and Izuku pulled himself to the giant. Shigaraki still clutched his head in Gigantamachia's arms, but Toga took action, reaching for the line to throw Izuku off course. Izuku used the momentum from his fall to kick her out of the way just before she reached the cable. "Stand down," he said as he grabbed Gigantamachia's hair with one hand to keep himself on the giant and placed his bare hand on the giant's bare shoulder. Gigantamachia's gait slowed and Toga snarled, grabbing for Izuku. Izuku used a series of kicks to keep the blonde away while he rewrote Gigantamachia's brain chemistry. The giant curled around Shigaraki protectively as he collapsed to the ground. Toga yelled in concern before making another try to take down Jade Phoenix. Izuku grabbed her bare wrist and she collapsed as well. Izuku restrained Toga and then tried to get Shigaraki out from under the giant's body. "Jade Phoenix," All Might said as he landed next to the downed villains. "Perfect timing," Izuku said. "Help me get Shigaraki out from underneath Gigantamakia." Of course. Izuku grabbed Toga and jumped off the giant's back, placing her gently on the ground and putting his costume's jacket over her. All Might had managed to roll Gigantamachia's body over on his back, revealing an unconscious Shigaraki. Izuku carefully placed his hands on Shigaraki's head and closed his eyes. He had never dealt with such a tangled web of abuse and brainwashing, not to mention the fact that it seemed All for One had somehow managed to plant a copy of his consciousness into Shigaraki's own mind. "What's the verdict?" All Might's voice cut through his thoughts as he pulled away from Shigaraki. All for One's been messing with his brain chemistry to keep him under control. He even managed to plant his own subconscious in Shigaraki, Izuku said seriously as he cuffed the villain. "I thought you only healed physical injuries?" All Might said, impressed. Izuku gave All Might a weary smile. "I started out only being able to mess with mental and emotional issues, so I learned that first. How's All for One?" "The body was burnt to a crisp by Toga," All Might said. "Have we been able to catch Dabi or Spinner yet?" Izuku asked Hawks in his headset. "They haven't made an appearance of any sort since the beginning of this battle," Hawks said wearily. "They aren't hiding nearby or I would have been able to find them with my quirk." "It looks like we are wrapping up though," Hawks said. "They've requested you at the medical station, are you up for it?" "Yep," Izuku said as he replaced his gloves and held his hands out. "We'll leave these guys to you." Hawk's red feathers flew towards him and Izuku grabbed them, allowing them to transport him to the medical tent with a nod to All Might as he left. Dabi waited for the ambulance that held Shigaraki to round the corner. Spinner was waiting for the police car holding Toga on the other side of the city. All for One was more trouble than he was worth. No one wanted to work for someone who would take the free will of those closest to them to live some kind of messed up second life. The ambulance rolled into sight and stopped at a light. Dabi shoved the baseball cap lower on his head as he jumped on the back of the vehicle and melted the doors. The police cruiser behind him yelled and pulled out their weapons. But Dabi threw a fireball at them with little care as he pulled Shigaraki from the ambulance and ran around the corner through Kurogiri's waiting portal. Kurogiri had been programmed for absolute obedience to All for One. But the man was no longer here. He had told him not to interfere in the fight with All Might, so he hadn't. Now he had to focus on Shigaraki and his new friends. Stain watched the footage of the fight from one of his safe houses. There was much he had to do to prepare for his second coming. He rewound the footage to Jade Phoenix's takedown of the giant. That hero had some moves. Something about him was familiar, but what was it? He would have to do some more research. Notes. Sue. Kurogiri is back. All for One is finally dead. For realsies, no comebacks for him. He should have known better than to piss of a bunch of villains with authority issues. Stain has his sights set on Jade Phoenix, and we finally see just a little bit of the mental and emotional aspect of Izuku's quirk. Any questions? Yami 2 winking face, thanks for reading. Chapter 37. Something's missing summary. TW. Mention of debilitating injuries, some canon-typical violence. Mostly fluff, smiley face. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. Are you alright? Hawks said when Izuku stumbled towards him after finishing in the medic's tent, clutching his head. Blocking All for One in Shigaraki and Gigantamage's consciousness gave me a migraine that feels like All Might himself. Detroit smashed my head into the ground. Izuku grumbled as he crouched next to his partner. Here, let me get you home, Hawks said, holding his arms out. Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself and straightened up before hopping into Hawks's arms, too tired to care about the way Hawks laughed at him. You really do look like a bunny when you do that, the winged hero said as he took to the sky. Izuku just grumbled and rested his head on the hero's shoulder, falling asleep before they even touched down. Neither of them noticed Mirio snapping a picture of the scene and sending it to their group chat. Hawks held Izuku tight against the chill of the night as he touched down in front of his own agency. Like he was he going to take the kid back to those uncomfortable barrack beds? He shot a text to Izuku's handler with his location and then set Izuku down in the guest room before heading to his own room. He was so grateful he had thought to insist on having a floor of studio apartments installed to accommodate any work he might need to keep an eye on. Hawks himself had never even bothered getting an apartment, just claimed one of the studios for himself. Hawks checked his texts and clicked his tongue when he discovered that both Toga and Shigaraki had escaped police custody. He knew it was suspicious that Dabi and Spinner weren't at the fight. He tossed the phone on the nightstand and collapsed into the bed. That was a problem for tomorrow. Tonight he was going to sleep. Nedzu, All Might, and Aizawa sat together in Nedzu's office. Recovery Girl entered and sat down. Did you get his mother on the phone? She asked, taking a sip from the teacup Nedzu slid to her. Of course, Nedzu said as he pushed a button revealing Inko Midoriya on a screen as the head of the table. How's my baby doing? Inko asked. All Might sent her the picture Mirio had sent to the group chat. He's doing such a good job, and Hawks is taking good care of him, the blonde hero said. Inko gasped at how cute her son was in his hero costume, but then worried over how tired he looked. How has the plan been coming along? She asked. I have several contacts in the American consulate working on getting you a permanent visa and Izuku a temporary one, All Might said. All for One's death and Gigantamage's capture put the Hero Society back in balance for now, Nedzu said, putting down his own cup of tea. The HPSC will have to answer for their use of a minor in a wartime crisis. If they refuse to relinquish their hold on Izuku, they will be facing international law due to his only living parent being an American citizen. This should buy him at least 2 years of rest before they try to rope him into any more hero politics, Aizawa said. I can't thank you enough for helping me with this, Inko said. I haven't even been able to talk to him since the HPSC took him. He had to have Hawks send a letter from his agency to even get one to me. He said they were monitoring all of his letters and calls. He loves the work even if he hates the constant monitoring. It's the least we can do after losing him to the HPSC, Nedzu said. Besides, no one can mess with my kid and get away with it. Shigaraki awoke to Kurogiri's familiar face hovering over him like the mother hen they all knew he was. What happened? He groaned as he stretched out the kinks in his shoulders. All for One perished in the fight against All Might and you were captured. Dabi and Spinner were free from the fighting and managed to get you and Toga out. Gigantamakia was taken into custody. Destro and his rebels were also taken into custody, Kurogiri dutifully announced. Shigaraki groaned. So where are we now? One of the master's oldest safe houses, Kurogiri said, moving away as Shigaraki sat up in the bed. Shigaraki looked out the window and groaned at the bright light. The view outside was horrendously beautiful. Fields of grass interspersed with daisies and teeming with wildlife met his view. Great, another old cabin somewhere not even remotely useful to our goals, Shigaraki grumbled as he threw off his covers and made for the door. He opened the door to find Spinner cleaning his sword outside his door. "What's up with you?" he grumped. Spinner immediately started tearing up before managing to get out. "You're really back, I'm so glad." "What the heck are you talking about?" Shigaraki asked, holding his arm up as if to shield his face from the unsightly torrent of tears and snot coming from the lizard man. "We're talking about when Sensei basically made you his living voodoo doll," Dabi's deep voice said as he rounded the corner. "Ever since you visited the doctor, All for One somehow had complete control over you. He was forcing you to act like some kind of creepy puppet to help him take over the world. We didn't like it, so we got rid of him for you," Toga sang as she peeked over Dabi's shoulder. "Don't you remember Shiggy?" Shigaraki froze in place. "You got rid of who for me?" "All for One," Dabi said evenly as he stared down the white-haired male. Shigaraki lunged, his hands outstretched, and grabbed Dabi by the throat with all 5 fingers. Time stood still as the fellow villain stared in horror. But nothing happened. Shigaraki stared at his hands. With a shout he whirled around to slap his outstretched hand against the walls, but again nothing happened. The burning need to destroy was there like it had always been, but there was no energy bubbling below the surface like he was used to. No quirk. Shigaraki swore and tried it again. Toga's eyes opened in realization as well, and she grabbed Dabi's hand, biting it. She ignored Dabi's swearing and licked his blood. It tasted as delicious as it always did, but when she tried to shift, she just couldn't. Her mouth opened and shut in shock. Shigaraki had paused his tantrum to watch Toga's plight and swore again before stomping forward to the kitchen and angrily grabbing a beer from the fridge before sitting at a wooden chair at a quaint dining room table. Toga silently followed him and sat across from him, holding her head in her hands and narrowing her eyes in thought. "The only one to touch us both before we were taken away was that new hero, Jade Phoenix," she said quietly as Kurogiri went about preparing breakfast for the group, seemingly unfazed by the new revelations. "But how could he do this?" "He's one of the HPSC's dogs, like Azar was right," Spinner said. "Maybe the HPSC was able to copy their quirk erasing drug?" "That's not possible," Kurogiri spoke up for the first time since the discovery. "According to our mole in the police department, the drug was made from blood harvested from a little girl's quirk. The little girl in under UA's protection now. They wouldn't have been able to get close enough to her to take any blood to make more drugs. The mole we placed in the HPSC confirmed that there were limited samples of the permanent quirk-destroying drug. Plus you didn't feel like your quirk was gone until you tried to use it. Those hit by the quirk-destroying drug say they feel like something is missing. You didn't feel like anything was missing until you tried to use your quirks and couldn't." "We don't know enough," Spinner said. "We need to do some more research on this." "Kurogiri, do we have any doctors we can trust to look at us without giving away our position?" Shigaraki asked, knowing their doctor was no longer within their reach. "There was one," Kurogiri said. "I will have to do some digging to find him, but I will let you know as soon as I find out." "Get it done," Shigaraki said before leveling his glare at Dabi. "Now what was the B at $S carat and asterisk you were telling me about Sensei using me as a puppet?" Uraraka, Iida and Bakugo had all chosen to intern under the pro-hero Ingenium for one reason. They knew he occasionally teamed up with Hawks and Jade Phoenix. Ingenium knew it too, from the looks of it. If he didn't, the first thing he said wouldn't have been, "We'll head to the dojo first to see how you fight, then we patrol. The feathered duo doesn't patrol until this afternoon, so we can meet up with them then." Bakugo and TSKED but started following the pro as Iida and Uraraka stuttered and blushed. "How did you know?" Iida asked. "I grew up with you," Tensai said, shrugging as he opened the door and ushered the little group inside. "I figured you would do this sooner or later. Especially with how much we owe him." "What do you mean?" Uraraka and Bakugo asked at the same time. "Did you hear about when I got hurt by Stain a while back?" Tensai asked, causing Iida to stiffen beside him. "Yeah, so? You're fine now, aren't you?" Bakugo asked, crossing his arms across his body as he glared at the man. It's only thanks to Midoriya that Tensai can even walk now, Tenya said in a subdued voice. You mean, Yuli before trailing off? I don't know how he did it, Tensai said, stretching his legs and arms as he spoke. But Midoriya was able to repair my spinal cord and give me the ability to walk even after the doctors had all said it was impossible. I don't think I could ever repay him enough for that. The group of kids seemed lost in their thoughts for a moment before Tensai clapped his hands and said, "All right, enough of that. Who's first?" Bakugo stepped forward with an eager glint in his eye and their sparring session began. Jade Phoenix and Hawks stood tall as the director of the HPSC went over the results of their last battle. It was important for them to know if Izuku's new technique had worked, but the members he had used it on had run away. You two are an efficient team, but we won't know how effective unless we can get Toga and Shigaraki back in custody, the man in a well-tailored suit said as he rubbed his temples in exasperation. Your main prerogative is to find and bring in the rest of the League of Villains. Do you understand? Yes, Hawks and Jade Phoenix said at the same time. The man dismissed him and the pair of heroes sighed deeply as they headed back to their part of town to begin patrol. What a great father figure we have there, Hawks said sarcastically as he rolled his eyes. He really smothers us in affection, don't y'all think? Izuku just shrugged his shoulders and replied, at least he doesn't beat us up when we failed to comply. I know you got a messed up sense of family, but daw an asterisk kid, Hawks said, throwing his arm over the younger man's shoulders. I'm a little worried about you. How are the side effects feeling? For a moment Izuku didn't reply. They are dredging up a lot of old memories, almost as if they are trying to replace the memories I sacrificed for the HPSC's new trick. It's throwing me off a little. Sorry for being so moody. Don't sweat it, Hawks said, pulling Jade Phoenix in to give him a noogie. It's alright to act like the teenager you are from time to time. If anyone's earned it, it's you. Izuku just grunted and growled as he wriggled out of Hawks' hold and made a break for the office doors. You'll never catch me. Hawks just smiled at the challenge and chased after his partner as they started their patrol. Notes. Haha, didn't see that one coming, did you? Winking face. Sorry for the delay. I am visiting some family, so posts will probably be a little delayed, but they will be coming. Thanks for reading. Chapter 38. Favor summary. TW. None really, some mention of bloodlust and teenage angst, a withdrawn Izuku. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. Shigaraki sat at the kitchen table staring at his hands while Toga sat beside him kicking her feet and humming an obnoxiously bright tune. The doctor they had seen had told them that they were physically fine. There was no reason they shouldn't be able to use their quirks unless the block was in their brain somehow. He hadn't had the equipment of the quirk to check that without taking them to a hospital. Next to him Toga's humming had stopped and she began thinking out loud, you know, my mind is a lot clearer than it has been in a long time. Whatever the green birdie did to block my quirk, he also managed to block my bloodlust, she said, turning to look at Shigaraki. Is it the same for you? Shigaraki simply grunted, but now that she mentioned it, he really didn't feel the urge to destroy as strongly as he had before. Before it was like a desperate need, now it was only an itch. If he ignored it long enough, he could pretend it wasn't there. Shigaraki's face turned to an even darker scowl as he thought about how his friends had told him about how he had been controlled by All for One for an entire month. Now that he thought about it, he really couldn't remember anything other than feeling All for One's presence during his fight with those ridiculous heroes. The blondes in particular had been especially annoying. His thoughts were interrupted as Kurogiri warped Spinner and Dabi back into the room. What news do you have? He asked, crossing his arms as they stepped into the kitchen. Hi Dabi, Spinner, how ya doing? Toga cheered from beside him. Dabi smirked at Shigaraki as he replied to Himiko, I'm fine, thanks for asking. Spinner just rolled his eyes before responding to Shigaraki. There's not much on Jade Phoenix himself. Apparently, he is a brand new acquisition of the HPSC. They're keeping the only files they have on him in a secure file held only by the director and his handler. The fact that he has a handler means he is most likely a minor. Honestly, we could get past the security to look at his file, but it would be a lot quicker to just try and catch him on patrol. Hawks and Jade are assigned to our case. His quirk according to the public profile is Healing Touch, Dabi said. They say he focuses mostly on rescues while Hawks deals mostly in combat, although they are both capable of both. Jade will generally incapacitate the threat by putting them to sleep with skin-to-skin contact. That's exactly what he did to Gigantamakia and Shiggy and me, Toga said in a sing-songy voice. We haven't been able to get any information on Gigantamakia, Redestro, or the doctor either, Spinner said. Wherever they are keeping them, they are actually keeping their mouths shut about it for once. It seems we'll have to invite Jade Phoenix to play sometime soon then, Toga said with a giggle. What do you think, Shiggy? Shigaraki let a slow demented smile fill his face. For once I agree with you, Toga. Izuku felt chills run down his spine as he helped the little girl he met with his scraped knee. He sent the girl a comforting smile while surveying the surroundings. They hadn't really run into any major trouble during this patrol, but with the way things had been going, it was surely stalking the pair of heroes. Izuku spotted movement out of the corner of his eye and quickly pushed the girl behind him while signaling Hawks about possible trouble. Hawks pinged back indicating that he received the message and Izuku turned the recording device on his headphones on. Izuku sent the little girl back into the crowd milling about and went to investigate the shadow. He scanned the fire escapes and piles of trash silently rotting in the alley. Finding nothing in his initial glance, he called out a tentative, "Hello?" Silence greeted him, but Izuku trusted his instincts and ventured into the alley looking for any signs of disturbance. A shadow descended from the rooftop and dropped behind Izuku. Izuku whirled to face the newcomer. Stain stood tall, swords gleaming ready in his hands as he eyed the new hero. Izuku fell into a defensive stance. I thought you might be active again soon, Chizome-san, Izuku said in a pleasant tone even as he prepared for an attack. I'm not here for a fight, Stain said, sheathing his swords and holding up his hands. Izuku stayed in his ready position but loosened his stance slightly to signal that he was listening. I heard the commission had created a new hero but I never thought he would be so young. I've learned my lesson about going for young heroes, he said, pulling down the bandages on his wrists to show the healing skin of a burn. Izuku straightened at the sight of the wound and asked, so what would you like from me? Stain's eyes narrowed at the sound of his voice, so it is you. A hidden knife was thrown but Izuku didn't flinch even when it tore the fabric of his mask revealing his bright green curly hair. I just wanted to confirm my suspicions. You're a true hero. I will listen to one request you have of me. Izuku's eyebrows raised in surprise before he simply asked, aid the heroes by turning yourself in then. Stain smirked at him before dodging a barrage of feathers that were sent his way as Hawks dropped in behind N. Stain said, lifting his hands in surrender as Hawks cuffed him and searched him. Once he was secured, Hawks nodded his head and Izuku stepped forward and touched the revealed burn, healing it before stepping back. Stain looked at him with a genuine smile this time. I knew it was right to trust you. Watch your back. Your kindness will be your undoing. Hawks said nothing as he handed Stain over to the police officers who had arrived on the scene. He's right, you know, Hawks said as the car drove away. The same goes for you then, Izuku said as he pulled a spare mask from his belt and replaced his hood just as Ingenium and his interns turned the corner. Fancy meeting you here, Ingenium said cheekily as he raised his hand in greeting. Izuku shot a glare at Hawks who responded in kind when he saw who the interns were. You guys were in on this together, weren't you? He asked as Ingenium got within hearing range and laughed at him. Of course not, Ingenium said. I was lucky to have such wonderful interns apply. He gestured to the group who were awkwardly waving. All had varying degrees of emotion in their eyes as they looked at Izuku. Izuku shifted uncomfortably as he waved back. Oi nerd, Kachan said, holding his fist up for a pound like he used to when they were younger. It's been a while. Izuku let a small smile grace his face as he bumped the fist placed in front of him. It sure has, Kachan. How is Auntie doing? The old hag is fine, Bakugo said as he rolled his eyes. She keeps pestering me to ask you about your mom. I haven't been able to get her Auntie Inko's actual number since someone decided to switch sides. Izuku just shrugged and turned to Hawks as he said, we need to get back to patrol, or you guys tagging along? Izuku, Uraraka said, reaching out and grabbing his wrist. Sorry Uravati, but please call me Jade while we're out on patrol, Izuku said, throwing an apologetic smile towards the girl as she released his wrist. We can catch up at the agency. Iida put a comforting hand on Uraraka's shoulder as they watched Izuku walk towards Hawks and Ingenium. Uraraka took a deep breath and squared her shoulders before moving forward. Izuku was right. They were here for a job, emotional reunions could come later. She was halfway sure Izuku had only allowed it for Bakugo because he knew the blonde would be insufferable if he didn't. She didn't really know what had caused her happy friend to withdraw herself from their friendship, but it physically hurt her to see him pretending to be alright. She wasn't alright, but she knew she had the support of her parents and peers. Since Izuku had been taken by the HPSC, she doubted he even had access to that anymore. She needed to let him know she was on his side. She had to let him know before it was too late. She had a feeling deep in her gut that he would disappear from sight if she let him go this time. She swore that she wouldn't this time. She would tell him. Spinner rubbed his head in consternation. Why would Stain just give up for some green-haired teen? And those students looked like they were from UA. Maybe the kid had trained with them? More research. Maybe Dabi would know what was happening. He seemed to know the UA kids better than anyone else. Was his hair curly? Dabi asked, keeping a carefully blank look on his face as Spinner told him about the encounter in the alleyway. Super curly, Spinner said. It looked like a bird's nest. Dabi smirked at the description, but then quickly hid his face at the implications of the HPSC having Izuku under their thumb. That's actually good news for us, Dabi thought. The kid might actually come without a fight. Turning to Spinner he said aloud, "Do you have his schedule memorized?" "Who do you think I am?" Spinner asked indignantly. "Of course I do." Dabi listened to the lizard man prattle on while he smirked inwardly to himself. It was about time he repaid the kid the favor he owed him. Notes. So there's no real fighting in this one. I originally did want Stain to fight Izuku, but it didn't work out for the direction I wanted to take the story, so he just got pretty words and some suave dodging of hawk's feathers. Honestly, Stain is one of my favorite villains because he is so contradictory in his desires and actions. Chisaki is a close second for similar reasons. I kind of wish he had some more time to shine in this FIC. Thanks for reading. Chapter 39. Lost Summary. TW. Canon typical violence, scheming villains, angsty chickens. I mean hawks. Or do I? Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Their patrol was uneventful, but that could have been because the teenage interns were distracted by the fact that Izuku and Hawks were keeping watch from the rooftops. They usually caught on to crime before the others could even blink, and the offenders were caught before the others were even on the scene. To say they were frustrated would be an understatement. When their patrol time came to a close, Hawks and Izuku escorted Ingenium and the UA students back to their agency. Uraraka reached out to Izuku again. This time the boy sent her one of his famous smiles, but for some reason it felt forced. "What's up?" he asked, facing her. Ingenium and Hawks had moved to the office for a conversation, leaving Izuku to catch up with his old friends in the lobby. "I just wanted to see how you were doing," Ochako said hesitantly. "You were pretty down before you left, and if I'm being honest, you still look kind of down." Tenya cut in at this point, saying, "I know you are no longer a student, but we are still your friends. No matter where you end up, we will support you with all of our might." Katsuki stayed silent but sent a stoic nod in his direction. Izuku's eyes started to water. He really didn't deserve friends like these. They were too good for a monster like him. He did his best to keep his face neutral but was unable to hide a small sniffle. "It's okay to cry, Izuku. We're here for you." "I am here for you," Ochako said, placing her gloved hands on Izuku's shoulder as she tried to pull him in for a hug. Izuku resisted the hug though and drew away. Ochako drew her hands back and held them together in an effort to keep from reaching for him again. "You are right," Izuku said, pulling his shoulders up in determination. "It's okay to cry, but I'm done crying. Thank you for being such good friends, but you should save your worries for someone else. I'm just doing what I need to and you should do the same. It's not easy, but I get to help people like I've always wanted. I'm right where I need to be." "That's bull," Katsuki growled, aggressively stepping closer to Izuku, who shifted his weight into a ready stance without thinking. Katsuki stopped in his tracks at the change in stance, looking hurt before collecting himself and taking a deep breath. "I don't know what it is you think you need to atone for, but throwing yourself under the bus for everyone else's sake isn't an answer. It's an excuse." Izuku relaxed his stance but said nothing in return. Katsuki sighed and lowered his tone even more. "I should know. You can't go dying on me before I have the chance to make it up to you." Izuku was about to respond when an alert went off in his comms. Hawks appeared in the lobby 2 seconds later and Izuku launched himself into action. Within seconds Hawks and Jade Phoenix were gone. Ingenium entered the lobby seconds later to find Uraraka and Iida holding Katsuki back from following the pair. "Good you're still here," Ingenium said, panting. "Don't follow them. They are responding to a very specific situation in which we would be no help." "What kind of a situation would that be?" Katsuki yelled. "One that requires Jade's healing skills," Ingenium said, standing tall as he caught his breath. "We need to report back to our own office." "We can catch them," Uki grumbled but relented as Iida and Uraraka nodded in confirmation. Uraraka looked to the doors that Izuku had disappeared out of, trying to ignore the feeling of finality the parting had given her. He would be all right, she assured herself. He had to be. "Are we sure it's them?" Izuku asked as Hawks flew them quickly to their destination. 100% positive, Hawks said as he flew around a skyscraper and landed in an abandoned plaza, immediately scattering his feathers through the arched hallways that surrounded them on either side. Jade watched warily. A bright blue flame lit up the hallway on their left. At the same time the light caught a gleam of one of Hawk's feathers getting slashed by a sword. "Long time no see, Izuku," Dabi said as he stepped into the light with a smirk. "Ah, no love for me to ya?" Hawks said flirtily as he recalled his feathers and got into a ready stance. "Don't kill my friends and I might consider it," Dabi said, throwing a flame at Hawks, who shouted a warning and dodged, pulling Izuku out of the way as well. "You can't fry the kid before we ask him our questions," Spinner yelled at Dabi. "We're supposed to take him back, not kill him. Flirt with your boyfriend later." "Shut up, Spinner," Dabi yelled as he threw another fireball at Hawks. Izuku kept his eyes peeled on Spinner. Deftly he pulled out some throwing knives and sent them towards the green villain. Spinner dodged the knives and threw some of his own. Izuku caught the knives before they plunged into Hawk's back and took the chance to rush his scaly foe. Spinner grinned and pulled out his sword. Izuku grabbed a collapsible bow staff from his belt and activated it in time to parry the large sword out of the way with one end while quickly whipping the other end up to smack Spinner's upper thigh. Spinner swore and fell back, goading Izuku further from where Hawks and Dabi were having their battle. Izuku felt the temperature shift slightly before he fell through the floor into one of Kurogiri's signature portals. Shocked, he yelled, "Portal!" to his partner before the portal closed over his head. Hawks heard the yell and swore when he realized Izuku's signal had cut out. Wherever they had teleported him, it was out of range of their gear. Now Hawks, aren't you supposed to take better care of your partners? How'd you let our healer get caught up in the HPSC's BS? Hawks gritted his teeth together as he pressed the button that sent for backup. "Of course, after the crap you pulled, I guess it's just kind of your mo. You and I might have had our differences, but don't take it out on the kid," Hawks said. "I promised his mom I would keep him safe." Spinner charged Hawks with his sword that was swiftly parried by Hawks' feathers. "We all know how well you keep your promises," Dabi retorted. Spinner flew back and fell through a portal just as Dabi sunk into another as he let off a large blast of fire to cover his exit. Hawks sent his quickest feather after the duo, but only succeeded in splitting his feather in half when the portal abruptly closed. "No!" Hawks yelled, punching the air in frustration. He had lost Izuku. Notes. It's short, but I feel like it's an appropriate place to end, right? P. Omake. Ah, no love for me to ya? Hawks said flirtily as he recalled his feathers and got into a ready stance. "That ship has sailed," Dabi said, throwing a flame at Hawks, who shouted a warning and dodged, pulling Izuku out of the way as well. "He ships it," Spinner yells. "He ships it," Hawks hoots in victory. The love boat sets sail. Izuku cheers. "I hate all of you," Dabi screams, throwing blue fireballs at all of them. Asterisk 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 A, and I seriously considered putting this in, but it would not flow with the story, so here. I had to share it. Laughing face. Thanks for reading. Chapter 40. Let's make a deal summary. TW. Canon: typical violence, kidnapping, conspiracy, hijinks. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Izuku fell through the portal onto some kind of wharf. Seconds later, Spinner dropped right on top of him with considerable force. Izuku grunted as Spinner quickly regained his composure and pinned Izuku to the ground. Dabi casually dropped out of a portal. He walked over to where Izuku was trying to squirm out of Spinner's hold and pulled off his mask. Izuku stopped struggling when he saw Dabi's annoyed expression. He sighed and asked, "Who's hurt?" No one, kid. Why do you think that? Dabi asked. We only ever seem to meet each other when someone is in need of healing, Izuku said. Or you are trying to burn one of my friends alive. Talk about a downer, Spinner said. From the way Toga went on about him. I thought this kid was supposed to be a ray of sunshine. What gives? Would you be a ray of sunshine if you kept getting kidnapped and stomped on like trash? Izuku asked. Alright, listen, Dabi said, signaling Spinner to let the boy up. We just want to know how you blocked Shigaraki and Toga's quirks. You unblock them and you can go home. Izuku's tired eyes looked at Dabi for a moment before a determined glint rose in them. Alright, here's the deal. What do you mean you can't find him? Hawks said in frustration as he looked over one of his tech's shoulders. You told me that you would be able to track it from here. Only if there was no quirk interference or they were above ground. He popped up on the map for a few minutes after he was teleported, but his signal was lost and the heroes we sent to the site found nothing out of the ordinary. If they had taken off anything we'd track, it would have been there, but instead it just disappeared. It looks like you could use some help. Nedzu's voice echoed into the computer room. Hawks whipped around to see the principal riding on Aizawa's shoulder enter the room. I received special permission from the HPSC to help with you on this case, seeing that we have collaborated on the League of Villains before and Izuku's guardianship is up for debate once again. Nedzu, Hawks said with relief. Please tell me you have something. Of course I do, Nedzu said. Aizawa, show them please. Aizawa pulled out a flash drive and plugged it into the nearest tower. A map with a glowing dot appeared on the screen. It appears he is in a small fishing town, Nedzu said. We have already mobilized Selkie and his crew to scout out his location. Aizawa's phone rang. He lifted the cell to his ear, listening for a moment before nodding to Nedzu and hanging up. They found his tracker and hero gear abandoned on the wharf of the island. They are searching the island as we speak. Okay, I can get there in a few hours, Hawks said, spreading his wings before Aizawa's quirk flared, grabbing his attention. We need you here for now, Nedzu said. We want to know everything you do about this Dabi character who snatched him. Why did the HPSC trust you and Izuku to take them down? Hawks sighed before waving a hand and leading them to his office. He shut the doors behind him and began explaining. Izuku was able to perfect a new technique that allows him to block a person's quirk without negatively affecting their health. The HPSC wanted Izuku to use it on any high-profile villains we encountered, but specifically the League of Villains. I infiltrated the League for a few months and know more about the remaining villains and how to deal with them. That's why we were made a duo and given the love case. Nedzu hummed in thought. That makes our position a little tricky, but it explains why Izuku was taken. I assume he used that new technique in the last big fight with All for One. Hawks nodded solemnly while Aizawa cursed. How likely is it that Izuku will survive this kidnapping if he doesn't return their quirks? Aizawa asked. Nedzu just shook his head and picked up the phone to call in a few more favors. Well, this is said when Izuku walked into their cabin with Dabi and Spinner unrestrained. Are you working with us now? Can I see your scars? Why are you wearing Dabi's coat? Back up, Himiko, Dabi said. We made a deal. Kurogiri, do we have any extra clothes? Of course, Kurogiri said, waving his hand and summoning some jeans and a t-shirt in Izuku's size. The bathroom's the first door on your left. Izuku took them wordlessly and walked down the hallway until he reached the bathroom and disappeared inside. What's this deal? Shigaraki hissed at Dabi, who slumped into the chair and banged his head on the table. Spinner answered for him. Well, basically, Dabi has to talk with Hawks peacefully and we have to let him heal Kurogiri before he returns your quirks. TCH, that's it, Shigaraki huffed. Why didn't he try to ensure his own safety? What's wrong with Kurogiri? The brat's smart, Dabi said as he sat up and put his head in his hands. He knows we won't hurt him until we get what we want, and he knows you want a healer in the group. Ah, Toga said, kicking her feet under her chair. How cute, he's learning how to blackmail people. Can I keep him, please? We'll see, Dabi said with a half smile. The bathroom door clicked open and Izuku stepped out dressed in a black t-shirt that said, "Down with the system," in dripping red letters, and a pair of jeans. You gave him my favorite shirt? Shigaraki screeched at Kurogiri, who simply shrugged. You've outgrown it, the Mistman said. Spinner pulled out a chair and motioned to it and Izuku nodded and sat down. Shigaraki and the remaining members of the league stared at the teen who had taken down Gigantomachia. He looked so small and tired. There was still a fire in his eyes, but it had been dulled as if grief threatened to extinguish it. There were bags under his eyes and he looked leaner than he had before, as if he had been skipping meals. "Alright kids, start talking," Shigaraki said. "How'd you stop our quirks?" "I tricked your brains into telling your bodies they had no quirks," Izuku keeping his face carefully even as the villains gawked at him. "How?" Toga asked with a confused look on her face. "I readjusted the neural pathways in your brain so that they didn't activate your quirks on instinct," Izuku said, again desperately restraining himself from going into an hour-long lecture on neural pathways and DNA triggers that he was sure no one in the room would care to understand. "She means how did you affect our brains?" Shigaraki said, bringing his fist down on the table in frustration. "Your quirk is supposed to heal physical injuries, not meddle with our brains." "Didn't Azar tell you anything about how he landed in jail when he was with you?" Izuku asked, clenching his hands together under the table as he mentioned his father. "When my quirk manifested, I could originally only affect and trade mental and emotional things. I traded his anger for my happiness. The physical switching came later and is only really possible because everything in your body relies on the brain's information processing system to work." Dabi started cackling and the other villains turned to look at him as if he were crazy. "What's so funny?" Spinner asked, confused at the outburst. "Can you imagine Azar getting taken away in handcuffs and smiling like an idiot about it the entire time?" Dabi said between chuckles. "I can even see him thanking the police officers for shoving him in the back of the car. Ha ha, it's hilarious." Toga's smile widened and Shigaraki smirked. "Serves the traitor right," Spinner said as he laughed after imagining the scene. Izuku clenched his hands even tighter as he looked down in his lap. Whatever happened to that jerk anyway? "He got caught up in Shigaraki's quirk during the hospital raid," Izuku said softly. Shigaraki looked at the guilty expression on the kid's face, but didn't say anything. Izuku took a breath and looked up at the room of villains with determination. "So when can I heal Kurogiri?" "I feel perfectly fine, thank you," Kurogiri said from where he was standing behind the counter. "Amnesia and chronic back and neck pain say otherwise," Izuku replied. "Amnesia?" Shigaraki asked quietly as he thought back to the foggy memories that had been plaguing him lately. "Back and neck pain?" Toga asked with a scolding look. "Why didn't you say anything?" Kurogiri remained silent before he sighed and came to join the group at the table. He pulled up the chair and held out his hands as he had seen his master do months ago. Izuku sent him a small smile and gently placed his hands in Kurogiri's smoke-filled ones. Kurogiri felt the constant ache and pains that had always plagued him fade away and he relaxed a little. Then he felt a strange twinge in his skull. Surprising, but not painful. Izuku pulled his hands away and nodded as if he was satisfied with what he saw now when he looked at Kurogiri. "Your memories will come back slowly so you don't become overwhelmed. When they do, you should decide what you really want to be, not what you were made for," Izuku said, looking at the warper with an impartial smile. The emotional drain after a full day of heroics, being kidnapped, and healing left him with no more emotions to spare. "Is there somewhere I can lay down for a bit?" "No," Shigaraki yelled, lunging forward to grab Izuku by the collar of his shirt. "You haven't given us our quirks back yet. Dabi has one more thing to do before that, and I can't heal you right now. I don't have enough emotions or stamina to do so. You kidnapped me while I was doing overtime. I'm tired." Dabi pulled Shigaraki away. "He's right. At least let him take a nap so he doesn't accidentally mix up your brain signals. You might end up doing the chicken dance for the rest of your life instead of decaying things." Shigaraki yanked himself out of Dabi's hold and grumbled, "Fine. Toga, you are on watch duty until Dabi gets back from his errand." Toga whooped and dragged the emotionless Izuku down the hall to her room before slamming the door. Spinner ran a hand down his face and gave Dabi a pat on the shoulder before going to Toga's room to make sure she let the boy rest. Dabi groaned but turned to Kurogiri. "Send me here. Give me 5 hours and then pick me up at the same spot." Kurogiri nodded and waved his hand. Dabi walked through the portal and disappeared, leaving a pensive Shigaraki and Kurogiri in the kitchen. Notes. So tired. I hope it makes sense. Thanks for reading. Smiley face. Chapter 41. Quirk Return Summary. TW. Canon Typical Violence, Description of Death, Dissociative Episode. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. Hawks had to double-check his phone when he got an emergency code from Izuku's personal cell phone along with a fire emoji. He was lucky he had been alone when the text came through. Quickly he sent the agency a text that he was checking out a lead and zipped to the location indicated. He landed on the outcropping of rocks next to a serene lake. Dabi leaned leisurely against a stand of trees a few meters away. Hawks sent out feathers to make sure they were truly alone before calling out to the man. "Where's Izuku?" he asked. "What, no hello?" Dabi asked, rolling his eyes to calm his frayed nerves. "Stupid favors. I think we are past that since you kidnapped my partner," Hawks said, folding his arms and puffing up his wings to look more intimidating. Dabi whistled at the display. "Calm down, Birdie," he said, holding his own hands out placatingly. "I'm here on an errand for the kid actually." "Why would you run errands for Izuku?" Hawks asked, not convinced the man wouldn't try to fry him on the spot. "Let's just say we made a deal," Dabi said, dropping his hands back into his pockets. "But that's beside the point. The kid said to tell you that and that we need to talk about what happened with Twice." Understanding dawned as Hawks rubbed his face with a resigned sigh. "He's not coming back anytime soon, is he?" Dabi just shrugged, but watched Hawks with cautious eyes. "Alright then, let's talk." Izuku woke up to see Toga happily staring at him from a chair next to his bedside. He groaned when he remembered exactly what he had gotten himself into and tried to turn over to sleep more. It had been a long time since he actually got some restful sleep. It was kind of ironic that he slept better in a villain's hideout than in HPSC headquarters. It seemed Toga refused to let him go back to sleep though, because she leaned forward and started poking his back singing, "Upsy Daisy. It's been a full 12 hours already, Zuku-kun." Izuku relented and sat up with a stretch that made Toga squeal about how he looked like a cat. "Ooh, this is gonna be so exciting," Toga squealed. "Hey, once I get my quirk back, can I have some of your blood? Pretty please, I'm a big fan." Izuku gave her a placating smile as he stood up. "Where is everyone?" he asked as the pair made their way to the kitchen. "Can't tell you, that's silly," Toga said, but when Dabi came back from that talk with Hawks he seemed more peaceful, he even smiled. "That's great," Izuku said with a genuine smile. "Yep," Toga said as she rummaged through the cupboards for some cereal. "Although you seem even more tired than Dabi was when I first found him. Why are you so down?" "Is kidnapping not a good enough reason?" Izuku asked after he thanked Toga for the bowl of cereal she placed in front of him. "Anyway, what about you? It seems like you've been getting angrier more and more lately, is there a reason for that?" "Twice died," she said simply with an uncharacteristically somber face before tucking into her own cereal. The pair ate in silence before Izuku sighed and dropped his spoon into his bowl with a clink. "I tried to get my dad out of range of Shigaraki's quirk," Izuku said softly, looking at his scarred hands before clenching them and letting them fall into his lap. "I was in the perfect position. I would have if he hadn't been more afraid of me than he was of turning to dust." An image of his father's disgusted and terrified face flinching back into the path of destruction flashed in his mind. He was a monster. His thoughts continued to spiral until he felt Toga place a hand on his shoulder. Startled, he snapped his head up to look at her eyes. Instead of her usual exuberance was simple understanding. Izuku let himself relax. Toga might be crazy a majority of the time, but when she wasn't crazy with bloodlust she was probably the most approachable of the group aside from Dabi. "Do you have room for one more in your sappy moment?" Dabi said as he leaned against the doorframe with a smirk. "Tuya," Toga cheered, going to hug the tall lanky man. "How did the talk go?" Izuku asked from his spot at the table. "First things first," Tuya said, looking at Izuku. "Your dad was a messed up piece of $% carrot and you shouldn't feel bad about what happened. It was an accident. You did the right thing." "Yes," Izuku said, "and the right thing killed him." "Great, so you committed patricide. Welcome to the club," Shigaraki said, coming around the corner as he elbowed Dabi. "You haven't made it yet." "That's a fancy word there, Shigaraki. Where'd you learn it from?" Dabi snarked back, ignoring the jab. Shigaraki just rolled his eyes and sat in the chair next to Izuku. "Alright then. We kept our part of the deal. Now you do yours." "Very well," Izuku said, "but I would like to heal your memories as well. Will that be alright?" Shigaraki said nothing, instead grabbing Izuku's bare hands and shaking them. Izuku sighed but closed his eyes and got to work. Once he was done with Shigaraki, Izuku wordlessly moved on to Toga, who happily blushed as he took her hands in his and concentrated. Shigaraki started gleefully disintegrating the tableware as Izuku finished, and Toga promptly bit his shoulder. Izuku barely reacted. Dabi watched him in concern until Shigaraki suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned quick as a viper and grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt. "Whoa!" Dabi said, moving forward to stop Shigaraki from disintegrating Izuku. "What did you do?" Shigaraki asked furiously, ignoring Dabi. "I restored your memory," Izuku said as a few tears ran down his cheeks. The emotions he had been using to keep his depression in check had been used to heal the memories, and the memories he had traded to reactivate their quirks were coming back to the forefront of his mind, causing him more emotional stress than fear. "I didn't tell you to do that," Shigaraki said. "You didn't tell me not to either," Izuku replied as he locked his terribly depressed eyes with Shigaraki's own anger-filled ones. Shigaraki dropped him as if he had been burned and stumbled back a few steps. "No," he said, scratching at his neck. "It can't be true." Spinner and Kurogiri came into the room and looked at the mess and immediately moved into action. Spinner grabbed Izuku and took him to a back room while Kurogiri tried to calm his young master. Toga just smiled and hummed happily as he licked the leftover blood from her fangs. Spinner closed the door behind him once he had bandaged Izuku's shoulder. The boy had seemed out of it, silently crying with tears running down his cheeks. Spinner hated to see anyone like that, but he especially hated seeing it on someone who Stain himself had surrendered to. The boy looked broken and weak. Maybe that was the real reason the HPSC had made him wear a full face mask. They didn't want anyone to see the price he paid when he healed someone. He looked up to see Kurogiri and Dabi approaching him. "How's the kid?" Dabi asked. "He's dissociating for some reason," Spinner said. "He's crying silently, like he's afraid to make noise. It's almost like he's lost in a memory or something." "Gah," Dabi said, throwing his hands in the air. "This kid will be the death of me, I swear it." "Perhaps we should take him to see your friend that manipulates emotions?" Kurogiri suggested. "From what I know, it's pretty normal for this kid to be in some kind of emotional state after healing," Spinner said. Dabi groaned. "Let's give it a few hours, and if he hasn't changed, we'll take him to see my friend." He thought back to his conversation with Hawks. He had promised to take care of the kid until they could get him back to his mother in America. He really hoped he would be able to keep his promise. Notes. "Sorry it took me so long to get this out. It's been a crazy week. I feel so bad for Izuku in this. He really needs another break. Also, I am running with the idea that quirks can alter their users' personalities. That's why Shigaraki and Toga seem a little out of character without the influence of their quirk on their personalities." Thanks for reading. Chapter 42. Memories Summary. TW. Descriptions of abuse, brainwashing, dissociation, and intense emotional angst, an original character. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Shigaraki was a puppet. He could feel it. When Sensei picked him up, he hadn't much cared about anything other than having a place to go back to that wouldn't mind his penchant for destructiveness. But now the man who raised him and taught him all he knew, even one that encouraged him to destroy like he wanted to, had put him under his control. He had taken over his body and cast him to the side, leaving him to grovel with the disgustingly pathetic child he had been all those years ago. He had fought Sensei for control, but Sensei never let him raise himself up. He continuously pushed him down, down, down. Shigaraki felt his body collapse once the connection with All for One had been severed when he was burnt alive, but LL fought for control. He felt himself getting scooped up and taken somewhere, but was still battling the war in his mind. It felt like an eternity later when his mind was suddenly clear and free. Content to be the master of his own mind once more, he allowed himself to fall into a deep sleep. Shigaraki tore himself from the memory. Why would Sensei do such a thing? It didn't make sense. He was like a father to him. This had to be a fake memory. He turned to let out his rage on the green-haired healer who cried silent tears that made Shigaraki's heart twinge for some unknown reason, and focused his anger on the lies the boy had planted in his head. "This couldn't be right. What did you do?" "I restored your memory." The sentence chilled the blood in Shigaraki's body, and he dropped the boy, stepping back in horror. He yelled some words in anger, but was too overwhelmed by the memories to make sense of what he was saying before Kurogiri came to calm him. It was dark and tight. The closet seemed like it was closing in on him and suffocating him. Izuku held his hand over his mouth and cried silent tears as his mother's screams and cries echoed through the house. His dad was drunk again. He was beating her. Mom had told him to hide, so he had, but now his mother was in trouble. Izuku needed to be brave like All Might. He needed to save his mother. He silently opened the door and rushed into the fray. His father had been slapping his mother like crazy. The smoke was billowing out of his mouth as he let his drunken anger lead him in his assault. Izuku ran forward and grabbed his legs, causing him to fall backwards. He ran to his mother. He was small, but he knew he needed to get his mother out. She was bleeding all over, and there were already some nasty bruises swelling on her face. "Mommy," he sobbed while trying to help the woman up so they could escape. His mother had tried to get up, but fell to the floor again when she tried to push herself up on a broken arm. Hisashi had recouped by this time and turned his rage on Izuku. He beat the small child until he looked even worse than his mother. Izuku didn't understand why his father was so mean. Why couldn't he just be happy? He would trade his own happiness just to see his father happy enough to not hurt his mother? Just as he was having this thought, Izuku's eyes began to glow. Hisashi's hand made contact with his face as he slapped the boy, and Izuku's world changed. Everything was making him mad, but especially his father. How dare he beat his mother? How dare he beat anyone? Izuku would make sure he couldn't hurt anyone ever again. He ran forward and started pummeling his father's legs. Hisashi himself had turned into a happy drunk. He looked down at the young boy pummeling his legs with his fists and laughed. His laughter just made Izuku angrier, and he finally managed to push the inebriated man to the floor and began to kick him. He had felt someone pull him off of his father, but he couldn't stop himself from turning on them too. A swift hand chopped his neck and he fell asleep, angry tears still streaming down his face. It's been 3 hours and Zuku-kun hasn't snapped out of whatever depressed dunk he's been in yet, Spinner said as he shut the door. Don't you think it's time? Shigaraki managed to calm down after an hour even though he refuses to come out of his room now, Kurogiri says. He says he wants to talk to Midoriya, but if he's like this he can't talk to anyone. I think it would be beneficial to meet with your friend, don't you? Dabi looked at Toga, who shrugged her shoulders, and he sighed, whipping out his burner phone and shooting off a text. A reply came within seconds and Dabi nodded to himself. All right, she said she'd be ready for him in an hour. Toga cheered, yay, it's been so long since we last saw Sui-chan. Suzuki Sui had been a part of the underground for years, but she had been careful about staying under the radar. She wasn't particularly villainous herself. Having an empathic quirk didn't really lend itself to villainy unless you were a sociopath or a masochist. Sui was neither, but her heart was too big for her own good. She was able to give those with really intense emotions balance so they could think clearly for an hour or two. Usually it allowed the person she had used her quirk on to find a safe place and make a plan to ride out their panic attacks, but sometimes it was nothing more than a reprieve from the devastating emotion. Although it took more concentration, she could also bury the emotion under something else for a while until the person had a chance to work through it, but the backlash from that was usually devastating because she felt the emotions she had buried just as intensely as the person whose emotions she had buried when they came bubbling up to the surface. That was never fun, so she used it sparingly. She was surprised when she got a text from Tuya. He hadn't been to see her in a long time. She owed him though for saving her from a tight spot she had been in with a local gang years before. She quickly sent him a location where he could meet her and put her phone away. It would be interesting to see him after so long. To me when, Su-chan. Toga cheered and ran to hug the tall slender woman when the group left through the portal. Himi, Su said with a fond smile and gave her a hug. How've you been? I heard you were causing trouble with your new friends. Yup. Toga said happily. Sui might not have approved of Toga's lifestyle, but she had never felt the girl this happy. She was glad the girl had found a place she felt she belonged. Sui turned to see Dabi and Spinner exit the portal. Spinner was holding a short teen with curly green hair that was radiating the most heartbreaking despondent depression she had ever encountered. She clutched at her chest as her eyes overflowed in sympathetic tears. Put him over here, she said, pointing to a beat-up couch in the corner of the room. Dabi stepped aside to let Spinner lay Izuku down on the couch. She gasped when she saw his face. It's been a long time since I've seen this one, she said. You've met him before? Dabi asked surprised. Yes, his mother brought him to me once to teach him how to meditate, Sui responded as she tried to separate her emotions from the boy in front of her. He often had episodes like this when he was younger. I only ever saw him the one time though, since the HPSC was tracking him fairly closely at the time. Do you know what he healed this time? He reactivated some quirks and restored some memories, Toga said helpfully. Sui nodded. Alright then. I need you three to move to the other side of the room so I can concentrate. The trio of villains did so and sat quietly watching Sui work. Sui placed her hand on Izuku's brow and tried to sort out his feelings. She gasped slightly as the sadness washed over her even stronger now that she had physical contact. Her body began to tremble as she searched for any other feelings she could pull on to balance out this debilitating depression. She was surprised to find anger as the next and only available emotion. She gritted her teeth and got to work. Dabi watched as Sui worked with Izuku. He was surprised when she pulled away with a frustrated noise and clenched her fists. She turned to look at the trio of villains and took a deep breath as if she was trying to keep her temper under control. Listen, he only has two emotions right now and neither of them are pretty. I managed to balance them out, but until his other emotions begin to return you will be dealing with a very depressed and angry child reliving some nasty memories. What do you mean? Spinner asked, utterly confused by the whole thing. This kid's quirk works on a barter system, Sui explained. He traded all of his emotions except for those two in order to heal whatever needed to be healed. Usually the emotions will come back gradually within a healing, but if it was a large amount of healing, or if he traded something other than emotions, those will be restored first. If he is this emotionally unbalanced, he must have traded something else. I can't help with that, but I have done what I can. We understand, Dabi said, standing and going to pick Izuku up. Thanks. A portal appeared and the group of villains disappeared as chaotically as they had come. Sui watched the portal close and released the fists she had unconsciously made when speaking. She hadn't dealt with so much sadness and anger in a long time. She really hoped they wouldn't get caught up in anything until Izuku was better. Whoever fought with that kid would be dealing with a lifetime's worth of repressed trauma. He should really fire whatever therapist he had been seeing. They hadn't helped at all. Notes. Laughing face. This is the second chapter in 2 days, so if you feel like you are missing something you might have skipped a chapter. Hooray for reliving trauma. Poor Izuku and Shigaraki just can't get a break. Also, I hate introducing new characters, especially since this was supposed to be mostly canon compliant, but in order to finish this story I needed a specific catalyst that this OC provided. I try to leave descriptions purposely vague so you guys can fill in blanks and insert your own imaginative descriptions for these characters. I just give them a baseline personality so you can give them whatever looks you want. I like to imagine this character as my sister. That being said, we are heading for the end of this FIC. I have about 5 more chapters and an epilogue planned, which means it will be completed around the end of May or beginning of June. I have already started putting out one-shots and the beginning of my next FIC projects if you want to take a look. Thanks for reading. Smiley Face Chapter 43, Troublemakers. Summary. TW. Canon typical violence, manipulation, switching allegiances. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. Izuku woke up angry. It confused him. He hadn't been this angry since had that happened again? Had he stolen someone else's anger? Why would he do that? He growled as he sat up, startling the person who had been sleeping in the chair next to him. Hey kid, how are you feeling? Dabi asked. Angry, he said before squinting at the semi-familiar face. Who are you again? I knew she said you'd be out of it, but geez kid, Dabi said. It's me Dabi, or Tuya I guess. Call me what you want. Izuku just grunted as he rolled out of bed and rubbed a new wound on his shoulder. He pulled up the bandage and looked at it. Someone had taken a bite out of him. He probably deserved it. He closed his eyes and concentrated for a few moments. What did I heal? He asked as his eyes snapped open with a flash of his quirk illuminating his eyes. You awoke some quirk genes you had made dormant and unsealed some memories, Dabi said, keeping his eyes peeled on Izuku. He wasn't used to the boy being so aggressive or unreserved. Even when he had kidnapped the boy, the teen had at least tried to be polite. Izuku just nodded and stood to leave the room. Are you feeling alright enough to be walking around? I'm not physically hurt, Izuku said, rolling his eyes at Dabi's concern. I'll manage. What's on my to-do list today? You don't have a to-do list, Dabi said as he followed Izuku to the kitchen. Izuku took stock of the occupants who had looked up to see who was walking in the kitchen. Izuku's awake. Toga yelled in glee and tried to hug the boy who dodged her. Well, Izuku muttered, at least now I know who bid me. He scanned the room, took in the lack of gear and muttered again. Oh, I'm either with a bunch of vigilantes or villains. Are you guys vigilantes or villains? Izuku asked, looking pointedly at Shigaraki, who sat at the head of the kitchen. What, you can't remember? Shigaraki sneered. How convenient for you. Okay, Izuku said. So I must have restored memories you didn't want. I probably had a reason, or I could have just been messing things up again like usual. What happened to the kid? Spinner asked Dabi, who just shrugged. I tend to lose my memories temporarily after a major healing. Izuku offered up the info. He might not know who these people were, but if they were jerks he could just demobilize them and run. If they were helpful it would help them to know that kind of information. Shigaraki smiled. How long do they take to restore? He asked. Depends, Izuku said. It will probably last a week or two if what Dabi told me is right. How would you like to have some fun then? Shigaraki asked. Are you sure I wouldn't mess it up? Izuku asked, hunching over just a little bit as his anger gave way to sadness and insecurity. You would be most helpful, Shigaraki said, holding up a hand towards Dabi, who had opened his mouth to protest. How do you feel about the HPSC? Izuku growled at the name and clenched his fists. I hate them. Shigaraki's smile grew even larger. They have some friends of mine who are so very dear to me. How would you like to help me break them out? Izuku's eyes darkened in righteous fury and he stepped forward eagerly. Let's do it. Bakugo didn't know what would happen when he and the Edaton team responded to an emergency call, but it certainly wasn't Izuku and the remnants of the League attempting to stage a jailbreak. He was even more surprised when Izuku immediately rushed him and sent him flying. Long time no see, Kacchan, Izuku said with a chillingly angry smile. Tell anyone else to jump off a roof today? Bakugo couldn't reply as he tried to catch his breath. Luckily he didn't have to. Uraraka and Iida rushed him, calling his name. Izuku, what's gotten into you? Izuku said as he dodged their hits. Do I know you? Did you bully me too? If you're friends with Kacchan I guess you must have? No, Izuku, Tenya said, coming up behind Izuku and grabbing him under the armpits, lifting him off the ground. We are your friends, you helped us and we are trying to return the favor. I help lots of people. No one ever helps me. Izuku snarled as he flipped himself over and slammed Iida to the ground, effectively breaking his hold. That's not true, Uraraka said as she tapped his back, removing his gravity. We love you. We miss you back at UA. Come back to us. Izuku looked at her like she was crazy, but she continued. You're the most compassionate person I have ever met. Don't let the villains take advantage of your memory problems. It's been almost an entire year since middle school, Izuku, Bakugo said as he stumbled back to his feet. We've changed. Heck, you are already a certified pro. You work with Hawks, for heaven's sake. A feather caught Izuku by the collar of his shirt before he could respond, pinning him to the side of the building. It's been a while, buddy, Hawk said as he descended from the sky. Why are you stirring up trouble without me? Dabi saw the winged hero and sent him a subtle nod before returning to fighting off Ingenium. Kurogiri, I think it's time we beat it, Spinner yelled as he threw some swords at the vigilante sidekicks that had come to lend their aid. Kurogiri created a portal while Dabi released a large flame, cutting off any heroes who were trying to get close. Ah, Toga whined as she ran through the portal with the rest of the group. Why can't we take Izuku-kun with us? It's been so much fun. His memory will return and then we would be the ones in trouble, Tamura said as the portal closed behind them. Where's Dabi? Spinner asked. The group looked around to see that Dabi had not made it through the portal with them. Great, Shigaraki said. We didn't even manage to find the real prison and we managed to lose another member in the prolus. Don't we still have the tracker on his phone? Spinner asked. There's a chance that they hold the evidence in the same building as the prisoners. Kurogiri. Shigaraki turned to see the black misty man already pulling out the device. It's still moving, but it should stay active unless they go underground, Kurogiri said, and if they do go underground, we will have a starting point. Perfect, Shigaraki said. Be ready to move. Dabi extinguished his flames and put his hands up in surrender. I give up. Notes. To be clear, Izuku's rampage has barely begun. He just hates being lied to more than he hates losing. So please look forward to that next chapter. Laughing face. Chapter 44. Brewing Trouble Summary. TW. Imprisonment. Discussions of mental health, child labor, trafficking. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. Thanks for the heads up, man, Hawks yelled to Dabi as he lowered a confused Izuku to the ground. Ingenium just rolled his eyes as he cuffed Dabi. What the heck is going on here? Izuku asked as he himself was also restrained. That's what we want to know, Iida said as he chopped his hands in frustration. I'm just here to mess up the HPSC, Izuku said. Simple really. Bakugo started laughing and Izuku shot him a hateful glare. Of course you are. You must have healed something ridiculously big if all you're left with is anger and insecurities. I thought you liked working for the HPSC, Uraraka said. Hawks snorted, sorry, no one really likes working for the HPSC. Did Dabi give you the heads up? Izuku asked Hawks, who smiled at him cryptically. Yup, Hawks said cheerfully. Huh, he said. Could you let me go so I can post the HPSC secret files online? I got some really juicy ones saved on my flash drive. Maybe later, Hawks said as he put Izuku in the back of a cop car next to Dabi. You two have fun getting interrogated by the rat, alright? He flashed a flirty wink at Dabi, who just rolled his eyes as the door shut. Well, Aizawa asked as Nedzu stepped out of the interrogation room. How did it go? It seems Izuku hid a lot more anger and depression than we anticipated, Nedzu said. He doesn't remember much after middle school, but since the HPSC has been a constant factor in his life, it is hard for him to believe that he willingly works for them as of now. He keeps asking what they are blackmailing him with. That being said, it is quite impressive how much trouble he managed to cause with no memories of his current training and no quirk use. You mean he didn't use his quirk at all when they raided the HPSC incarceration facility? Aizawa asked, amazed. That's correct, Nedzu said with a pleased smile on his face. Even with the help of the League of Villains, he was credited with the most knockouts. We will need to keep him under watch while he recovers his memories, Nedzu said. If we take into consideration the fact that his negative and impulsive emotions are returning first, we might have to watch out for potential trauma triggers. We get to take him back to UA? Aizawa asked. Hawks managed to convince the HPSC into letting him recover with Hound Dog, Nedzu said. His therapist at the HPSC was more focused on keeping him functioning than on getting him better. Not to mention the fact that they don't want to be associated with the fallout from the part of the fight that managed to be televised. No matter. We can use it to our advantage. If anything, it gives us a better platform to get him back into Inko's custody. When do we get to take the kid home then, and what about Tuyid Todoroki? Aizawa asked. Has he defected, or is this the favor he mentioned owing the kid? He will be released to us in 24 hours, and let's just say that Tuya has some sway that will allow him to weather his time in HPSC confinement quite well. Nedzu said. His position is messy, but they are apparently working out a deal that will benefit him more than it inconveniences him. He's dating Hawks, isn't he? Aizawa said with an unamused sigh when Nedzu just hummed and hopped on Aizawa's shoulder. I always knew that upstart would end up dating someone as morally gray as he was. Izuku was out of his mind with boredom. The cell they had kept him in was bare of any decorations. He mulled over what he had learned from Nedzu and Tuya. The Chimera had come prepared. He had pulled out a folder full of achievements, test scores and pictures showing he had been a student at UA. He also showed him medical notes in his own handwriting that he had supposedly written while working with Recovery Girl. He was still angry, but now he was angry at Shigaraki for taking advantage of him, and of himself for letting himself be manipulated that easily. He sat upright when the thought that he couldn't remember the last time he meditated was. He should have done it sooner. It was something his mother and quirk specialist had drilled into him. He pulled himself into a comfortable pose and let himself get lost in his mind. Now that he knew he was missing memories, he also knew he was missing emotions. He gritted his teeth at the memory of Kachan laughing at him when he had talked about taking down the HPSC. He shook his head and dug deeper into his thoughts. This would take a while. Tuya was whipped. He had willingly allowed himself to be caught so he could pay back a favor to Midoriya, and meet up with his new boyfriend. That was surreal. Never in a million years did he ever think he would be dating a hero. Especially one that admired his father. He had to admit that he was grateful he did. Midoriya had practically forced them to talk, and it had been good that he did. It had cleared up a lot of things that were left assumed but unspoken between them. It helped him target his anger on something that deserved it rather than lashing out at those who were just as much victims of their circumstances as he was. For example, the HPSC. They had really fallen low. They were allowing more and more under-the-table deals than most career villains did in their entire life of crime, and they were getting away with it because the people were ignorant and blind. Heck, they had literally bought Hawks and forced him into a life of slavery to their whims. A golden cage that he tolerated because it allowed him to meet his own goals even while it clipped his wings and robbed him of his true potential. It made him want to mess with them even more. He knew his boyfriend felt the same. While Tuya had fallen out of sync with the league's actual goals now that Shigaraki was trying to come to terms with what his sensei had done, wasn't that a familiar song and dance? He still regarded them as family. He might not want to work with them as much as he once did, but he was definitely still interested in keeping them safe and out of trouble. He smiled as the thought about the chatty officer who had told him that they did indeed keep the prisoner's evidence and personal belongings on the same premises as the holding cells the HPSC were currently using to hold villains like him. He smiled when he thought of the tracker in his phone and decided to just lay back and see how fate played its hand. It was all up to Shigaraki now. Notes. Here's a little build-up for the final event. Also, I just want to note that as someone who has been to therapy myself, there are no actual negative emotions, only negative reactions to those emotions. I just couldn't find a better way to word it in Netsu's dialogue. Chapter 45. End chapter text. Sorry, but there won't be any updates for the next few weeks. I came down with COVID and it's terrible, loudly crying. I will resume writing when I can think better. Heart you all. Chapter 46. Still Alive summary. TW. Canon typical violence, prison cells. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Reed Destro smiled when he got the phone call. Shigaraki was truly leader of his army. Even when they were in shambles, he found a way to regroup. He sent out the word and got his group together. Shigaraki tried not to disintegrate his phone as he hung up. Even if Sensei had used him like a pawn, the man had raised him as his own. His need to destroy things had returned with his quirk and he was going to deliver. It had been fun watching one of the hero brag go feral though. Even if Dabi had to be party pooper and quit the group. At least he still had Toga and Spinner. He had left a letter behind for Toga, who had passed along his sentiments with a smile as she dodged Shigaraki's quirk as he tried to disintegrate it out of frustration. Besides, Dabi's goodbye present was more than enough to make up for it. It was time to break his new lackeys out of jail and regroup. Kurogiri polished the glasses he had just finished washing as he watched Shigaraki plot and make calls. The memories Midoriya had unlocked played through his mind and he took the relative calm to sort through them. For as long as he could remember, he had been nothing more than Sensei's servant. He was made to be a confidant and slave to Sensei's whims and orders. His memories came from a time before that. A time when he was a teenager himself. Full of dreams of being a hero. He remembered having friends and family. It had been nice. Kurogiri put those memories aside as Toga came into the room with the tracking device in her hand. He could deal with memories later. The tracer has been in the same location for more than 24 hours now. I think it is safe to say the prison is there, Toga said in her usual sing-song way. Good, Shigaraki said as he grabbed the device and sent the coordinates to Redestro. We'll hit it tonight. Hooray! Toga cheered as Spinner walked into the room. Are we finally moving? Spinner asked. It's been boring just sitting around since the Dabi and the kid left. Yup. Bakugo and Ochako walked side by side as they followed the guard to see their friend. Bakugo clenched his fists as he thought of the conversation he had had with Izuku during their fight. He had had a lot to explain to the rest of his team. Iida wouldn't even look at him. His only saving grace had been Aizawa Sensei's visit. The hero had taken Iida aside and spoke a few words before the teen had come back and bowed in apology. Bakugo had taken it all silently. He deserved it after all. He had been lucky Izuku hadn't ratted him out to the class earlier. They weren't stupid, he had known they were curious about how the pair had been kept separate. No one but Mina and Kirishima had done anything about it though. He would always be grateful for them and their persistence. The guard stopped in front of a cell door and opened it slowly. He then nodded to the pair of heroes and closed the cell behind them. Midoriya sat on the bed with his eyes closed and his legs crossed. His hands were on his knees and he was breathing slowly as if he had fallen asleep in that position. Uraraka coughed and Izuku's eyes flew open regarding the pair in front of him with narrowed eyes. "Hey Izuku," Uraraka said with a friendly smile. "Ochako," Izuku said with a nod. "Kachan. So you remember us now?" Bakugo said with a grunt, trying to make himself as non-threatening as possible. If the way Izuku's eyes snapped to him was any indicator, it hadn't worked. "My memories are returning, but my emotions are still the same," Izuku said. "Did Principal Nedzu send you too?" "Yes," Ochako said. "Aizawa-sensei wanted both of us to come because we have the most memories together. Principal Nedzu approved it as a preview for when you return to UA." "Hawks mentioned something about that when he was here a few hours ago," Izuku said. "Something about Hound Dog being the only worthwhile therapist in the whole system." "He's pretty good," Bakugo said, remembering his own sessions with the hero. "He was the therapist they made me work with." "Oh yeah," Izuku said. "I forgot about that. I forgave you, didn't I?" "Yeah," Bakugo said. "I didn't deserve it, but you did." Izuku nodded before saying, "Just remember, forgiving and forgetting are two different things." Bakugo simply nodded before Ochako leaned forward. "Sue, what emotions are you juggling right now?" "Anger, depression, insecurity, and pride," Izuku said, "and a tiny bit of gratitude and fear. Anger and depression were the most prevalent until about an hour ago." Bakugo whistled and leaned against the opposing wall. "That sounds rough." Ochako was about to speak until a loud alarm went off. The guard opened the door in a panicked manner and shouted some instructions. Ochako and Bakugo reacted immediately, grabbing Izuku by the wrist and pulling him out of the room to evacuate. The corridor they entered was chaotic as many of the other guards and detainees were escorted down the passage. Izuku scanned his surroundings and watched as the ceiling seemed to disintegrate, dropping Re-Destro right in their path. Notes: "Hey guys, thank you so much for all of your love and support. Your comments made me so happy. COVID sucks. You don't even have enough energy to read. Here's a shorter chapter because I didn't want you to have to wait any longer than necessary. I hope you enjoy." Chapter 47. Prison Break Summary. TW. Canon typical violence, shoddy writing. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Izuku huffed in frustration as he watched Kachan and Ochako fight Re-Destro. His quirk was still restrained by the cuff they had put on his wrist when he was booked. He supposed that was fair though. He had taken a fair amount of people out when he was on his rampage with the League. "Izuku, retreat with the other prisoners." Bakugo hollered over his shoulder. "Uraraka, run interference for me." "Got it," the pair said. Izuku backed up and ran towards the exit. "No you don't," Re-Destro said, pinning Bakugo against the wall and sending an energy beam down the passage. Uraraka grabbed Izuku and hauled him out of the beam's path just in time. "Thanks," he said as the pair got to their feet. "Why does this guy want you?" she asked. "Who wouldn't want to take out the man who can permanently stop your quirk?" Shigaraki's voice came from the exit Izuku and Uraraka were making their way towards. "I mean, healing is one thing. But being able to freely manipulate the ability to use your quirk, that's just too dangerous to leave alone. That's a load of $% carrot hash and you know it," Bakugo growled as he tried to explode the gunk holding him in place. "Quiet," Re-Destro said, leveling a glowing hand towards the struggling teen. "The Grand Commander is speaking." "It was quite fun working with you last time, you know," Shigaraki said, slowly advancing. "Who knew you had so much pent-up anger? I was just going to kill you, but Toga misses you. Would you be willing to come work with us again?" "I refuse," Izuku said, clenching his fist and trying to keep a level head as his incomplete emotions boiled beneath the surface. "I don't like being used. And besides, you and your friends are simply fighting a useless battle. There will be no winning for you. Your numbers are dwindling and your foes are regrouping with vengeance. It would be better to just turn yourselves in, wouldn't it?" Shigaraki's only response was a maniacal laugh as he rushed the pair of heroes. Bakugo let out a large explosion and freed himself from the gunk he had been stuck in. while Izuku grabbed Shigaraki's wrists and kicked him in the groin, leaving him groaning on the floor. Uraraka wasted no time lifting the weight of Shigaraki and throwing him into Destro, who had rushed forward to help his leader. Bakugo dodged the incoming villain and blasted his way to Izuku and Uraraka. "Let's get out of here and regroup," the blonde said. "I am sure someone was sent to stop these $. Uraraka nodded and followed the explosive hero out the door and up the stairs to the open lobby. Hawk's dive bombed the massive hole that had been made when Destro dropped through the ceiling of the prison and began fighting the oversized villain with his feather swords. He had seen Midoriya, Bakugo and Uraraka make it to the surface in time to assist the guards in catching the prisoners who were trying to make a break for it. Hawks had left it to the trio, shouting that backup was on its way as he dropped in on the largest threat. He sliced through Destro's gunk and obscured his vision with feathers when he picked up a presence behind him. Instinctively he dodged as Shigaraki tried to grab his wings and disintegrate them. "Hawks," he roared. "You don't get to just waltz off with my party member and get away with it." Hawks didn't bother to respond as he tapped his comms twice to request backup. He dodged another attack from Destro and sent out his feathers in an orchestrated attack towards both villains. "You know, you kinda did the same thing to me earlier this week," Hawks said with a lazy smirk. "So I think it's only fair to return the favor." His sharp eyes and fierce attacks belied his laid-back comments. He couldn't let them get any further down into the prison. Gigantamakia might not have his quirk anymore, but he was still huge, and partial to helping the villains. He couldn't risk letting Shigaraki get to him, or any of the other villains they had managed to secure after the prison break. It had been a while since he had to fight on his own like this. He missed Izuku's calculating presence, but he would make do. "Die, die, die." Bakugo kept yelling as he knocked out prisoners who thought they could get away while the guards were distracted. Izuku and Uraraka gathered up the bodies and returned them to the guards, who promptly thanked them and restrained them. "Midoriya Izuku," a guard said as he brought over another victim of Bakugo's rage. "Let me take off your suppressor." "Are you sure? Won't you get in trouble?" Izuku asked. "Yeah," the guard said, grabbing Izuku's wrists and getting to work. "You were scheduled to be released today anyways, and there are some wounds we would like you to take care of." He pointed over his shoulder towards a pair of guards that looked like they had gotten personal with Shigaraki's quirk. "Of course," Izuku said, rolling his wrist as the suppressor cuff popped off. He made his way towards the downed guards and tapped them both on the forehead at the same time. Their wounds healed up quickly as Izuku sacrificed some of his anger to help them. "That should do it. Now if you'll excuse me. I need to rejoin my partner." Izuku looked back towards the pit where Hawks had disappeared and began heading towards it. "Wait, Izuku!" Uraraka yelled. "Let me come too." "No, Kachan needs someone to watch his back," Izuku said. "Tell the heroes that Jade and Hawks are taking on Shigaraki and Destro when you send them our way." He ran then and jumped into the pit like Hawks had several minutes earlier. Notes. So I might have given Destro a new power, but then again maybe not. His quirk is very confusing to me. For some reason I kept thinking of him like a really stressed Sandman from Spider-Man if he was a CEO. Also, I apologize. I know this isn't the best I can do, but I also couldn't figure out how to fix it in a way that didn't mess up my story progression. Let me know if you have questions, comments or concerns. And as always, thank you for reading. Chapter 48. Knockout Summary. TW. Canon Typical Violence. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Hawks shielded the incoming blow from Destro's quirk, but he knew there wouldn't be enough time. How could it end like this? He had finally gotten a boyfriend, for heaven's sake. He braced himself for a blow that never came. He lowered his arms and looked over at the villain, only to see Izuku in his slightly battered prison uniform removing a hand from the villain's face. He shot Hawks a smile. "I thought you might need some backup." "Thank goodness," Hawks said. "I thought I was a goner. How are you? How are your memories?" "Memories are back for the most part," Midoriya said. "At least the ones I didn't trade to disable these idiots' quirks again." "Have you seen Toga or Kurogiri?" he asked. "There's been no sign of them or Spinner since the chaos started." "I doubt they would just leave Shigaraki behind," he said, gesturing to the supervillain who laid unconscious behind Hawks. "There was no sign of them up top," Midoriya said as he shifted and touched Shigaraki, blocking his quirk again. "I thought they might try and gang up on you." They might also be having a powwow with Dabi. He's imprisoned here too, isn't he? Also, where the heck is your backup? Over here, problem child. A tired voice said as Eraserhead swung in with his capture scarf. The majority of heroes had to stop a second break in taking place at the HPSC headquarters. We should just make sure the rest of the prison is secure. Dynamite and Uravity are doing great holding down the fort for now. Already on it, Hawk said as his feathers spread down the hallways. Is there anyone else? Izuku asked. My intern is helping with the others and Nedzu is coordinating everything from the control room, Eraserhead said. Ectoplasm is on his way, but he's still 10 minutes out. Until then it's just us. That's nothing new, Izuku said as he rolled out his shoulders. Where is Dabi being held? Down a level, Hawk said as his feathers returned. Security only evacuated the floors that had been infiltrated. The rest of the prisoners are still in their cells. Why would they attack here? Aizawa asked as they returned to the surface. They wouldn't send their two biggest threats here alone for no reason. They would have at least had some backup. Shigaraki wanted to try recruiting me again apparently, Izuku scoffed. He said if he couldn't recruit me he was going to take me out of the equation entirely. Also, isn't Gigantomachia here? Hawks had some feathers lift the two unconscious villains and take them to the surface where they were dropped in front of the guards. Restrain them properly. We don't have the leisure of letting them get away again. How are we doing on the runaways? The trio looked over to see Bakugo and Uraraka towing in the last set of prisoners. That's all of them, the prisoner said before nodding to Aizawa. Could you sign this though for Midoriya? Technically he still needs to be signed out to you. Aizawa sighed and grabbed the clipboard from the woman while muttering about how he knew one of his problem children would end up in jail one day. Toga's bloodlust was in full swing as she cut down heroes left and right. Her cheerful giggles sent shudders down the spines of those who were close enough to hear her. She loved her job. There were so many beautiful shades of red, and they all tasted delicious. None of them tasted as good as Izuku's blood had, but with any luck Shigi might be able to convince him to rejoin them. His angry look had been so satisfying, that crying though, that had broken her heart. Dabi had been on his way out of the league since they had kidnapped Izuku the first time. Toga knew that. There was no way she couldn't. He was her brother in all but blood. He had seen how uncomfortable he had been with the League's disregard for life. The only thing that had kept him there was the family-like bonds he had with Toga and the rest of the villains, particularly Twice. She knew there was nothing that could get him to stay when he fell in love with that winged hero though. She wished she could be angry at him for that, but she couldn't. Instead she focused on the friends and family she still had close by and her undying thirst for D from somewhere behind her, and she threw a few extra daggers at the closest heroes before following Spinner through the portal. Did you get the goods? Toga asked when they pair came down from their adrenaline high. Of course, Spinner said, showing her the thumb drive and turning to Kurogiri. Where's the boss? They haven't responded, Kurogiri said. Notes. Bonus. Aizawa thought the student he would have to sign out of jail would be Tokiyami if something went south on a raid, or Bakugo if he lost his temper and actually killed someone. He's also suspicious that Koda might end up in jail for a more nefarious reason. It's always the quiet ones that surprise you the most after all. Thanks for reading. Chapter 49. Needs summary. TW. Government conspiracy. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Shigaraki woke up in a cell with an aching head and a dry throat. He grumbled as he sat up and looked around. He rubbed the knots out of his shoulder and smirked as he felt the shallow bump of the tracker Kurogiri had injected into his skin. A delighted smile crossed his face. Soon he could cause the real damage he wanted. Soon, Izuku jerked awake from his nap the moment the car stopped in front of Ua. Where? He asked with a yawn and a stretch. He looked over to see a smirking Bakugo and a blushing Uraraka. He realized then that he had been sleeping on Ochako's shoulder. Get out, Aizawa growled before Izuku was awake enough to be embarrassed. Bakugo and Uraraka. I need you two to back to the dorms. Midoriya will be meeting with Nedzu before I send you to the dorms. The day had been long with the massive amount of paperwork and police reports they had had to give. The sun was already setting, painting a rather picturesque scene in front of the UA building. Izuku took a moment to appreciate it as much as he could in his tired state before waving goodbye to his friends and following the underground hero into the school. Nezu ushered the pair in, quickly pushing a cup of tea into Izuku's hand after the boy sat down. "It's chamomile," Nezu said as Izuku took an appreciative sip. "I figured you could use it. Where are you at emotionally?" "I'm about 70% normal," Izuku said. "I am still missing optimism and joy." "Aren't we all?" Aizawa scoffed over his own cup of tea. Ignoring Eraserhead, Nezu leaned forward. "If that's the case, I have some good news that might make your future look a little brighter. We have been in contact with your mother, and with the HPSC's most recent failing in your foray onto the wrong side of society, however brief it was, we have found a way to get you away from the HPSC." "What's the catch?" Izuku asked. "You would have to live in America with your mother for the next 3 years as an intern for All Might's old international agency. The HPSC has already approved the internship in your visa," Nezu said. "However, once you sign the contract, you will be under your mother's care until you are 18 years of age. If you wish to remain in Japan, the HPSC will be pulling you from public hero work and using you only as emergency support and quirk control. UA will only be able to keep you until you pass the psyche evaluation." "Do you have information on the agency I would be working for in America?" Izuku asked, trying to be logical. "We've prepared a file with all the information on it for you," Aizawa said, pushing a thick folder towards him. "You don't have to make a decision right away, kid. Get some sleep and think it over. We have at least until your therapy is over." Izuku nodded silently as he finished off the cup of tea. He placed it on the table and fished a USB drive out of his pocket, placing it on the table as well. "Here's some extra blackmail if the HPSC is giving you any more trouble." "I will take care of this," Nezu said with a chuckle. "I have missed being able to do things like this with you." "Thank you," he said quietly. Aizawa squeezed Izuku's shoulder in quiet comfort. "Of course," Nezu said. "I always look out for my kids." "Let's get you back to the dorms," Aizawa said, standing. Kurogiri looked at the GPS signal that had just reactivated. Shigaraki had finally signaled his location. He looked at the files that Toga and Spinner had managed to snag in their raid on headquarters, and warped them to Shigaraki's location along with a letter. This would be the last time, he decided. He was his own person now. Sensei's orders were fading as his memories returned. He needed to find somewhere to sort it all out. He needed somewhere to just be. He couldn't let Shigaraki pull him from place to place as he had been. Now that he was more conscious of himself and had a choice in his actions, he needed to decide what he actually wanted and what was just brainwashing. Shigaraki would be fine with his friends. They had always managed before. He was an adult after all. He just needed to get him to them, then he could leave. Notes. So it was brought to my attention that Compress was also in jail. I totally forgot about him. He won't be popping up later. I am just going to say that he is happily making friends in jail. Shigaraki didn't remember him either. I am a failure of an writer's sad face. This story is winding down to its conclusion. There will probably only be 5 more chapters. Thanks for reading. Please let me know if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. Chapter 50. New Journeys Summary. TW. Angst, Goodbyes, and Confessions. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Shigaraki smirked when the black portal opened up in his cell. He stepped through it and immediately had to dodge a hug from Toga, who threw herself at the lanky man. "Ah, no fair," the blonde pouted. Spinner just rolled his eyes at Toga's behavior before nodding at Shigaraki. "Welcome back, boss," he said in an overly serious tone. "We've been awaiting your return, Tamura," Kurogiri's silky voice said from the kitchen. "I would have been here sooner if Destro had actually done his job," Shigaraki said. "Where is he anyway?" "Follow me," Kurogiri said as he went to the back room. Shigaraki shrugged and followed the misty man into the back room. Kurogiri led him into the room he had been using since the League got here and motioned for Shigaraki to sit down. If it was anyone else, Shigaraki wouldn't have obliged, but Kurogiri had always been there for him, so he sat. Destro will be staying in prison," Kurogiri said. "Why?" Shigaraki growled. "For 2 reasons, Kurogiri said. 1, he has lost his quirk. 2, I am leaving the League." "Excuse me?" Shigaraki said, his eyes narrowing dangerously. My memories have returned in full, and there are some things that I need to sort out, Kurogiri said. The only reason I broke you out of jail was to say goodbye and leave you with your new friends. You can't leave, Shigaraki said, standing and shouting. You're our warp gate. Who will take care of our wounds? Who will calm me down? Who will be there to remind me of sensei? Shigaraki advanced as he ranted, grabbing Kurogiri by his neck, brace his pinky up out of habit. I won't allow it, you are mine. I am no longer a possession, Kurogiri said, standing to his full height and gently prying his hands off his neck brace. You have built up a family here with Toga and Spinner. They can help you when you decide what you really want. I will come back to check on you, but it's time you walked on your own. No, Shigaraki said, putting all 5 fingers on his brace in a fit of rage. Neither said anything when nothing happened. No, Shigaraki whispered again, staring at his hands and falling to his knees. It will be all right, Kurogiri said, kneeling next to his former master and giving him a hug as he had wished he could do all those years ago. You're strong. Then he disappeared in a portal of BL, felt tears fall and wondered distantly how long it had been since he had truly felt this alone. Tuya fiddled with the ankle bracelet the HPSC had made him wear as part of their condition. Hawks opened the door to the waiting room with a wide smile. Hey babe. Tuya groaned. He still wasn't used to being called that. It had been 6 months since he had turned himself in. During that time, he had been interviewed extensively on all of his past deeds and work with the League. Considering that aside from trying to murder his father and kidnapping a minor, he had never really killed or committed any crimes aside from theft and minor arson, they considered him as more of a vigilante. At least that was how they were spinning it for the public anyway. Since the HPSC had lost the Jade Phoenix to therapy, they were hurting for new heroes to fill in the gaps. Since Dabi was cooperating and had a pro-hero boyfriend, they figured they would use him to fill in the gaps until the next wave of hero students graduated. As much as Dabi hated the irony of being a hero alongside his father, he didn't mind the idea of beating people up with his boyfriend. It was kind of hot to see him in action. Not that he would ever admit it out loud. When are we meeting with the kid? He asked, instead standing and opening his arms to return the hug he knew was coming his way. Hawks hugged him and gave him a peck on his cheek before answering. As soon as we get there. We are seeing him off from UA because you aren't allowed in the airport yet. I'm assuming we're flying then? Dabi asked. Is there any other way to travel? Hawks asked, grabbing his boyfriend's hand and leading him to the roof. As long as you don't try to make us a dragon again, I can get behind it, Dabi said with an amused huff. That was one time, babe, Hawks said, picking up Dabi and taking off. And it was cool, admit it. Never, Dabi said as he adjusted the goggles he had borrowed from Hawks and looked down as the scenery rushed by. He loved it when Hawks took him flying. He still couldn't understand why the bird boy even looked his way, but he was grateful he did. Eventually, the pair of lovebirds made it to UA. Izuku stood by Nezu and Aizawa with Uraraka and Bakugo. A taxi pulled up as Hawks grabbed Izuku and pulled him into a noogie. I'm gonna miss you, kid. Giggles erupted from the teen even as he tried to wiggle out of Hawks' grasp. Stop, Keigo, he said. I already have enough trouble trying to get my hair to behave. When you get back you better come say hello, he said, finally releasing Izuku, who beamed at him. It was nice to see the boy smile again. I will, Izuku replied before giving Dabi a fist bump. Keep him out of trouble. Dabi smirked and nodded while Hawks pretended to be offended. Hey. It's time, Aizawa said as Nezu spoke to the taxi driver. Izuku gave each of his friends hugs before climbing into the taxi next to the principal. He waved and watched as they faded out of sight. Uraraka watched the car fade into the distance as she waved. 3 years. He would be gone for 3 years. She blushed as she thought of the night before when she had pulled Izuku away from his going-away party to confess her feelings. I've been in love with you since the entrance exam, she had admitted with a fiery blush once she found they were alone. She looked at her feet before braving a look at his face. Izuku had turned entirely red but looked very confused. So Uraraka continued. I was going to tell you after the internships, but then the HPSC took you away and you were having such a hard time. I just didn't want to force my feelings on you. I know now isn't ideal either, but I felt like if I let you go to America without telling you I would regret it forever. Izuku had calmed down slightly as Uraraka explained. I don't know what to say, he said. I definitely like you and think you're pretty. If I was staying I would love to date. But I'm not, and I don't think it would be fair to either of us to try long distance with something so new. I do like you too though. Izuku's blush reached his fingertips and he looked down at his feet to avoid Ochako's gaze. He just knew she would be disappointed. He was surprised when she grabbed his hands and threaded them together. He looked up and she looked at him with a kind smile. I didn't expect you to return my feelings, but I am glad to know them. Let's both work extra hard and when you come back we can see where this goes. Izuku returned her smile. Yeah, he said, squeezing their interlaced fingers. That sounds good. What the %, are you blushing for cheeks? Bakugo's gruff voice snapped Uraraka back to the present. She turned to see Hawks and Dabi looking at her with knowing smiles and Bakugo rolling his eyes. Come on, we are second years now, we can't be ditching class. Right. Uraraka said, scurrying after him. The pair of students waved to Hawks and Dabi as they walked by and disappeared into the large building. $30 says Izuku marries Gravity Girl. Dabi whispers to his boyfriend as the teens fade from view. You're on, Hawks said before picking him up and swooping off. Notes. Bawahahaha. The long-awaited Izuocha confession. Sorry, no kisses for them, but there's enough Dabi Hawks fluff, I think it should cover it. BTW Dabi and Izuku are therapy buddies. They bonded over deadbeat dads. I wanted to add a scene in this chapter, but I just couldn't find a way to get it to flow. The next few chapters will show what is happening with the scattered League members. Chapter 51. 3 years later. Summary. TW. Espionage, nostalgia, manga spoilers. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. Shigaraki looked over his shoulder at his two best friends. They had stuck with him through everything, and they had had a heck of a time together. The League of Villains had been disbanded a year after Kurogiri left. Without the Warper, Shigaraki and the League had found it difficult to keep from getting caught. Especially with Shigaraki's quirk blocked. After their third near miss, the trio decided to disappear until they could gain strength in numbers, or until they could figure out how to get Tamura's quirk to work again. Tamura rather liked the idea of allowing the villain community to tell rumors of how they could come back at any moment. Toga managed to find and suck the blood of someone who could permanently alter one physical trait of another person's body permanently. They used it to change Tamura's pasty white skin into a permanent tan, and Spinner's scales a dark red color. Then all three of them dyed their hair the opposite of its current shade. Tamura's silvery blue became a dark orange. Spinner's bright pink became a dark brown, and Toga's straw-colored hair became black. It had taken a while, but the trio became used to their new appearances and moved to Tokyo where they blended in with the crowd. All three of them signed up for college classes under fake names so they could use their resources to help them track down Midoriya and Kurogiri. Once they found that Midoriya had left for the States, they decided to put their efforts into finding Kurogiri instead. It took them 3 years, but they finally did. Kurogiri watched the 3 young adults he had left behind make their way up to his doorstep. They were well disguised, but he would recognize them anywhere. He had found a cottage in a remote town that he could settle down in. He had set up an online shipping business where he could warp items from one place to another as long as he knew the coordinates. The money he made from that was more than enough to keep him out of the public eye while he figured out how to sort through his memories and find how he wanted to proceed. He rather liked the idea of staying in his small town forever, but he knew eventually Tamura would find him. He also turning himself in. He dearly missed Namori, Aizawa and Yamada. Although he supposed there was only Yamada and Aizawa to visit now. If only he had regained his memories sooner, he might have. Well, there was no use thinking about the past in that way. He had still been under Sensei's power then with no memories of his time as Oboro. A knock echoed through the hall and Kurogiri opened the door to see Shigaraki standing in front of him. Long time no see, Shigaraki said with a smirk. Yo, Spinner said. Hey Kuro, it's been forever. Kurogiri sighed and opened the door for the trio. It was time to face his past. He could only hope that Shigaraki was willing to face his own in the past 3 years. Midoriya smiled broadly as he stepped out of the taxi in front of Ua. It had been 3 years. His time in America with his mother and the American agency had given him the time he needed to find a balance. That being said, he had desperately missed Japan. He had video called his friends all the time, but it wasn't the same as actually being with them. He checked his watch and presented his guest pass at the gate. He had just enough time to make it to the graduation ceremony. He would have to thank Nezu again for pulling the strings that allowed him to make it back just in time to see his friends graduate. He couldn't wait to see what their future would bring. Notes. It's a little late and a little short, but it's here. Enjoy and thanks for reading. Chapter 52, Epilogue. Summary. TW. Implied breakups, new ships, other similar shenanigans. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Looks into the daily lives of our characters as official heroes. Eri and Kota. The two preteens hugged Midoriya with fervor as soon as they spotted him after the graduation ceremony. Eri started talking his ear off about anything and everything she could think of while Kota kept pinching him and complaining about how he had to stay away so long. Both middle schoolers had decided to go into rescue heroics like Izuku had. The pair had met a while ago at a hero function that their guardians had been forced to bring them to. Kota had immediately become enamored with the girl when she described how Zuku Ni had saved her and helped her smile. He of course had shared his own story and they had been best friends ever since. Kota was harboring a one-sided crush on her, but she had of yet proven oblivious to his adorable blushes and possessive friendship. He would rather die than admit it though. Izuku found it adorable nonetheless. Uraraka and Izuku. After the graduation ceremony, Izuku went to congratulate his old classmates. He was invited to their after-party and smiled in amusement at all the couples that had sprung up in his absence. Todoroki and Hagakure were still an amazing power couple. Bakugo started dating Abara from Class 1B in his last year. She had really opened up and he had mellowed out. They seemed to really complement each other. After breaking up with Mina, Kirishima had started dating Mei from support. They had so much energy Nezu had to ask them to leave so nothing would catch on fire. Iida had started dating Mina. That was a strange thing to witness, but it was interesting nonetheless. Monoma looked like he was desperately trying to pick up Shinso, who just rolled his eyes and walked away anytime he was approached by the blonde. Kendo had started dating Tetsu. Kaminari and Mineta were still single and trying to pick up girls from the general education class. They were a lot more respectful about it than they had been when Izuku had left for America. Uraraka came towards Izuku as he observed the fun new dynamics. "It's been a while," she said in a happy voice. "Yeah," Izuku said, spontaneously pulling her into a hug. "It's good to see you again. How have you been?" "Really busy," Ochako said, returning the hug before breaking away. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to contact you these past few months. Finals and internships were crazy." "That's all right," Izuku said affably. "I was pretty busy myself trying to get everything in order to come back to Japan. I missed being here." "I missed you," she said, pulling him into a side hug. "What do you say to getting a coffee and catching up?" "I would love to." Tuya and Hawks. Tuya smirked as he took out another villain alongside his fiancée Hawks. Now that the green brat was back, they could finally tie the knot. Izuku had made them promise to invite him. They had done him one better. Hawks invited him to be his best man. The lovebirds had laughed when he cried from joy. Now here they were 15 minutes late to their own wedding because they were stopping a robbery on their way to the banquet hall. Luckily, they were low-level villains and they were only late because they had to wait for the cops to show up. The bird-themed heroes entered into the banquet hall hand in hand, only slightly worse for wear. They smiled and greeted their guests. Tuya hugged his younger brother Natsuo as Hawks hugged Izuku. The pair of groomsmen whisked their respective grooms to their positions and the ceremony began. Natsuo and Tuya had managed to iron out a decent relationship since the elder had turned himself in. Fuyumi and Shoto had as well, but Natsuo especially. It was almost like the younger man wanted to smother his older brother with all the love and affection he hadn't been able to gift him since his disappearance. Endeavor was not invited to the wedding. His crimes had been swept under the rug as much as the HPSC could manage, but the damage to his public image had been done. Therapy hadn't helped Tuya's feelings on the matter either. Thus, Tuya and Hawks had both thought it would be better for him to sit this one out. The ceremony went off without any further trouble and Tuya officially became a Takami. He chose to change his name just to spite his father. Keigo knew this, but figured it didn't matter much. He could always tease him about it later. Kurogiri, Tamura, Toga, and Spinner. How have your classes been going? The misty man asked as he poured some tea for his now frequent visitors. He had been pleasantly surprised when the trio had told him they were enjoying university life in Tokyo. Since their initial visit, the trio came semi-regularly to update him. Great, Spinner replied enthusiastically. The reptilian man had chosen to double major in both history and politics. Not surprising considering his desire to support Stain's ideals in society. I just finished my thesis. I can't wait to graduate. Toga said. I can't believe I have 2 more years while you are almost done. I should have just made up fake credits to skip the foundational classes first too. The girl had gone into nursing school and was actually quite gifted in it. Haha loser, Tamura teased. I'm already done. It's not that hard to finish early when you already have years of programming and hacking under your belt, Spinner said, rolling his eyes. I'm a genius and you know it, Tamura said with a small smile. It's good to see you have all been getting along in my absence, Kurogiri said, taking a sip of his own tea. Why didn't you ever come to see us like you promised? Shigaraki asked. I did, Kurogiri said as he thought back to all the times he used his portals to check in and leave gifts. I just made sure you didn't see me. I didn't want to get in your way. Did you not get your gifts I left you? Spinner stood up and pointed at Shigaraki with vigor. See, I knew it wasn't a creepy stalker. Shigaraki was convinced he had a stalker that would leave him gifts, Toga explained. He never thought it was you. Shut up, Tamura said without heat, a small smile lighting up his face. Did you ever go and see the people from your memories? Kurogiri hesitated before placing his teacup on the floor. No, I didn't. For them I died a long time ago. End their lives by waltzing in now. Especially looking like this. Toga stood up and activated her quirk. I can help with that. Aizawa and Yamada. Another class lived to see graduation. Aren't you glad? Yamada said, clapping his longtime friend on the back. Yeah, Aizawa said tiredly. I wish Oboro and Nomori were here to see it. One of us is, a white Kurogiri said, startling the pair of heroes. They twirled around and their jaws dropped as they saw Kurogiri's silhouette made up of the same clouds that used to float around Oboro, their fallen classmate. Oboro? Yamada asked. At the same time Aizawa said, Kurogiri? Yes, Oboro answered. Midoriya restored my memories 3 years ago. I've been trying to find the best way to come and apologize for what I put you through. His words were interrupted as both heroes lunged forward to give the Cloudman a hug. Surprised, Kurogiri returned the hug. It felt just like old times. Whatever happened, it would be alright. For the first time in a long time he knew exactly where he was meant to be. Notes. I'll change and add the new relationship tags in a week, the 10th of June 21. I kind of want to see everyone's reactions first. Winking face. Thanks for sticking around and reading this story. I know I said there would be 5 more chapters, 3 chapters ago, but I ran out of material quicker than I thought. I can't believe how big this story got. I loved reading all your comments and seeing your reactions. If you are interested in reading more of my works, I have posted the links below. After I complete this story, I think I will have 2 more stories to complete and a prequel to start for one of my other fics. Most of them are one-shots. I am trying to finish up all of my fics before school starts back up in the fall. Thanks again. One-shots. Art Gallery Mishap Web Links. Call me Izuku Web Links. What Izuku wants web links. Dekiru the Quirkless Hero, currently rewriting to become a multi-chap FIC. Web links multi-chap fics. His mother's smile is better than all mites, completed will write a prequel. Web links. Hope in the Dark, ongoing, web links. Toru my imaginary friend, completed. I update this whenever I have a new idea, but it is essentially a collection of one-shots. Web links. Thanks again. Chapter 53. For Sasha 12 Summary. Izuocha Kiss Scene. As requested by Sasha 12. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes, chapter text. Izuku couldn't believe it had been several years since he and Ochako had finally become an official couple. His mom had cried when he had asked her to help him pick out the rain. Of course it hadn't mattered in the long run. Ochako had beat him to the punch. When she had proposed, he had subtly returned the ring and invested in the honeymoon instead. That was why he was currently dressed in a classic black tux, holding back tears as he watched his beautiful fiancée glide down the aisle. How had he managed to get so lucky? Ochako was glowing with happiness as she deactivated her quirk to land at the top of the stairs across from Izuku. So much had happened, but she couldn't remember ever being as happy as she was right now. The officiant read their vows and Ochako didn't even wait for him to finish before grabbing her new husband with both hands and kissing him. He returned the kiss with fervor. It took Mitsuki Bakugo's wolf whistle before the couple realized they were literally floating over the ceremony hall. Blushing, the pair reluctantly returned to Earth and endured the rest of their wedding celebrations. They made it through by stealing kisses and never letting go of each other's hands.